Fest is going crazy.
Right, man, I love that. And also, CJ, I love the fact that we got to have you on the couch today. Because, I mean, listen, I always have glitter.
You're stuck with me.
I'm stuck with you. You, I'm stuck with. But CJ, anything that you want to say?
Oh, it's just great to be. I'd love to be back.
Really?
Is that a chance?
Yeah.
I'm more than happy to come back and check out some more, well, I can give you guys the Rocket League insights. You can tell me what's going on. But week 6, so the club champs, the race is getting tighter. And this is where it really gets interesting.
Now that he said that, Glitter, he's not allowed to leave. Contractually.
I didn't mean it.
You actually sleep on this sofa now.
Oh.
Sorry. You're going to cast the games from right here. But for everyone else, thank you all so much for tuning in to watch the EWC Spotlight, and we'll see you for the next one. CJ.
Chess returns to the Esports World Cup, and this time the road to the trophy starts before the group stage even begins. 16 players will battle for the title in Paris, where reigning champion Magnus Carlsen returns to defend his crown against the very best in the world. Every game is played with 10 minutes and no increments. Every second counts, and if a match ends level, an Armageddon decider will determine who moves on. But first, 8 players enter the play-ins. Every match is played over 2 games, and only 2 players will survive to complete the final field. They will join 14 players who have already qualified through the Speed Chess Championship and the Champions Chess Tour leaderboard, including defending champion Magnus Carlsen. Then comes the group stage. The 16 players will be split into 2 groups of 8, each competing in a double elimination bracket. Every match consists of 2 games, where every move can change the course of the tournament. Only the top 4 players from each group will reach the playoffs. From there is no second chance. The quarterfinals are played over 4 games per match. The semi-final raise the pressure with 6 games per match. And in the grand final, the 2 remaining players will fight for the title in a best-of-3 sets showdown. Get ready for a chess spectacle in the City of Love, where speed, nerve, and absolute determination will decide who rises to the top.
All right, Damascus, it's Chess Week at EWC. We are stage hosting with the best of the best, all right? Now, I know you don't know chess all like that, but luckily, you got your friend, Hollywood Rob TV. I am 1,300 ELO on chess.com. You're making the right face, okay? Me, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru, if you want to get up to that level, then you have to listen to this right here. Right. Now, to start things off, Damascus, lesson number 1. This is called the opening phase of the game, all right? Show me which move you will make here. You want to control the center. You want to control the center. White to move. White always move. Control the center.
Yeah, I want to maybe move the...
You want to move? I think you wanted to move off of your chair and give me 5 push-ups, brother. What was that? What was it?
Control the center. No side.
Yeah.
Opening.
Control? Yeah. I don't know if that was 5 either, but I'm gonna let it rock. Okay, now.
Teach me more.
All right,
Rob.
that is important. Okay. Bam, bam. White to move. It's called Fool's Mate. White to move. Come on. What you got, brother? Yeah, I believe in you. Yeah, you ready? It's chess week, baby.
Yeah, so I can attack.
So you can attack
the knight, yeah.
Yeah. I want you to go ahead and attack that floor again and give me 10 minutes of planks. Are you kidding me, brother? It's called Fool's Mate. We're gonna change the name to Damascus Mate.
What's a Fool's Mate, bro?
We're gonna change the name to Damascus Mate, because clearly you the fool in this situation, huh? It's chess week. You gonna embarrass yourself in front of Magnus Carlsen, in front of all these people watching from home? Come on, don't you want to be like me and Magnus and Hikaru?
What's Magnus's rating anyway?
Magnus's rating is 100 push-ups. That's what it is. 100 push-ups asking me silly questions like that.
All right. Magnus Carlsen, Rob TV, 1,300. Each test is day 3. I'll get there one day. Let's get it.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup in Paris, France. It's day 3 of chess. For some, they get the day off. For others, they've got to play for their tournament life. 8 keys are going to be crushed today. Our final 4 spots into the playoffs need to be earned. The question is, who's going to earn them? Well, it's up to the competitors to decide. Hey, welcome into the Allianz Vaults. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble, Nemo, and Anna Cramling. Good to see the both of you. Good morning. It's going to be a great day, Nemo. It's day 3.
Good morning. Indeed, it is going to be an amazing day. This is, in fact, the loser's bracket, also known as the lower bracket. So if any of these players lose today, lose their match, it is GG. Their keys are getting crushed and they're going home.
Going home, man. And nobody wants to go home yet, Anna, because why? Well, there's a lot of money on the line and everybody's gunning for it. We're talking $1.5 million.
This is the day that I have been looking forward to. I love it when there's so much on the line, when the players know that if they make a mistake, they might have to just fly home.
Fly home, and they don't want to go home just yet because they want to play $250,000 for first place. Now, everybody's walking away with a little something, but they want a little bit more, right? And you got to make playoffs if you want to increase the amount of money that you're walking away with. Yesterday was day 2. We moved 4 players forward into the playoffs, and to break it all down for you and catch you up to speed is Mike and David.
Day 2 of chess at the Esports World Cup was crazy. Every single competitor who was still left in was in action, with giants like Magnus Carlsen finally entering the fray. Mike, it was a real roller coaster.
Good news is that we're going to see Magnus again later in the competition. Even better news for him, he gets the day off because he won both of his matches yesterday. He was so Magnus-like on the board, but off the board, he was coughing and he was looking a little bit fatigued. Your thoughts on him?
Yeah, he didn't look physically at his best, but of course, the champions, they saved the best for last. Magnus through now, but also the other favorites making their way smoothly to the next round.
That's right. 3 other players won both their matches yesterday. No huge surprises. Norbek Abdusattorov, only player to win all 4 of his games. We also had the fan favorite Hikaru Nakamura, and we had Alireza Firouzja, who survived 2 Armageddons, and he was incredibly aggressive in his bidding. Did you think he would bid that low?
He's a brave man, Alireza. He takes risks that nobody else dares to, but he wasn't the only one to take those risks and get paid off.
That's right. 6 minutes 40 was his low bid, but we also had a potential viral moment. We all remember when Magnus banged the table against Gukash. Well, it was actually a triple table slam with Jan Nepomniachtchi. Why did we see that?
Well, Jan Nepomniachtchi mouse-slipped, blundered, call it what you want, but against Hans Niemann, on the brink of a victory, he let it all go in just one move, hence the anger.
Right. I'm sure we're going to see that again a lot on social media. Now, every other player we did not name today has their tournament life on the line. No more losses are acceptable. Every single player you'll see today has to win out to keep playing more. That's the action. Let's look forward to day 3. Back to you guys in the studio.
Scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Thank you, Mike and David, for the recap. Yeah, Nemo, the emotions were sky high yesterday. The matches were incredibly tough. And for some tables, they got to look out because they got banged upon. It wasn't a nice sight, but you know what? It is the highest pressure, right? Being on the stage in front of the lights, in front of the audience, sometimes the pressure does get to you.
Absolutely. I mean, look, we're all competitive here. I feel like we understand that sometimes emotions can definitely run a little hot, especially when it's something so crazy. I don't know if it was a misclick or if he maybe just miscalculated, but it was very unfortunate for Jan. However, we're going to see him later play against Andrei Stepenko, so it's not over for him yet. He still has a shot. He does need to win 2 matches in order to move on.
That's right. Yeah, for those on the bottom, you know, some have to win 2, some have to win 1. We'll catch you up to speed with the schedule in just a little bit. But did you know we have 2 streams? This is just Stream A, but Stream B has been breaking down the action all tournament long, all the days, and they've been crushing it. Let's check in with Stream B with John and Zach.
Bonjour, welcome back to day 2 of the group stages here at the Esports World Cup. There was lots of action on and off the board yesterday, but today we are focusing mainly on the lower bracket.
Yes, Johns, the big names are through. Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru Nakamura, Alireza Firouzja, and Norbek Abdusattorov have all made it through.
Now, from a club championship point of view, Team Falcons have 2 players through, which is critical, and AGAL are still alive in the competition, courtesy of Denis Lazovic after he faced Hikaru yesterday.
yesterday graced us with an absolute bombshell of a match between Jan Nepomniachtchi and Hans Niemann. What about that Armageddon? It was insane.
Possibly one of the standout moments of yesterday with the table slam, the mouse slip. It had everything. Today, though, we have some pretty exciting matches. Pranesh Benjamin Bok is on my radar. We've also got Wei Yi against Nihal Sarin, two of the heavy hitters from the tournament, some of the fastest players in the world, especially Nihal. So with elimination on the line, it's going to be very exciting to watch.
Those two matches sound very interesting. How about Sarana against Sina Movahead? And we have Andrei Esipenko, who's playing Jan Nepomniachtchi as well.
Lots and lots of heavy hitters all throughout the day today, so we find out at the end of today who advances to the playoffs. See you guys in a bit.
David and I have to pick two players who make it to the playoffs today. David Howell, do you want to go first?
Oh, it's a tough one. After you, Tanya.
Always putting me on a spot, the usual here by David. All right, I am a millennial, David. I am going with Gen G as my first pick. Arjun Aragaisiades. I think his style lends himself for a deep run in this format. You know, his combative play, his attacking chess. It's fearless, it's entertaining for us and the fans.
Oh, it's a good choice, Tanya. Very patriotic. Team India?
He knows me well.
I'm going to choose Wei Yi, Team Nemesis. He's a cool customer. He's like the ice to Arjun's fire. He can do anything. He can beat anyone. I think today might be his day.
And what a run Wei had getting into the play-ins yesterday. It was fantastic, so I see where that pick is coming from. All right, for my second one, I'm going to speak the language of the people. This one's for you, chat. Any guesses? Well, I am going for Hans Niemann on this. You know, he's polarizing. He's got everything to prove, and he plays exactly like that. Love him or hate him, entertainment, drama, guaranteed. It's Hans Niemann, who doesn't love a bit of godlike chess.
Yeah, the choice speaks for itself, Tanya. I think the world would love to see a Magnus versus Hans rematch. I'm going to go for Denis Lazovic, one of the youngest players. I think today's going to be his day.
It's going to be exciting to watch. Well, 8 keys will get crushed. 4 players will make it through to the playoffs. Action starts now.
Thank you, everyone, for the updates, not only on StreamB, but also the favorites for today, because today is a big day. And what are we labeling it? It's our Crunchyroll story of the day. It's Judgment Day. It's a big one. 8 keys are going to be crushed. It's all about survival. There are no more second chances today. All the matches, Nemo, that are going to be played are elimination matches, which means keys will be crushed each and every single game. The heart of the competitor fully silenced here at the EWC in 2026 when it comes to chess. And we've got some great matches we want to talk about, specifically starting up Benjamin Bok going against Pranesh. These two titans about to face off.
This is going to be a fun one. They will be on Stream B, so don't forget to check that out as well. But Bok has had quite the EWC role change. You know, he was my co-analyst last year on Stream B, and now we're seeing him play on the main stage at EWC.
So he was a talent, but he's always been good at chess, clearly, because you don't just randomly go talent, I want to play some chess, it looks fun, I'm going to go ahead and go on the main stage. So from talent to main stage, that's a cool little story.
It's absolutely amazing. But he is going up against Pranesh, who, I don't know, what do you think, Anna?
Pranesh is incredible. He's only 19 years old, so he is one of the youngest competitors here in the EWC for chess. And he's a really strong player. I believe he is a bit higher rated in classical chess than Benjamin Bok. And I think he's also won against him a few times. So I think this match is going to be very close. But we need to remember that the winner of this match will be facing Arjun Erigaisi, who got 4th last year here.
That's crazy, too. 4th place. That's a big matchup, but it's been tough for everyone, including, right, those coming from LCQ. The play-in on day 1. Magnus Carlsen, Ferrugia, right? These matches don't get easier if you want to push up. Let's take a look at our schedule for today. First, taking a look at A stream right here where you are currently watching. We got 2 lower bracket matches, and then we'll figure out what's going to be going forward. Talking A, Nihal Sarin going against Wei Yi, and then Nepomniachtchi versus Esipenko. Now, 2 very, very good matches. And for Virtus Pro, right, they are definitely banking on the fact their player goes forward. Anna, which one's the most fun to you?
I think both matches are going to be so much fun. I do want to see, I'm really excited for the Nepo Yasipenko one because we saw Nepo yesterday. He did this kind of slam on the table. There were so many emotions when he was playing against Hans and when he did that blunder at the very end. So let's see, is he coming back today tilted or is he coming back today full force playing his best chess?
I do think it's going to be very exciting. I honestly am rooting for Wei Yi versus Sarin to be an exciting match, which I'm sure it's going to be. Wei Yi has had a crazy journey to get to this spot. You know, he's been in the LCQ, he played in play-ins. It's been wild. He's been here for like a week. You know, so yeah, he's probably warmed up or maybe he's tired.
Ooh, could be, right? The fatigue starts to hit, especially with multi-day events such as this. Let's take a look at Stream B's schedule. They're going to have 2 great matches as well. Pranesh Bach, which we just talked about a little bit, but Sarana going against Move Ahead. Now, that's going to be a fun one for Move Ahead, right? A younger player. You talked about 19 for Pranesh, right? I believe Move Ahead 16?
16 years old, and I mean, Move Ahead, he's just so strong. We saw yesterday, he missed a checkmate in 3 versus Denis Lazovic. So he was so close there to going through. And so, yeah, I think he's a super strong player. I'm very excited. Sarana also very strong.
Absolutely.
Almost, I mean, he had a fantastic match against Hikaru, so going to be a very fun match.
Going to be fun indeed. Can the Young Guns hold their ground on the main stage? That's the big question we have. But of course, they're the ones who give us the answers. For the Club Championship update, it's getting close at the top. It really is. We're in week 6, and we need some updates via Trav for Club Championship update powered by Aramco.
There's already 4 players into the playoffs of chess, and that is going to get valuable club championship points for their clubs. So far, it's Magnus Carlsen from Team Liquid, Ali Reza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura for Team Falcons, and Nordabek Abdustaturov for Na'Vi. This is going to put them in a great position to go forward and try and overtake AGL, who at the moment sits on top of the leaderboard with 3,350 points. Focusing in a little bit more on AGL though, they've just been knocked out of PUBG Mobile yesterday and Rainbow Six Siege in the past week, so much pressure now lands on Denis Lazovic's shoulders. Going into today, he's got a long road cut out for him. Yesterday, he lost to Hikaru Nakamura and forced into the lower bracket, which means he's going to have to get a win today, and it's make or break. Otherwise, he'll be going home, and AGL's week will be over. Team Vitality are looking to mount a bit of a comeback, as they're still looking very good in both PUBG Mobile and Rocket League this week. Just a few more points will get them right on Na'Vi and on Team Falcon's heels, so we'll see if they're able to do that this week. There's still so much more to go throughout chess, and so many keys to be crushed throughout today, so stay tuned for more.
This is day 3, ladies and gentlemen, at the Esports World Cup in chess. $1.5 million is at stake. And in the group stages, now we are in the final stretch. We started with 16 of the world's strongest, fastest chess players, but half of them will be eliminated today. They will have to go home and their keys will get crushed. Kostya, Zach, we are in here for the first match that will be crucial to figure out who will take the final 4 spots in the playoffs. We have Magnus Carlsen for Team Liquid. We have Alireza Firouzja and Hikaru Nakamura for Team Falcons. And Nodirbek Abdusaturov for Team Na'Vi. The 4 of them already are through to the playoffs. Starting tomorrow, they are taking a bit of a break today, maybe some sightseeing in Paris, but there's still 4 more spots left in the playoffs. Today it will be decided who will make it and who will have to go home. Kostya, I'm looking at you first to introduce our fighters in this first match today. Pranesh against Benjamin Bach.
Yeah, Anna, basically we have 2 outsiders that are trying to get into that playoff stage. Pranesh and Benjamin Bach. They both lost their first match yesterday, which means they've had all day and this morning to prepare for this next upcoming match. And they'll have to win twice today. After their match, they are facing a certain Arjun Aragaisi in the decider match. We heard it in the pre-show. Today is Judgment Day. Dreams will be crushed. Either one of them that gets to that second match against Arjun will be a heavy underdog. But first, they have to get through each other.
They have to get through each other, and this is the lower bracket already. There are no second chances. Zach, we have seen this in the play-ins, and now today, this is the exact same format. You're in the lower bracket. If you lose, you are out. Your key will get crushed and you need to book your ticket to home. So what is that like, this situation, do you think? Best of two games, one with each color, and there is no second chance for either player.
Yes, everything is on the line for these players. Man, we witnessed a lot of important elimination matches so far in that first day, and now here on the third day, we're seeing even more, and it's high stakes. You know, we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars here at stake. You need to play with everything, and the pressure's on the line for this as well.
The pressure is on and the game is about to get started. We have 19-year-old Pranesh representing Seoul and Benjamin Bok, 31-year-old player from MGD1. The players are getting their final instructions before this all-decisive match gets started. A reminder on the time control, it's 10 minutes, no increment, and this is the match that will eliminate one of these really strong grandmasters. I'm so curious how this match will unfold, what openings we will see, and who will get to surprise whom, because the surprise element in speed chess is really crucial as well. Kostya, your thoughts on these two grandmasters as they are getting started here, just the final touches, adjusting their headsets, adjusting the keyboard, the seats and the keys. One of these keys will not stay intact at the end of the match.
Well, make no mistake, Anna, both of these guys are incredibly good at chess. You could take 100,000 random people in the world and both of these guys would crush every single last one of them. Of course, they're not as well known as some of the top stars, but these guys are insanely good. Both of their blitz ratings are well over 3,000. They're always competing for the top spots in Title Tuesday, and now they are going to have to show their best because someone is going home.
Someone is going home, and we do have the first moves coming in. It's a King's Pawn opening. I will leave it to you guys to cover the action, and I'm so curious to see which one of them will make it through.
And Zach, looks like we have a Scotch opening on the board. You have experience with this one, yes?
Yes, I've faced this many times with the black pieces. I've played it with the white pieces myself. It's a very good opening, good reputation for both sides. Black can play for a win, white can play for a win. I'm overall happy for both sides here. What do you think?
No, it's a really interesting choice. Like, we don't see the Scotch that often at the highest levels. It's usually Rui Lopez, the Italian game. These are definitely more common. And here, Pranesh playing with the white pieces. He opts for the Scotch, which is a bit of a rare choice at this level. But Bok, of course, he plays so much online chess. He is well familiar. As we see Pranesh closing his eyes a bit, maybe trying to remember some of that opening theory. Now, some viewers might not be so familiar with Pranesh, but he's actually at his peak rating right now, 2673 FIDE. He's one of India's latest rising stars. Bok, of course, has been on the circuit for a few more years, is a couple years older than Pranesh. But yeah, Zach, I got to put you on the spot. Who are you taking here?
I don't know. It's that tale as old as time, you know, experience versus that young 19-year-old in Pranesh. Pranesh has had such a good year. He's rising so fast. In the last year, he's gained 84 classical FIDE rated points, which is insane. He's rising the ranks. So on paper, you would say Pranesh, but Bok has those blitz and bullet skills that can bear a lot of fruit late in the later stages of this game.
Speaking of rising, Bok qualified to this event through the India Rising match, right? Where he had to defeat a number of Pranesh's countrymen, including Arjun Erigaisi, who they might face in the next round, Vidya Gujarati. Pranesh also tried to qualify through that event, but was knocked out himself. So Bok has a lot of experience playing against everyone in particular, but it seems like lately, you know, he's done well against some of the Indian players. So I'm sure he's going confident into this match. And yeah, already I think we're leaving the opening stage. Sometimes we get this like super early end game, but no end game in this one.
Yes, and it's a position that's very interesting here for the white pieces. It seems as though both minor pieces, that black knight, that black bishop, on the queen side, the left side of the board, are kind of stuck in this position.
Absolutely. And I already like white's position here a lot. I wonder if Bok mess something up. Notice he's already spent over 2.5 minutes out of his 10, 25% of his total time. Generally, the opening is the fastest stage of the game because the players know so many actual book moves. Their knowledge runs very deep. But it seems like Bach maybe took some time to remember something or looked for some kind of sideline. But I feel like White's position is already clearly better. And like you said, it's these two pieces on the queen side for Black. They're heavily restricted by this B3, C4 pawn chain. It's going to be up to Black to get these pieces back into play with some kind of pawn break. But right now, this game is looking very nice for Pranesh.
Yes, Pranesh has a lot of space to look at that pawn deliciously placed on that center of the board.
Yummy.
yummy. It's a very happy pawn there. Under defended, but you don't need to defend that pawn as much as you should.
And look, Pranesh has been closing his eyes a lot over the last couple moves, but I don't think he's doing a Beth Harmon and calculating. I think he's actually trying to psych himself up, get into the zone, stay focused. Both of these players at a cool 100 heartbeats per minute to start off this match.
And it seems as though Pranesh has sacrificed a pawn?
Yeah, he did give up this e-pawn. Now he goes bishop to b2, but playing lightning fast, indicating that he's still in his preparation. Computer seems to agree that White's position is perfectly fine here. In fact, much better. And I think the point is that you are giving up a pawn, but you have this long-term strategic compensation, given the fact that both of Black's pieces on the queen side are just out of the game.
And he's going to make use of that by manufacturing some activity against that king side of the board.
Yeah, I think these dark squared bishops might come off soon, and then Black's king is going to be missing that fianchettoed bishop defender that is so important, whereas White's king is extremely safe. Now, Pranesh here indicating this is a classic moment. You know, he's been blitzing out all of his moves. Bach makes this move queen to c5. Now he's taking time, indicating that Bach did not play a move that's in his preparation, right? Sometimes that means the move is a mistake. In fact, Engine is saying knight to c3 here for White. He's already giving White a huge advantage, looking to put that knight into the center, maybe knight to e4, and then going after those kingside dark squares.
Pranesh is taking quite the time here. His first long term of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very curious. He definitely has an idea that he's got something. Something's itching.
Yeah, these players know if the opponent plays something that's not in your preparation, that means the computer probably thinks it's a mistake, and so he's investing that time to try and figure out why. Now he goes knight to d2. It was much better, according to the engine, to put his knight out to c3. But this move is very logical, right? In his mind, he's thinking these bishops have to get traded. If I block my bishop, well then I don't get the trade. He still is looking for knight to e4, but it looks like Bach manages to trade on b2. Now knight e4 is a massive threat.
Massive threat on the board there, and Bach immediately says, no knight to e4 for you.
D5.
I'm taking that up with my pawn.
Fantastic move. And as it often happens, you know, Pranesh had this chance out of the opening. He doesn't spot the computer refutation, and now Black is just completely fine. He's broken in the center, and he is managing to get his pieces on the queen side some activity. Now the bishop on a6 and then on b6. They actually have a purpose. They are attacking this pawn on c4.
This pawn move is particularly strong for the black pieces because not only you're preventing your opponent's counterplay, but you're also liberating your sleeping pieces on that queen side that have virtually had no play or action since the beginning of the game.
Yeah, exactly. So very, very important pawn break. Very thematic for all king pawn players as Black e4, e5 enjoyers. You want to often find a way to break with this d pawn. And now, very interesting move by Pranesh. The computer doesn't like it, but a4, he's looking to expand on that queen side and target that knight on b6.
Yeah, it looks like he's looking to displace that knight to put some pressure on this pawn in the center, this d5 pawn.
Now, I wonder if he's setting a trap, because right now Black could take the pawn on c4, but then you would have knight e4, maybe b4, all kinds of moves. Said Bach plays queen to b4. I like this move a lot, getting his queen to a very nice kind of outpost type of square on the b file.
The queen cannot be attacked from that square on b4. Really nice move while keeping up the pressure for the black pieces. I really like the black position suddenly.
Yeah, it looks very active. He's got counterplay. He's not letting that knight on d2 get into the king side. And now Pranav is going to have to spend a bit more time here to try and figure out how to proceed. It does feel like he's under some heavy pressure, right? At some point, this c-pawn is going to start to hang.
Feels like Pranesh needs to find a resource here. Otherwise, he's just going to be worse.
Yeah. I mean, and he's taking his time. I think he's definitely looking for his options here. And what do you do about this threat of D takes C4 and then C4 C3, right? Going after the queen and knight.
Oh, and he finds the only move keeping balance in this position. Really well done by Pranesh. Queen to D4.
Queen D4. I would expect now black to just bring his rook to line up against that queen. Rook A D8 seems like an automatic move here, threatening once again to take on C4 with tempo. But yeah, nice find by Pranesh here, clearly showing some high class in this game.
His idea is that if you take my pawn with your pawn, I bring my knight to the center of the board, knight to E4, and threatening to jump to F6. Basically checkmating the king, but more directly, you're winning in exchange.
Yeah, that would be huge for white. So Bach here spending a bit of time. He's still down on the clock. It's not such a big deal right now because he's got plenty of time. We saw Firouzja yesterday survive against Wei Yi, 20 seconds against minute and a half. I'm never going to forget that game. It was Wei Yi who ended up flagging from that time.
And Firouzja got a winning position despite that flag. It was crazy.
Yeah, these guys are so incredibly fast. When they decide to turn it on, some of them are just unstoppable. They play all the best moves without using time. It's really a superpower.
And you can see that superpower here. Pranesh took 57 seconds to find this only move, Queen D4, and nails it. Absolute precision needed in this knockout stage.
Yeah, exactly. When these guys have to find something precise, they know how to take their time and find that accurate continuation. Now it's Bach's turn to start tanking a bit as he's deciding how to continue here. Feels like he's got a number of reasonable moves. There he goes, plays the most natural rook A8. I feel like I would have played that move in 2 seconds with my Patzer brain, but of course Bach calculating all of his options, trying to figure out if he had anything better, but does go with just a natural developing rook move. And now seems like he's reinstated the threat of D takes C4.
And what do you do as the white pieces? This threat is very, very vicious. The black pieces are have all their pieces in the game, and it feels like white can't keep up.
Pushes A5. I think that move makes a lot of sense. Hitting the knight. Bach, a bit of a reaction there. Didn't really love seeing that. And this is interesting because now black could take on C4 and counterattack the queen on D4. That queen's worth a lot more than the knight on B6. But I wonder what Pranesh has in mind there. He's got rook takes E8 with check to distract the rook, and then he just wins the knight. So DC4 here, I think, would just be a massive blunder.
Very interesting move, refuting the opponent's counterplay. It is a move-by-move struggle. This is heating up into a sharp battle.
Very, very sharp. So sharp, even the engine is starting to suggest some very strange moves that wouldn't make any sense to a human here. So knight here, I think, has to drop back. Knight to C8 looks like a logical square. You can bring it back into the game via the D6 or E7 squares. Knight D7 is also possible, but then you don't really want to block your rook like that.
Yeah, it remains to be seen. Bach is down to 3 minutes at this point in the game. His opponent has twice as much time. It is really, we're entering danger territory.
Big time. I mean, these guys are used to playing 3-minute chess, but it's not 3 against 6. It's a huge advantage for Pranesh right now on the clock. And yeah, if you run out of time, you lose the game. Bach is very good at relying on that increment.
And we have a blunder on the board.
Whoa, he grabs
Queen
his
takes
pawn on
pawn,
A5.
and this is losing on the spot.
Wait, rook A1? It's just a
Pranesh
skewer.
is just winning a piece.
Just a simple skewer. What has Bach missed? Clearly,
Bach
he has some idea in
lost
mind.
control of this game, and Pranesh is just looking at options.
I mean, rook A1, that's a classic skewer. You're just winning a piece.
That's a full piece up. The rook would slide to the corner, attack the queen, attack the undefended bishop behind it, and just force the queen away, win the bishop.
Look at Pranesh. He's totally spotted. He's in puzzle rush mode. And there's Bach. Oh, he just realized how badly he's blundered.
He's like, how did I miss this?
I don't see a move for black. Everything is defended from white's position. The D pawn is pinned to the rook, so there's no D takes C4.
Now you could try to attack the queen with a pawn move sliding up for black, but I take your queen, you take my queen, and your bishop is still hanging.
Bishop's still hanging at the end of the line. It's just a winning endgame for white. Pranesh confused. What has the opponent missed? And yeah, there's Bach. He's starting to shake his head. He's now going under 2 minutes, and he's about to be down a piece. I think this game is just over.
We might see resignation soon.
I think it's a little early just because there are pieces on the board. We've seen so many crazy mouse slips in this event so far. I think you do want to play on a couple moves here, but in a classical game, absolutely. This would just be resigns.
Benjamin Bach down on time, down on position. We've seen this scenario before. It is a very low odds to turn this around.
Yeah, I mean, he's just going to need a blunder from Pranesh, but I don't think Pranesh, so far, he's just played way too good here to blunder a position like this. Just needs to make sure all of his pieces are defended. Right now, Queen is covered, Knight is covered, Bishop is covered. That Rook on A6 is a bit funny, but Black has no way of attacking it. I'm expecting him to either take on A7 or just bring the Rook back next move.
And pawn to D4 here. Might I remind the viewers, the white pieces are up a full piece in this position. Like,
yeah.
You need to show up for the position at some point and prove some compensation. Otherwise, you're just playing for nothing here.
I mean, it's a full piece. It's not just a pawn up, it's a piece up. It's like playing a soccer game with like 3 extra guys. I mean, it's quite a big advantage. Now he can snag another pawn with Rook takes E7. But okay, Bach wants to play Knight to E5, go after White's queen. Not seeing a ton of counterplay there, but these guys love to just be as precise as possible. Maybe Knight F3 now, covering this square, covering the E1 square. A lot of good options here for White.
Yeah, one of the best ways to convert here is to just cancel your opponent's counterplay to have a smooth path. But it seems like Pranesh doesn't really care about his opponent's knight jumping to the center here, attacking the queen. He just wants to collect.
Yeah, he says, I got everything under control. I'm going to take another pawn. Now my Rook is active. There's Queen C3. You don't see a queen trade being offered when you're down a piece. But if White takes, then that C pawn becomes very annoying. Pranesh wants none of that. Drops back. And now Bach is back to square one. He's down to about a minute here in order to try and save this game. But objectively, this one is over.
This queen might slide onto the square E7, attack the Rook, attack the Knight. And from there on out, Black has almost nothing to do.
Yeah, this game is not going Bach's way. I think we're going to see resignation here just because he's simply heading towards that flag with 30 seconds on the clock.
And King F8, a last try to take up the vital square of E7.
Yeah, there's Bishop to D5.
And now Pranesh has all his pieces entering the game. This queen can slide to the square F3, propose a queen trade, threaten checkmate in one move. It is almost a conclusive position.
Yeah, Pranesh here has been brutal with the conversion here. He's not trying to play it safe. He just continues to find all the best moves. And yeah, he's just moments away from winning this first game. Now, don't go Knight E4 here. That'll blunder your queen on F3.
Ooh, that's true.
Never too late. I'd go Knight F1. Just save that knight.
I'm more of a Queen F4 guy myself. Defending the knight, keeping the pressure on that weak F7 pawn.
Oh, Queen F4 is very strong.
While defending against that black pawn that might slide through and try to promote.
Just advancing the queen one square and then you defend everything. You get ready to go for the kill with Queen H6 check.
Ah, but he does your option.
He does the safe.
Knight F1. It's good to be safe, though.
Safe, yeah. Safety first. Now Knight E5, but he's got check to get out of this double attack. And then maybe we're about to see your move, Queen F4, happen on the board.
Queen is attacked two ways here in this position. It feels like you must move your queen, but what do I know? No, down to under 20 seconds here.
Yeah, 20 seconds. I think he's just kind of playing out of inertia, but he will have to strike back in the next game. Otherwise, his tournament life is over.
At least we can say he will have the white pieces in that game, so he has a little bit better chances.
100%, yeah.
It'll still be a challenge.
Having to win with black on demand, just decidedly harder than having to win with the white pieces. There's Knight to D3. Now, if White's queen strays too far from the king side, you know, there is a bit of danger here. So he repeats once. There's Knight to E1. Bach trying for some tricks.
You still can't take that queen because that black pawn becomes too powerful.
Queen F4, there's another repetition. Pranesh here needs to make sure he doesn't blunder into a threefold and all of a sudden we have a draw. But Zach, this is maybe not so easy for White to convert.
It isn't that easy. You can never trade off queens, which usually is the fastest way to conversion when you're up a piece, taking off the stronger pieces. But here, what does he do?
I think Bach has actually managed to swindle in some counterplay. The problem is he's got 13 seconds on his clock. Even if he manages to get back in the game, he is still flagging this one unless he mates Pranesh in the next 13 seconds.
Pranesh can still hunt the flag. Oh, and he goes back to D1.
There's another repetition, but he avoids it with queen to D1 just in the nick of time. Now Bach goes knight to D3, looking for rook to E1, but he's only got 10 seconds. But he is fast enough, so if we see a blunder here from Pranesh, who's clearly starting to get a little bit nervous, this game might turn around.
Absolutely insane stuff. I thought this game was over 10 moves ago, and suddenly he's back in the game.
I thought it was rook E1. Objectively, black is fine.
What a turnaround. It's objectively equal, but Bach has 9.5 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, Pranesh has to find queen f3 here, and then it seems like black has some kind of perpetual there. Rook takes f1, queen c1 check. That's not easy to find, but that's also not easy for Pranesh to defend against. I think Bach is going to spot it. He has to. He has no time.
Bach is absolutely locked in with 9 seconds on the clock. It's 9 seconds against 2 minutes, mind you. So what do you do as the white pieces? Do you just flag your opponent, or do you play precisely with that 2 minutes on the clock and take your time?
Well, you got to take your time here. No, he's losing now.
My God,
Queen e1 check takes queen f1.
But he missed a win, and now it's equal again.
Oh,
Bach has to find an
win.
only move, and now it's
He only
winning
has 4
again for the white
seconds.
pieces.
Not enough time to figure it out. And now Pranesh is back in control. If he can avoid getting mated in the next 3 seconds. G5 check. You can take
Final
that with
attempt.
check.
You can't take with the queen because you get checkmated. Knight g6. Oh my goodness. Knight g6. And this is a draw by force?
But he's got no time. Bring the king back.
Queen
oh, he
E1,
makes the wrong pre-move.
Slip.
No, I think he pre-moved that because he had to, but
he pre-moved it.
He messes it up. And now Pranesh has time to cover the checks, and yeah, Bach is flagging this
and
one.
now it's game over. What a turn of events. Winning for white, losing for white. Equal. Pranesh went through all the emotions, and so did Bach there as they prepared to enter their second game. Nothing is over yet.
I would advise the players not to play through the eval graph on this one. They're not going to be happy with what they've seen. Bach apparently missed a win, but so difficult to find. So difficult to find. Very, very tough.
Especially with 8 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Absolutely crazy.
I mean, give him a minute. You know, he probably does spot it. He's that good. But with seconds on the clock, you're just playing on pure instincts there. And Pranesh, look at him. He's trying to center himself. Love this mindset. Of course, representing Team Seoul is Pranesh. Bach playing for Team MGD1. And yeah, he's not happy with that one, Zach. Zach, that should have been a clean win from once he won the piece.
It should have been a clean win. Once you win a piece, conversion should be very effortless, but he took extra time, and then suddenly his queen was doing something, a defensive job, an attacking job. It couldn't decide, and he managed to give Benjamin Bach enough counterplay to get back into the game and get a winning position at the very end.
Yeah.
But Bach just didn't have enough time on his clock.
But credit to Bach there for actually managing to drum up some counterplay from a position that should have been pretty much over. I guess that's the drawback. You know, we saw Pranesh there. He made some practical choices, but it also looked like he was trying to find the most efficient way to win the game, the most precise. And then he got into a complicated position that he couldn't quite figure out with the low time.
And we're into a game 2 as Benjamin Bach starts it off with an English opening.
Yeah, this has been his preferred choice from this event. He also played this against Jan Krzysztof Duda in their match yesterday. And let's just say it again, must-win game for Benjamin Bach. Otherwise, his career at the EWC 2026 comes to an end.
Yeah, Bach has everything to play for in this game. He's on a must-win with the white pieces. If Pranesh draws or even wins, it's over.
It's over. Yeah, Pranesh very comfortable here with the black pieces. Seems to be quite happy with the setup here. Now just kind of pushing some pawns, taking squares away from white's pieces that they can't jump to where they would like to. Soon black will castle as well and look to strike in the center, maybe with a move like d7, d5.
And Kosta, you play this with the white pieces. What can you tell us about this opening?
Well, the interesting thing about the English opening, it is known as kind of a strategic one, but in fact, it is a reverse Sicilian. The Sicilian being one of the most dynamic openings in chess. So it can go either way, but most players, I would say, they do try to play it strategically. They got to try to get a little space advantage. And with this last move, a2, a3, Bach is actually showing his intentions for his long-term middle game plan. He wants to advance that b-pawn 2 squares, then another square, and use that powerful bishop on the long diagonal. This is the so-called English bishop. It's white's absolute best piece. And we see Pranesh, he's been trying to blunt that bishop with his pawn chain, b7, c6. And now white is fighting against it. He's trying to increase the scope of the bishop and trying to create some long-term positional pressure against black's queenside.
White takes a lot of space on that queenside with that last move, pawn to b4, attacking the bishop. Bishop slides forward, attacking this knight, attacking that rook behind it. This is called a pin in chess. The knight is attacked, but also can't move. The rook would be hanging.
Yeah, time to defend. I think bishop b2 looks like the most logical move here, just kind of lining the bishops up against one another. I guess bishop d2 also makes some sense. There's queen to b3, queen to c2, a lot of ways to defend this knight. Let's see what Bach chooses here.
Bach has chosen to put this game into positional grounds, not as obvious for Pranesh to win. Of course, last game, Pranesh won by tactical means, so maybe it's in his interest to make this a more ambiguous type of setup.
Yeah, Pranesh definitely a very kind of dynamic style. He's a very quick player. Bach, I would say, more of a strategist. I think he likes kind of grinding small advantages, building up his position. So this opening definitely suits him quite a bit. As Black just strikes back in the center with this move d7, d5. There's e3 posing the question to the bishop. Bach loves a good bishop pair, as a lot of players at the high level do, inviting Black to trade on c3 and give up his strong dark squared bishop.
And Bach would greatly benefit from that bishop pair if there were a trade.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, what to do? Pranesh here thinking about it. You know, he doesn't want to give up the bishop most likely, but he also doesn't want to just go back and lose time. Because then it was like, what's the point of bishop to d4? You allowed white to get his queen out. You allow white to play e3. So the most kind of ambitious would be to take. He does do so. And now let's see what his follow-up is.
Oh, bishop to h3.
Ooh, attacking that rook on f1. Yeah, it's a nice move. And now I don't think white wants to drop his bishop back and trade off that light-scored bishop. I think he's going to move his rook over. Just deciding between rook to e1, rook to d1. Where is this rook better placed?
Seems after bishop to h3 attacking this rook, the bishop kind of swarms in around that king. And suddenly you have some king safety issues.
It's an unpleasant move for white. You never want to allow this bishop on h3 to live long. But on the other hand, you also don't want to trade off your own light-scored bishop. You lose your best piece. The light scores around your king end up vulnerable as well. So there we see rook to d1, trying to just kind of play around that bishop and avoid the so-called elephant in the room.
There you go. And coming into this middle game, it looks like Black has a lot of space. Usually the Black pieces, you know, they have a setup, low amount of space, but it seems like Black is taking the center with these two central pawns and is in better control of the situation.
Yeah, I think Black's position is very, very solid. But on the other hand, white does have the bishop pair, and in the long run, the bishops can become very, very strong. It's kind of up to Black here to justify his play. But yeah, Black has a nice center. He's got trumps of his own. Meanwhile, I'm expecting maybe bishop to b2 here. Just put the bishop on the long diagonal and then see what's what. But does Black have some ideas here with e5, e4? Is that annoying? Looks a little tempting. I think that maybe this is what Bach is trying to think about. And he does go bishop to b2. But computer's already starting to like Black's position.
It seems like Black just has a lot of control. Question is, will he be able to play on that action he has on the king side of the board? He already has his bishop sweeping in. His knight might be gravitating to this nice square g5.
Yeah, we just see this maneuver, knight h7, coming out to g5 to harass that light-scored bishop. Bach drops it back prophylactically, avoiding this attack from the knight on g5. Black's queen maybe can also get into the picture at some point as well. Now, if you're Pranesh, do not move that e-pawn. Do not touch that e-pawn. You will get mated on the spot with queen takes g7. You know, if I was Bach here, I'd pre-move queen takes g7, just in case.
Just in case, you never know.
Yeah, because the pre-move, you know, it'll only get played if it's a legal move. And it's only legal if Black plays e4 here.
Big. Low risk, high reward.
Yeah, rook to c8, no queen takes g7 on the board. I like this move, rook c8 actually. It's kind of nice. Anticipating that if white ever captures on d5 with the pawn, Black's rook can open up against the queen.
And so it begs to be asked, what is this knight move's purpose? Because it moves to h7 and it hasn't moved since.
Yeah, but there we might see it here. Bishop to g4, eyeing that f3 square, eyeing that h3 square, opening up the route for the knight to get in. And this is going to be very annoying for white's king. Ooh, f3.
A big concession in this position for the white pieces, although it's the best move.
Computer loves it. Yeah,
I feel like
you had to play it.
The pawn structure around the king is quite soft now.
Yeah, you rarely want, your pawns just lined up like ducks 4 in a row, because this means they're not defending each other. You got some weaknesses here. You also don't want your pawns all in the same color, because then you get the so-called Swiss cheese structure. So it's hard to find a solid structure here for white. Now he does have the option to kind of trap in that bishop with g4, but that bishop doesn't stay trapped very long. Black will immediately break it out with some kind of pawn push.
And it seemed like Pranesh had a big chance at advantage a few moves ago, but missed out with this bishop move and then bring the bishop back. That was losing a little bit of time, and now it's an advantage, but it's not as concrete as before.
Yeah, I still think Black's position here is quite solid, but look at this. He brings the knight back, kind of admitting maybe his knight h7 move didn't have such a point after all. On the other hand, White did play f3, totally blocking in that bishop on h1, the prized possession of White's army there.
The knight slides back to f6. Feels like overall, Black just lost 2 moves. Went to h7, come back to f6.
But he's still doing good. He's got the center. Although I would say if you're Black here, I feel like as far as being in a must-win situation, this is a really, I think, decent position to have, because there's a lot of room for Black to go wrong here. And there's f4, opening up the light-scored bishop, challenging the pawn on e5, trying to open up the dark-scored bishop as well. Definitely, I think, a very good strategic decision from White's point of view.
White inherits this bathtub pawn structure, as you might say, with those pawns forming a kind of a bathtub setup looking.
There's e takes f4. White recaptures with the e pawn. And now Pranesh trying to figure out how to continue here. We've got an open e file. Zach, as the position opens up, the bishops do get stronger and stronger. So I can see this turning around for Bach very, very quickly.
Yeah, might I say that before, when the center and the control was in Pranesh's order, I preferred the black pieces, but now, as this rook trades off, White inherits this file, this diagonal is White's. It looks like Bach is increasing his control in the position.
Yeah, what's Pranesh doing? He just traded on e1, gave up the e-file, takes on c4, opening up the position further. He's trying to do something very concrete here. Just wondering what's his intention here after d takes c4.
Yeah, it looks like he's giving up the tension, right? By making all these trades.
Yeah, I'm not sure what his follow-up is. I don't know if he knows either, given that he's starting to spend time. Computer still thinks his position is absolutely fine, but earlier he had an advantage, but now it's really starting to trend in White's favor.
I like the long-term potential of the white pieces here. Benjamin Bach, move by move, looks like he's improving his position and his chances to make a comeback.
Absolutely. Bishops have 3 now. Now getting the bishop out. He can play rook to d1 if he wants. But okay. I mean, White still has a lot of work to do here to create some winning chances. Black has just played queen to d7, maybe looking to harass that bishop on f3 by challenging it with his own bishop. Maybe wants to bring his rook over to the e-file next, challenge for the e-file. But the thing is, with this bishop pair, you can trade pieces if you're White, especially the rook and the queen, and you're still going to have this kind of long-term advantage if you can keep those bishops into the endgame.
It's all a matter of whether or not you can manage to trade queens and then profit off those 2 bishops lasering through the board.
Now it's Bach's turn to take a bit of a think as he is down a full minute to Pranesh. We saw Bach in massive time trouble in the last game, which basically cost him the game, given that he was able to actually save it on the board.
It did indeed. At one point, Bach had twice as less time as Pranesh, and that eventually cost him in the later stages.
Okay, there's rook to d1, attacking the queen on d7. Now, what are we going to see here from Pranesh? Queen to f5. He's bringing the queen closer to White's king. Starting to look slightly uncomfortable for White on these light squares. I can see bishop to g4 happening very, very soon. And yeah, at some point, maybe the knight jumps in. Not anytime soon, though, actually, because this knight is still very much pinned to that g7 pawn.
This game could still go any way.
Yeah.
Black could win. It could be a draw. White could win. And I think it will be influenced by major factors such as time control. Bach is a little bit behind on the clock.
There's queen to d3 offering the endgame. I don't know if Pranesh wants to take this one. I feel like it's a very pleasant endgame for white. He's got the bishop pair. His rook is more active. His king can get into the action. Yeah, there we see Pranesh keeping the queens on the board. Note how objectively Pranesh is playing. He knows all he needs is a draw, but that doesn't mean he's just trading everything off. You know, you trade down into a losing endgame, you're going to lose the game. We saw Magnus win some fantastic endgames yesterday against some of the world's best players. And yeah, Bach is no endgame slouch either. You give him a nice endgame, and there he goes again. He's looking for that endgame with queen to e2. Pranesh says, no, thank you. We can repeat moves if you want. We can repeat moves, make a little draw. Make a little draw.
I'd make a little draw.
Half point each. You'd make a draw here.
I'd make a draw. You make a draw.
I'd take a draw. I'd take that deal. No, Pranesh, of course, wants to draw. Bach, under no circumstances, can accept 3-time repetition. So he's going to have to find another move here other than queen to d3. Nope, he does play queen d3, but then queen e6. Okay, he's going to have to find another move here other than queen to e2.
Benjamin Bach with queen e2 out of the option cabinet, and he goes with...
There we go, bishop to c3. I like this move. Now he's got rook to e1 whenever he wants. He can bring the rook back to d1, just slowly improving his position. It's still a very, very tense game. But Pranesh, 2 minutes up on the clock. If he can keep his cool here and avoid blundering, he's got great chances to advance to the next stage.
Yes. Has to be said again that Benjamin Bach is down to 2 minutes and a half. Again, it's a time trouble issue, really, because we're only at move 30. If this game goes to move 50, Bach will be struggling.
Yeah, but we did see Bach lock into that last game, and you know he was just playing amazing moves. He literally just ran out of time in that last one, but he managed to save it, coming back from a full piece down, even having a win at one point, which was absolutely remarkable. The bishop to f5, hitting that queen on d3. Maybe we'll see queen e2 now, offering another endgame. But at some point, bishop to g4 again comes into the picture, and if Black can trade off the light-scored bishops at least, then I think his chances improve dramatically, even if we do see the endgame. But let's see what Bach goes for. Queen to d4. Okay, reigniting that battery on the long diagonal. Do not touch that knight on f6 if you're Pranesh, unless you're going all the way back to e8, but no one wants that. What do we see now? Maybe bishop to g4? Just trying to trade these guys off.
Difficult to say. This position is shuffled for the last 5 moves. Players
there he goes.
Trying to find their ground here.
Yeah, and what's Bach playing at? He's got rook to e1. Now rook e5. There's queen to b1 check. That doesn't look so great for white. Yeah, Black manages to trade off these light-scored bishops. He should be happy here. So there's bishop to e4. Do not take that bishop. We got mate on g7 once again. So queen to h5. Avoiding the blunder is Pranesh.
And now it seems like this light-scored bishop is very, very strong in the center.
Yeah, bishop to c2 here for white, but he's kind of leaving his king behind a little bit. Maybe bishop f3, queen h3 can start setting up some mate threats if you're Black. But still gotta like white's position here.
A small king safety concession here in exchange for beautiful diagonals of those 2 bishops. Look at those lasers there, and then the queen and rook igniting on those open files. I love the control for white, and white now has a decisive position, says the engine.
Wow, it's winning for Bach. Can he figure out how to break through?
He sets up the battery on this diagonal.
Queen to d3, that's such an annoying move. He wants to take the knight on f6, and his queen gets right in the face of Pranesh's king. Now, Zach, he's winning again. This time he has a minute and a half to convert. That's lifetimes more than he had in the last game.
Yes.
Now Pranesh is under heavy pressure here. He knows he's in big trouble. I don't see a move here for him. If he moves his knight, it's just queen h7 right away. If he doesn't move the knight, Bach is getting in. There's no bishop to f5. White just takes that one. He's got to find a way to survive here.
Pranesh is completely busted in this position. Can he find a way to weasel his way out? All he needs is a draw. Draw.
Rook c8. I think he's looking to just sacrifice his entire kingside to avoid getting mated. But now Bach is winning. Can trade rooks on e8. And he has queen to d8. A very annoying move for the black pieces to deal with.
He needs to find this idea in order to take a winning role in this game, and he does. He trades rooks.
Now the problem is queen h7 check here is just so tempting, but that's also very good for white. You just get your queen in, and those bishops start lighting up the kingside.
And he plays precisely queen d8.
Oh, he finds the best move. Now he's turning mate in 1. Queen takes knight is checkmate on the board. You can defend the knight with bishop to d7, but then you're just very, very passive, and white can just continue the attack there. Though I don't see such an easy win after bishop to d7.
Both players are taking time here. This might go down to seconds.
Yeah, this is going to come down to the wire. Bach in a must-win situation here to force the Armageddon.
Bishop d5, really nice move. He wants his bishop to d6, checking the king and forcing the king away from the defense of its knight.
And Bach has played this so well. He got the bishop pair right from the opening, and since then, it took a lot of time, but he's managed to.
Oh, he has a crushing move. F5. What
a move! F5.
Oh my goodness!
Breaking the connection between the bishop and the queen. Now, if black takes with the bishop, there's bishop d6 check, and it's all over. You're losing a piece. But the bishop on d7 is hanging. The queen has no moves. How does Pranesh defend this at all?
Everything is loose on the board for the black pieces as white might clinch victory and force Armageddon.
We saw Pranesh glancing over at the times there, but Bach has more than enough time to convert this. He's such a fast player. Queen to g4, looking for just some vague checks, but I think white can just take on d7.
There's no checks. You can just take the bishop and it's completely winning.
We saw what Pranesh, though, did with the extra piece in the last game, but this one, it just looks completely over. There's queen to e2, just the last-ditch effort. White now just has to avoid a perpetual. I like bishop to d6 to start. But now what to do? Bishop on c2 is hanging.
Queen e7. Wow. And now they trade a pair of minor pieces.
The 24 seconds for Bach. Does he have enough time to convert this? It's completely winning, but it's not like you can just pre-move this out.
Bach does not have extra time on his clock. He has 21 seconds for the rest of this game from this position.
Pranesh now going into full flagging mode. Can he avoid losing this? Bach, 20 seconds to convert this.
A draw is not enough for Bach. He could repeat moves right now, but he won't do that because he would simply lose the match.
No, he's got to win this. He's got to win this. Now he's trying to get the king in order to attack. Pranesh is saying, come and get me. I'm not going to make this easy for you. Oh, but he trades queens
by force, and now he gets a winning endgame.
Oh, that's huge. This is pre-move territory. 12 seconds for Bach to win this. G5, he's breaking through.
We're going to see pre-move after pre-move. This king is coming in and winning this pawn on g6. White is up a full piece in this endgame. Can he make it in 9 seconds?
Oh, this is all over. Bach's mouse skills put to the test.
And he wins 2 more pawns.
Look at those pre-moves.
He's queening. Does he have time to win this game?
Oh, he's so fast. Don't stalemate.
No stalemate.
Oh, he finds it. He found it.
My
3
goodness,
seconds and he wins.
What a clutch victory.
Unbelievable performance there by Benjamin Bach. You can see it on his face. All the adrenaline rushing to his head right now. And he just took this match to Armageddon.
Absolute madness on the board as Benjamin Bach does the job for MDG1.
Wow, what an insane comeback. Honestly, very nice game there from Bach. He's maybe a touch worse there in the middle game, but he always kept his dynamic chances. He kept that bishop pair. He did exactly what he needed to do to win that one.
And now we have an Armageddon tie break.
Now the players here are going to be bidding. Zach, do you want to explain the bidding process here for our viewers that are seeing their first Armageddon?
Both contestants bid a certain amount of time on their sheet of paper, and whoever has the most amount of time will not.
Oh, the fans want Armageddon. They want more chess. But does Nihal want that too? Or does he want to keep going, take his chances here? Evaluation bar back to level now because Black did have a slightly better route forward, but he's offering to repeat the position. He's threatening checkmate in 1 move. Queen coming down to d1. At the bottom of the board, the white king has to run.
It has to run either up or down the board. Queen to d1 will be game over. If Wei wants to take this to the Armageddon, he can just fall back where he comes from, and then the ball in Nihal's court. Looking at him, I feel like Armageddon is very likely, but Wei is the one who gets ambitious here.
Wow, it looked like he was swatting away a fly down the camera, Wei Yi. Or maybe he's trying to G up the fans, but the position repeating. Second time we've seen this position. If the black queen goes back, Nihal is pretty much happy with the draw. Wei Yi, I think, here, draw makes a lot of sense for him with such a weak king. Could we be going the distance? Will we get more chess? Is this the end of this game?
Very likely. You're talking about the weak king. Long term, your pawn's not doing amazing as well if you're Wei Yi, and we see that. Queen to h2. Get that queen back, and one more time, it will be game over. That will be a 3-4 repetition if Wei Yi falls back with the king.
Oh, clockwise there, almost level as well. I think Wei Yi here just has to hedge his bet, say, my king's too open, that white king will not survive. And there we go, it is a third time. The position repeats, it's a draw. We go to Armageddon.
It's an Armageddon. It goes down to the wire with both these players just pushing each other to their limits. What a battle this has been in these first two games that we've seen right now. And now it means for Nihal and Wei Yi, little time to reminiscence, little time to think about. They need to give in their clock bids.
Exactly, they're bidding for time now. The lowest bid will get the black pieces in the next game, will get draw odds. So 2 results, a win or a draw, would get them through. Nihal, it feels like he was on the front foot towards the latter part of this game. He was definitely on the front foot in the first encounter today. Despite 2 draws, he might feel he's the better player right now. How risky does he go with his bid, Tanya?
How low can you go is always the question with Armageddon. Anything below 7 minutes to get those black pieces is always a shocker for me, David. I'm expecting around a 7.5 to a 7.40 mark bid by Nihal, and similar for Wei Yi right now. You know, the funny part is for the first 2 games, both of us said draw is the least likely outcome, and that's the narrative the games took. So I'm not sure if our predictions mean anything at this point.
Yeah, maybe that will make them braver and want the black pieces, want those draw odds. The fact that even crazy positions do seem to go towards a draw at 7.28. Wow. 7.28 from Nihal Serene. We'll get Wei Yi's bid in a second.
So around the 7.5 minute mark, trying to get the black pieces makes a lot of sense. I think that's a safe bid. Looking at 2 draws that have happened, getting that result odd. Will Wei Yi win the mind battle? Will he outbid Nihal? And he outbids him. He goes 7-9. Wei Yi starts with the black pieces. Nihal, 10 minutes on the clock, will take white.
Wow, Nihal Serene will be in a must-win situation. That is brave from Wei Yi. Yesterday, we saw an almost reckless bid from Alireza Firouzja, not just once, but twice, going under the 7-minute mark. Wei Yi just above 7 minutes, but that's a 3-minute deficit. He will be banking on the fact he holds on, but the first game today, he had black, nearly lost. That was with level time. He's got to do it again, but with that clock handicap.
The format so deadly, we call it Armageddon in chess, and this is it, David. At the end of this game, 1 key will be crushed. For Wei Yi, there's no other path. He has to play for win. A draw will not suffice. What does he have? Up his sleeves.
Now it's going to be a difficult one for both. There's going to be nerves jangling. Armageddon is everyone's favorite format. And yeah, that key crushing will occur just after this game. But whose key will survive? Which team will be celebrating come the end of this encounter? Whose journey will continue? Nihal looking very focused now. Looks locked in.
He has to be locked in. It's the Allianz vault right now to get that win with white. Absolutely critical, or the end of his dream here in Paris for Nihal Serene. What a match it has been for these 2 players. Nihal starting with the white pieces. Are we expecting another Jabava London?
Oh, I think whatever we're going to get, he's going to keep the pieces on the board. That's clearly been his strategy. Armageddon, you normally go very direct, attack from move 1, or you play a bit slower. Keep all the pieces on the board, prolong the game, hope that you maintain your 3-minute time advantage right till the death when the opponent's clock ticks down, then change the pace, then go for blood. But yeah, I think it's the latter strategy. Nihal with that Jabava London, he kept a lot of pieces on for a long time. It was slow, it was steady, and he wanted his chances only later. I think, if not the Jabava London, something equally kind of along that vein, keeping the pieces on the board.
This promises to be a thrilling battle. Now, one player who needs to be steady but not slow is Wei Yi with 7 minutes and 9 seconds on the clock. David, that is so borderline of how low you can go for the black pieces right there. So speed, absolutely critical in the first 15 minutes. And it's go time. It's Armageddon.
It's go time. Armageddon, let's get it on. There we go. Knight's coming out. It's the Reti opening from Nihal Serene. He simply keeps those pieces on as we predicted. He's going to get his king castled. And black now is also going to Fianchetto. This gives white a lot of options, Tanya. But I think this was something that maybe could have been predicted by Wei Yi, that Nihal is happy to go slightly offbeat, not direct here, not allowing Wei Yi to trade off all the pieces early.
And eventually we will see a trade right now. I like that approach, David. Keep as many of them as possible. Get Wei Yi low on the clock before making critical decision. We see the first imbalance in the position with Nihal's central pawn moving forward, lined up against that black bishop. Be careful, jumps, but till that d5 pawn is tender, Nihal is safe.
Exactly. And we'll see exactly what he has in store here. bringing out the queen like this must be opening preparation. The speed with which Nihal Sarin is making his moves, he's definitely surprised Wei Yi here. Wei Yi spending a little bit more time than his opponent. That's not a good sign. Being surprised as black when you're already down on time, that is the worst case scenario. But the white queen is a target, looks a bit clumsy. Black's bishop coming out to hit a pawn. White's knight stepping back, and you mentioned d5, Tanya. Black's central pawn under heavy fire right now.
It really is, and it isn't comfortable to defend that with moving your e-pawn ahead. That could trap that bishop on the light square, which just came out for Wei Yi. Instead, he brings the queen out. He's eyeballing that pawn next to the white king. Some knight jumps, but it is a pawn sacrifice.
It is a sacrifice. Black's compensation is that the pieces will come to nice squares, nice centralization. White's queen a bit offside. White's got multiple pieces still asleep on the back rank. So time, I guess he's trading off for this pawn sacrifice, but the acid test is surely to take it. Nihal, he can't really develop his pieces. White's dark squared, bishop stuck, rook stuck. You have to take the pawn, cling on and hope.
Someone tell Nihal about piece development in openings. I mean, all 3 games, what we've seen, the narrative right out of the first 15 moves, multiple pieces on the home rank.
Exactly.
That's not how chess is supposed to be played, David Howell.
That being said, the top players, they know the rules, so they also know when to break them. Nihal, definitely don't try it at home. That's the vibe of his chess today. Massive risk taken, really asking a lot of his own position and the resources, but he's now a pawn up. At least there's something to cling on to long term. Pressure's on Wei Yi on the clock, but also to justify that pawn sacrifice.
Well, one move that comes to mind, which has a very human approach, line up your rooks on the open lines. The C file I see the D file, which will come with a pin along that central line. Get that rook there. Again, clock's such an important factor here. Wei Yi dropping below the 6-minute mark. He brings the rook from the edge to D8, threatening the e-pawn moving forward. You pin it and you win it. So Nihal needs to watch out.
Yeah, something about that white rook in the center, the fact that it's undefended, he has to kind of protect it now, he has to get pieces out, and yeah, he has to walk a tightrope, it feels like, Nihal Sarin. Put pressure on the pinned piece, as they say. That D-file, massive tension, and really awkward pin. What is he going to do to protect his rook?
It's not a comfortable choice to make if you're Nihal Sarin right now. You can't fall back with the bishop. You can't move the other bishop to connect your 2 rooks because the B2 pawn, also soft in the position, will fall. With dire consequences, that one. Either you over-defend your bishop on D5, move that E pawn ahead, or move the C pawn ahead. Very tricky choice to make. Not that much time.
And there we go, multi-purpose move. He blunts the black dark square bishop on the diagonal. The white queen now defends her rook in the center along another diagonal. Very, very healthy move, but black is so active. There might be tactics in the air.
You're looking for them already. You're smelling tactics, and as does Wei Yi. He plants his bishop at the center, and that might look like a sacrifice, but it is a double exclam. That's a brilliancy, the first of this game right now. And the idea is if that white was to capture the bishop, you lose your own key of the position. Pawn takes bishop, rook takes bishop. Lots of weaknesses around the white king, and that d4 pawn hanging as well.
Exactly, and suddenly the white king is a bit airy. The squares around it that look very, very tasty for black's pieces. This is a beautiful severance tactic, cutting the connection between the white rook and its bishop. Not just that, but you're forcing the hand because black is also threatening a pawn with a check. Maybe Nihal's going to have to head into that variation, or maybe he's got something else up his sleeve.
You said pawn with a check? I see a pawn with a check for Nihal Sarin. He could go counter tactics in this position, and then it just blows up. And that's too much for me to handle right now, David. If bishop takes pawn and then you capture the bishop, what are we making of this complication? This is going through Nihal's mind right now.
Definitely, and here black can recapture the pawn in the center. White will be a pawn up, but as we mentioned, with so many sleeping pieces on the first rank, black has definite compensation. Just looking into the future, this might be something we see, and it will be black on the attack to justify the pawn sacrifice. Nihal, burning his time advantage, needs to move fast.
Wei Yi is a deep calculator. Nihal knows exactly when to calculate and when to go on autopilot. And I think this is those critical moments where you need to spend that extra minute. He goes for the more cautious approach. He blunts that bishop out. No bishop takes pawn for you, Wei Yi. He hits it. And is this the moment that you capture the bishop that would allow a pawn takes bishop at the center with a healthy pawn structure for white? I like this approach by Nihal.
Yeah, safer. He was looking at the sharper lines, and we were looking at them too, and we were unsure. He's unsure too, so he keeps it nice and solid. This pawn push, he's hoping to erect a nice pawn wall in the center. A bit of a blockade created on the dart squares. I still like Wei Yi's chances, to be honest, especially because the White King, so many weaknesses, holes around it, but the immediate damage has been averted, and the clocks continue to tick. Nihal is keeping the game alive. 1.5 minutes up. There we go. Bishop's off the board. Opposite color bishops now, but can Wei Yi create any attack at all?
And that damage is eternal. With the light square bishop gone, nobody is fighting for those squares if you're Wei Yi's king right now. So many pieces offside, the other side of the board as well for white currently. And for Nihal, that is big problem. Wei Yi doubles down on the d-file. He's threatening a central break right now. The e-pawn moving 2 steps forward. You're pinning the d4 pawn next. Pressure on Nihal.
Yeah, huge pressure. I wouldn't be surprised to see him over the next 2 or 3 moves kind of spend time, his kind of time in the bank here, invest it here and now, just to ensure survival. Because if you don't stop Black's central pawn break, the e-pawn pushing forward, you might just get knocked out very quickly. All of Black's pieces, this has been the theme of the day, Tanya, all of Wei Yi's pieces, active, centralized. Nihal, coordination minimal, and yes, he's a pawn up, but that's pretty much the only good thing we can say about White's position.
Quality of pieces over quantity of pawns has been the name of the game today. And look at that, you're up a pawn, what do? I'm scared of your attack, I want the queens off the board. I'm expecting Wei Yi to deny that trade right now. Keep the queens on, play for the light squares currently. Getting the queens off will only give Nihal more room to breathe. Oh, he does it.
He does it. This is the match situation, the Armageddon, and the draw odds playing a role. I think Wei Yi, on any other day, if he needed to win, would have kept the queens on. That was probably a better move. But he knows a draw is enough, so he gets the queens off. He's trying to regain his pawn, win back the pawn in the middle of the board. And he feels he's taking less risk here. Makes some sense due to the match situation.
Very professional approach by Wei Yi right there. Trailing the match, he would have never gone for this, but this Armageddon demands it. A draw with black means that Wei Yi continues his path at the EWC. Now Nihal expanding with that pawn. He wants to try to hit the knight. The rook on a1, hitting the pawn on a7, but Wei Yi's piece is beautifully placed to stop any potential threats.
Yeah, all the light squared are covered right now. The light squares, if there's a blockade, you cannot bypass them. How are you ever going to win this game? If all the rooks come off, most likely a draw. Black doesn't rush to regain the pawn. A mysterious bishop move, hitting the white rook. That will likely be blocked by a pawn, and the bishop is going to go further back. I'm not exactly sure what he's trying to achieve here, Tanya, but at least he's trying to get some quick moves, and this was it. A discovered attack, the black rook suddenly on the 5th rank, hitting the white bishop. He got his own bishop out the way first, but this looks maybe a bit too flashy.
And did he take enough time to calculate all of that? I do see the bar went up right after this decision, which means there are potential tactics in the position apart from obvious moves. Now, if Nihal picks up that bishop, that is exactly what Wei is hoping for in this position. But it smells like there's something deeper here. Will Nihal find it?
Yeah, it's fascinating. Earlier, there was this weird bishop tension. White's bishop on d5, black's bishop on d4 next to each other. Now there's weird bishop tension again. Both bishops hanging. And most likely here, in order to win this game, Nihal needs to keep as many pieces on the board as possible. Most likely he moves or defends his bishop. More trades, that's more safety for Wei Yi. Closer to the draw and an Armageddon victory. I think he needs to move his bishop, Nihal Serene.
Absolutely. If you're looking for that win, you need to make a decision that doesn't trade that off. And I'm just looking, and he does exactly that. I'm also eyeing that rook at the center of the board, which can be hit with the c-pawn moving forward. You know, David, the reality is it doesn't have too many squares.
It's getting kicked. The rook moves, mistake apparently, and suddenly Nihal with a big advantage. First big mistake of the game. He has to keep pushing those pawns. Black's pieces are so loose right now.
It's the idea we were talking about when the b-pawn went up the board. You want to destabilize that knight. The white rook beautifully placed without making a single move in the game to pick up that a7 pawn next. Nihal's taking over in this endgame.
Taking over, and look at it, Nihal there on the camera, suddenly stretching. He's hitting the knight. Where does this knight go? If it steps back, then white's knight can start jumping forward as well, hitting the black rook. As we mentioned, the white rook is ready to swoop in and maybe creep in behind with some attacks, checks against the black king. Suddenly everything is hanging, and white can just consolidate. White can just hold the fort. 3 protected pawns about to go up in material, and black's rook is in no man's land, trapped behind enemy lines.
He goes forward though, gets a question mark, but he's getting aggressive. Is Wei right now trying to get behind enemy lines on his turn? I want to point out that suddenly Wei's king also has got the Swiss cheese right there with the black holes.
Black holes that the bishop can come into, but more importantly, Tanya, huge move. The knight is trapped, nowhere to go. You can bring your bishop back and hit it, trap it. This is a huge advantage. You can also bring the bishop forward. So many nice options. He does find it, and here we go. Look at this, rook sacrifice, and the knight will survive, but suddenly Wei Yi losing on material.
That is huge right now. And knight does jump in, hits that white rook. All you need to do is get it to safety. You could choose your own square. Nihal takes a breath. He knows he's so close to continuing his run right now. But he was up a rook in that game one. And he knows it's not over till the last move isn't played against Wei Yi. Which square does he choose? I just think you can even grab that pawn, David.
You can. Plenty of squares for the white rook to use right now. The most impressive thing for me here, Tanya, it's a critical moment. Both of these players' lives on the line. They could be leaving the Esports World Cup, but their heart rate's still pretty low. Wei Yi's has been rising. Nihal's down under the 80 mark, and he finds a great move. The white rook just cements everything. The pawns are protected. He covers the c4 pawn. Black's knight alone is not going to create enough damage. Black's bishop now cannot get greedy. Fantastic move there from Nihal Serene.
Absolutely. A controlled performance is this one on the heart rate as well. Such an invaluable skill asset to have in this format. Control on the nerves in the position. The bishop denied any activity. Where is Wei Yi going to find it? You could start jumping with your knight, hitting the white rook at that center of the board, but that's just a one mover. As long as Wei Yi's rook remains in his half of the board, I don't see any problem for Nihal.
Exactly. And okay, he's banking everything on this pawn pushing forward. The downside is that it's easily blockaded by white's rook or bishop. And white has control over the dark squares. The white king is going to come soon as well. The black knight doesn't really have too many jumps if the white king is able to centralize itself. Wei Yi, he's banking everything on that pawn, Tanya, but it's not enough.
You don't have any assist to get into that second rank. Now that the king has moved away from any potential future knight checks, the black knight can't even find itself on that central square. You would lose that pawn. Instead, Wei Yi consolidates the right flank. No more advancement for you there, Nihal. He captures a massive diagonal on the board. Watch out for any back rank checks.
Wow, Nihal Serene's accuracy in this game, just incredible. Playing such fantastic moves, and he's really sped up as well. It feels like the danger is past. Look at this, just everything defended, so professional. All the pawns protecting each other now. White's bishop controlling all the key squares. Black's knight, it looks nice, but it's trapped. It simply cannot move. And all he needs now, Nihal, is to find a second avenue of attack. He's material up. White's rooks, if they are able ever to get onto the open lines or towards Black's back rank, it's just game over. GG.
And the one thing stopping all of that from happening is Wei Yi's knight on c2 controlling some key squares for the white rook to find an open line. Meanwhile, Wei Yi's rook doing a defensive job as well. And this is what you were talking about, a big trick in the air. Rook takes knight was a massive threat with the idea of a checkmate.
Ooh, and that has been denied, at least for now. Black's king getting off the 8th rank, so any checkmates will not come with tempo, at least. No checks on the back rank. But look at the white's rook, it's going to zigzag, it's going to sneak back now. It took a few turns, but now it's finally ready to slide across.
At some point, I'm also expecting Nihal to open a different avenue with a move like the g-pawn moving up the board to dislodge that black bishop from defending the central pawn. He's getting ready to do just that as Wei Yi's rook finally steps up.
That is denying a exchange sacrifice. White's rook cannot now take that black pawn, give some material back. He's just waiting though, and maybe now, if he wants to, now is the moment. He's going to be a pawn up with a dominant position. White's bishop way superior than the black knight. There we go, giving back some material to simplify this equation. The white rook is about to enter the 7th or the 8th ranks. Black is in so much trouble here. Wei Yi down to the 1 minute mark. The rook can simply get greedy, start advancing.
It's 6 versus 5 on the pawns, a more active rook, a beautiful bishop dominating that black knight every trump with Wei Yi. For Nihal Serene, it's going to be about finding the tricks, trying to fork White's position with the lone remaining knight. He first gets the king into the game. For Wei Yi, he needs to start pushing those pawns.
Feels like there must be a way to trap that black knight, but Nihal shouldn't spend too much time trying to do that. He can keep this simple in so many other ways. Okay, he does go back with his rook. The black knight only has 1 safe square. Now he goes up. Okay, still no jumping squares for that black knight, and a pawn hanging on a7. It's going to be a 2-pawn advantage and counting. This is looking like he can almost pre-move now, Nihal Serene, as the clock goes red under 1 minute. But keep things simple. Start taking those pawns.
And just don't spend too much time on those decisions right now. He's up 2 pawns. He's setting up a mating idea. The pawn couldn't have been captured. Rook 8 was checkmate, forcing Wei Yi's king out to the center. A trade finally, the H-pawn coming up.
He hits the knight. The rook was hanging, had to counterattack against the white bishop there, which now steps back. The black knight would love to enter the center, but there would be some rook checks. Oh, this is so professional, Nihal. He is going to show us his bullet skills now. The king, the bishop combining, the white rook is going to be doing the damage.
He does hit that third pawn, gives a check, does Wei Yi. The king falls back, but there's no good way to defend that pawn. And that's 3 extra pawns on the left flank as Wei Yi has lost his entire army on that side of the board. Hits the knight. The bishop attacked, simply plants it at the center of the board, gives a check, and both players now under 30 seconds.
Oh, the clock is the only thing really here that can save Wei Yi. He needs a miraculous knight fork. Not easy. The knight can't really ever check the white king, or he needs to flag. But checkmate incoming. The black king is boxed in. The white king coming in. Pawns advancing. Nihal missed this move though. The rook stepping back. He's getting close, but can he put the finishing touches on? Knights and bishops off the board. It's a rook endgame. Still plenty of time to go.
And plenty of pawns to go as well. That's 2 extra pawns, but Nihal needs to win this all over again. It's all about the clock. 12 seconds. Is that time enough for Nihal to win a completely winning position?
2 pawns is too many. He would win this if there were an increment. He would win this on any other day, but 9 seconds now. He needs to make a new queen. He needs to get black to swap off his rook for that pawn. He's given up one of the pawns. He's about to promote.
Wei Yi giving up? Right there, and that's it. Nihal Sareen gets the win in the Armageddon, takes the match, and for Nihal Sareen, he keeps the key. For Wei Yi, it's goodbye Paris.
Wei Yi, this is the end of the road, but Nihal Sareen, the man of the moment, the speed he showed there to turn things around. He was seconds behind on the clock. He was seconds up by the time the game ended, but more impressive was the endgame technique.
Just fantastic stuff there, and it has to be said, Nihal in that game 1, so close to victory. For Wei Yi finding his way back into the match, but the Armageddon was where it settled. Both players really taking this one to the edge. What a hard-fought battle and a soul-crushing win there for Nihal Sareen.
Exactly, soul-crushing indeed. We have to say he did deserve it. Probably over the 3 games, he took his chance when it finally did come. But yeah, game 1 he could have ended it as well. And nice to see a handshake, great sportsmanship, a lot of respect between these two. And Wei Yi, we hope to see him back in future years. A fantastic warrior himself. But for now, this is the end.
What a road it's been in Paris for Wei Yi, coming into the plains undefeated, finds himself in the group stage. Fantastic fight today as well, and this was where it was all decided at the end. Nihal Sareen putting the soul in survival there, gives those checks, but not enough. Nihal gets the win, and for more breakdown, we head to the stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we are about to have the key handed over, please one more time, a round of applause for Wei Yi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, officially the key handed over. And now, for those who are not aware, here at the Esports World Cup, that key that Nihal is walking with officially represents a player's tournament life. That represents a player's tournament life. And right now, Nihal has to crush his opponent's key, our first one of this event. Congratulations. Only needing one more to qualify for the finals, ladies and gentlemen. One more for top 8. Nihal right here. You can press ahead to crush your opponent's key. This is for all events. Yeah, you just press this forward, brother. Yeah, no worries. It's all good. Don't worry. You're safe. Big Hollywood keep you safe. Don't worry about it, Serene. Okay, there's going to be a little bit of a pop. Be covering the ears up, too. Okay, and it's done. And it is officially done. Ladies and gentlemen, right here, this is the highest level of play as Nihal Sareen takes out Wei Yi and only needs one more in order to push his ticket all the way into the top 8. We're going to be right back with even more EWC. Let's send things to the studio.
And the first official key has been crushed in day number 3, and Wei Yi is officially out of the tournament. But what a run he had from the play-ins into yesterday's competition to today. And man, I gotta say, it was a battle till the very end. And Mike, you are calling it probably the most exciting match out of the past 3 days.
That's right. Nihal got to show his speed in the end, and he was actually a little bit unfortunate to even have to go to Armageddon. We're going to take a look at Game 1's missed opportunity in a moment, but Anna and I were joking. They need to put heart rate monitors on us. We've seen everything in the chess world, and we could not sit still watching that final match. Anna, what were your thoughts on that Armageddon?
Absolutely. I mean, we were both glued to the screen. We couldn't believe what was happening. Nihal was having such a winning position for a long time, but the time was ticking and the nerves were there, and what an epic finish it was.
The only thing we were deprived of was Nihal pre-moving 32 moves in a row to do the king and rook mate. Wei Yi didn't make him do that, but other than that, that match had everything.
Everything indeed, and history between the two, at least when it comes to their performance last year at EWC. They both made it to to the main stage. Wei Yi walking away 9th through 12th. Nihal Sarin, though, getting 5th through 8th, and he's getting closer now, one match away from getting to that point. We're going to see him in just a little bit, but for Wei Yi, again, just to celebrate his accomplishments, to make it to this point, to make it to that stage, protecting his key as long as he did. I mean, Anna, he had a phenomenal tournament.
He absolutely did. I mean, he was looking unstoppable in the last chance qualifier. Wei Yi was just amazing. He's done a great tournament, also versus Alireza Firouzja. It was such a close match. We know that Alireza is one of the favorites in the whole tournament. So Wei Yi should leave being very proud of himself. He's done a fantastic tournament.
Absolutely phenomenal tournament indeed. But let's go back to Game 1, which really set the tone, honestly. And I think this was a moment, Anna, that you were particularly passionate about, and you pulled it out. What are we going to be discussing?
I was very excited when I saw this on the screen because it looked as if Nihal was just able to win a piece. This was the moment. We see that the queen and the rook are both attacking the knight. And in that previous position, when the rook was in the center, White could have pushed the pawn, attacked the rook, and wait, this is a little bit later. But Nihal had a moment there where he really could have force the rook to move away from the protection of the knight. There we go. F4. The rook doesn't have any place to go. He's pushing the pawn 2 steps forward, attacking the rook. And no matter where the rook goes, the rook can be attacked again. And then the protection of the knight is gone. And Nihal would win a piece, which at that level would basically mean winning the game.
I usually make a joke on my channel. You can't push your F-pawn without my written permission. But Anna, of course, you have my written permission. F4 deflects the rook away from the knight. And he would have saved himself about 30 minutes of heartache. But now he's a little bit more battle tested. The only thing that Nihal wasn't prepared for was crushing the key. He was apprehensive about pulling the levers. My hand going to get stuck in the machine?
No, perfectly safe out there, I promise you. But I got to say, yeah, the key crushing is an exciting aspect of it, and he might have to get used to it because he might be crushing yet another key today. Now, for Wei Yi, again, we celebrate his accomplishments. He's been playing incredibly well. Unfortunately, his key has been crushed. However, it doesn't mean that we don't get a chance to catch up with him after that matchup. John Sargent sat down with them. Let's hear what Wei Yi had to say.
Wei Yi, sorry to be talking to you under these circumstances. Please talk to us about that Armageddon game. When we saw Bishop takes d4, it looked like a really crazy middle game.
Yes, I think it was like on my computer, but I'm not sure after e3. I think black should be okay, but I think maybe I went wrong after maybe after queen b3. Yeah, I think should be okay for me, but in a garden game, everything can happen, and yeah. And maybe rook d7 was the mistake. After that, he played b4 and many accurate moves. And after that, yeah, I think I missed the move rook a4. After that, black was just lost.
Now, towards the end of that game, yes, Nihal was winning, but at the same time, both of you were getting very, very low on the clock. We thought someone was going to flag, but you ended up resigning in the end. Do you think you might have been able to try something different to maybe try to flag him?
Yes, maybe, but I think I didn't have too much experience on bullet games, so yeah, so maybe I should play more bullets. Yes, after this.
Well, look, your key's been crushed here at the EWC, but at the same time, it's been a very long tournament. You've gotten very far in it as well. talk to us about your overall experience at this tournament.
Yeah, I think it's even I'm out today, but I think it's really a special experience for me. And yeah, I really enjoyed the games, and yeah, in like LCQ and also in the main events.
Thank you very much, Wei. We look forward to seeing you again soon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doom scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Thank you, John, as always, for the great interview. Anna, getting a little bit of insights into Wei Yi's mind in that matchup.
Absolutely, and we know that Wei Yi said that he's going to practice more bullet in the future so that he can get even better at flagging opponents. I look forward to seeing Wei Yi playing more 1-minute chess.
Yeah, either way, highly consistent, back-to-back EWC appearances. Who knows, maybe next year we'll be seeing him once again. But regardless, though, around the venue, man, it's been insane. I'm hearing fans cheer every which way, left and right. And Trav is going to give us the update with Club Championship Update powered by Aramco.
We're over here at the SCC Arena, and it's Rocket League still throughout the rest of this week. We just had a bit of a kind of rumble going on behind us because Falcons have managed to get a win on the board.
Yeah.
It might not mean too much leaderboard movement, but they're definitely catching up.
Well, to be fair, it does put them 50 points behind AGAL. So considering some of the other games that are happening this week over for chess, and also the fact that they are now in that top 8 with an opportunity to catch even more points here on Rocket League, I think that is quite big for Falcons. This is exactly what they were hoping to get because they looked so strong as well doing this.
Yeah, I will say as well, this puts a lot of pressure on Denis Lazovic over on our stage in chess as well, having to get some points on the board for AGL, or as they might just be caught by the end of this week.
Thank you, Ginny and Trav, for the update. Yeah, it's getting loud just off to my left, and we know why. Falcons are on a tear, and they might be on a tear during our playoffs as well. But Nepo and Neiman, they're up to something. They're giving their tier list powered by Aramco.
Hello, it's Jan Nepomniachtchi from Aurora Gaming.
Hello, I'm Hans Niemann. I play for Godlike.
Now we're going to do some blind rankings of the greatest chess players. No one else but Bobby Fischer. I would probably put him to the S tier because of like his overall influence to the game, which is unmatched by his great, successors. So then it's Mikhail Tal. I mean, there is surely someone like Gary and Magnus are ahead, so probably I put it here, but yeah, I personally would rate him like very, very high, but keeping in mind there are some more players ahead.
Great female chess player.
Magnus Carlsen, but I don't think he would be too offended if I put Gary, one step ahead of him.
Speaks for itself.
Jose Raul Capablanca Eglauspera, one of the best intuitive players ever lived. Probably, I'm not sure about Alekhine, but I put him here, of course.
Certainly a very interesting personality. I would put his personality at number 2, but put him here. His chess wasn't, he was more interesting of a person relative to his chess.
Anatoly Karpov, strong player and great champion. I think he holds the record of the most tournament victories. This was reserved for Gary, so as high as I can.
Put her here.
Wilhelm Steinitz, a real gentleman of chess, and back then, of course, an unmatched personality.
Morphy, great American champion. Put him here.
Okay, I'm lucky here to have Gary Kasparov, so Magnus is not offended.
This must be Kasparov. Yeah, not the worst list. I'm just happy that Fischer is up top.
Thanks for watching, and see you at the Esports World Cup.
All story. Got more players arriving. Jan, good morning. How are you? Well rested, feeling okay?
Morning, yeah, of course.
The international has started. What time did you wake up this morning?
I believe 6:30.
Good man. Watching all the esports. We appreciate you. Good luck in your matches today.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thank you very much, man.
Bye-bye.
All right. Who else we got? Andre, good morning. How are you doing? Did you sleep well?
Yes. Nice sleep.
Like Jan, are you following any of the other esports at the moment? Are you watching the international today?
Not really. I try to focus on chess.
That's all right. It's chess, Esports World Cup, 100% focus. Good luck in your matches.
Thank you.
See you soon.
John, they only have so much time. They've got to focus on chess because they're about to throw down on the stage behind us. Another elimination match, another key to be crushed, and another player to move forward in our bracket. We're moving over to Group B. Jan Nepomniachtchi going against Yesipenko. Let's hone in on Nepo and what makes him such a great competitor.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, one of the very best chess players in the world. He's played the World Championship match twice. And even though he's never become world champion, he's been as close as you can be. Extremely strong player and very strong contender.
Very strong indeed, but a misclick sent him to this position. He's got to recover. But on the opposite side, man, you got Yesipenko who's looking great. But real quick, let me slow my roll. Grandmaster at 16, now 36. Been a Grandmaster for 20 years, and it definitely has paid off given his position. But again, that misclick, the emotions were flaring, but he woke up at 6:30. I don't know, there's a lot of factors going into the matchup today.
You know, he might be one of the bigger gamer fans over there. He was very experienced at Dota for some time, and we've always wanted a 2 esport athlete in chess. He's as close as we possibly could have if he ever gets back into Dota.
That's right. Well, Yesipenko, though, he is on fire. He's been looking great, and a big narrative around him as well. I think they've got a little bit of history going into this matchup.
They do, and in fact, Yesipenko is the only player left from the play-in that could possibly win that 50,000 bonus, and he needs to win 2 matches to get to the playoffs to earn any points for the organizational standings. Virtus Pro is tied for 4th. If he at least gets to the top 8 by advancing, then he'll get a minimum of 200 points, and they'll be vaulted onto a podium finish.
Yesipenko and Nepomniachtchi played each other last year here in the EWC, where Yesipenko first beat him in the group stage, but then something else happened in the lower bracket.
Yeah, unlike a regular tournament, they actually had to play again. They went all the way to Armageddon. Here was the interesting thing. Yesipenko tried a bit of a trick opening on move 4. It was a 4 knights, and he played the so-called Naroditsky variation named after the late American Grandmaster. It worked in game 1, but it did not work in the Armageddon, and Nepomniachtchi was able to hold the draw, and he's the one that eliminated Yesipenko last year in Riyadh.
All right, well, they got history not only last year, but over the past 6 years, they've been going against each other. But it's Nepo who currently holds the lead, but will he hold the lead in the matchup today against Yesipenko? Let's go to the stage to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is officially time. On one side, we have Jan Nepomniachtchi, qualifying from the Champions Chess Tour. This is one of the most accomplished players of his generation, and he is a 2-time winner of the Candidates Tournament.
And he will take on Andrei Yesipenko himself. He had to go through the play-in. He was sent to the lower bracket, took Vladislav Artemiev down in lower finals. That meant he had to face Magnus Carlsen yesterday. Not an easy pick, and now today everything is up for grabs. Another match for the Tournament Live on the line. It is time for the second match of the day on Stream A. Tournament Live on the line. Who can stay alive in EWC 2026?
Thank you, Hollywood, Rob TV. Thank you, Damascus. What a match we have in store. A rematch almost from last year. A lot of history. These two know each other extremely well. Both had very different paths to this point. Andrei Yesipenko has crushed many keys already on his path here. Jan Nepomniachtchi, of course, a world-class player for so many years now. Tanya, I loved it when they were standing opposite each other. That face-off, will we see just as tense a match this year as we did last year?
What a sight that was, David Howell, and that's what I'm hoping for. Right after that match, Jan Nepomniachtchi's words, sometimes you need some pure luck. Now, luck is not what Nepomniachtchi wants to rely on today against Andrei Yesipenko, who did play the world champion, the former world champion yesterday, and a former 2-time world championship challenger today. What a run this has been for Yesipenko here at the EWC, but both of them on their last life. Only one key survives. To answer your question, I'm hoping this one also goes down to the wire, just like our last matchup.
Exactly. We saw an Armageddon earlier in the day between Nihal Sarin and Wei Yi. Will we see that happen again in this match. It's Jan Nepomniachtchi to start with the white pieces. He's extremely strong with white. He can kind of serve with several different hands. He can play E4, C4. He has so many different specialties in his repertoire. Andrei Esipenko also fantastic in the opening, maybe a bit more tricky with his openings. Let's see how things kick off. It does feel like Jan Nepomniachtchi will be aiming to strike with white. His score, at least so far in this event, with white, much better than with black.
I'll add another speciality of Jan Nepomniachtchi. One of his greatest weapon has to be tempo on the clock and psychologically as well. Now for Esipenko, how battle-hardened is he? He survived the pressure in the plains. He survived elimination 4 times today. He faces it one more time. Game 1, and we are off. Jan Nepomniachtchi with the white pieces chooses the English. I've got a happy co-commentator here.
Exactly. English opening. Jan Nepomniachtchi's been playing this for many years, but it does transpose to the Queen's Gambit declined. An exchange variation here. White's bishop coming out. Tanya, I've got to say, look at those heart rates. Already pretty high for a baseline. The game just beginning. This shows how much the players want it. This shows that nerves will jangle. The previous encounter, Nihal Serena Wei Yi, their heart rates were 80, 85 when they had 1 minute left at the height of the climax of the games. Here we start on a high.
David, for so many of the world's elite, the EWC is potentially a career-defining event, and to play their hearts out. Now, they both know that they are on their final life. They need to win to keep the run going, and it's already a fantastic opening that we've got. We see a trade, an option to pick up one of the 2 knights for Jan Nepomniachtchi. He barely takes a pause. He goes for the center one.
He goes for the center one. He might be about to pick up the second knight. We could see 2 knights versus 2 bishops if Jan Nepomniachtchi now captures the black knight on the edge of the board, wrecking black's pawn structure. The argument here for Andrei Esipenko, with his structure ruined now, is that his bishops will come to life a bit later as things open up. But for now, Jan Nepomniachtchi, with a choice as well of which way to castle his king. There we go. He slides across to the left to the queen side. It's looking very dynamic already and clear, this last move, that Andrei Esipenko is still in his preparation.
Exactly 1 year ago is that matchup that happened in EWC where Jan Nepomniachtchi survived a dead-lost match situation and won in an Armageddon. Esipenko, 1 move away from getting that victory, was knocked out. This is a massive grudge match, and I have to say, the opening we have, these both are playing like it's a grudge match. The queen out early, black's king still in the center, maximum tension to open up those central lines. There is a pawn hanging on the right flank of the board. This is absolute chaos.
Wow, I've been commentating for so many years, but I've never seen this. This is such a rare variation. Queen's Gambit declined is supposed to be super solid, but this has exploded already. We're only 13 moves in, and black is just letting the center burn. Black's queen, though, going pawn hunting. Black's bishops will come to life if there's a capture in the center. Tanya, tactics galore. Andrei Esipenko clearly has studied this, and Jan with his last move, relatively quick. I'm going to say a good choice, bringing out his knight, stopping any checks from the black bishop.
Jan being quick is not something new in the chess world. Tempo, speed is one of his biggest strengths. He truly uses the clock as a weapon. I have to say, though, optically, it just looks like White has managed to finish development, has beautiful pawns at the center of the board. The knights are out as well. I'm doing a quick math here. With pawns in the balance, until those bishops come out, until you find king safety if you're Esipenko, you're the one on the back foot.
Definitely. And the first real pause of the game from Andrei Esipenko. Will the black queen get greedy, start grabbing some pawns? Will we see him exchange off in the center, break that tension finally? There was a trap on the last move if White had gotten greedy and grabbed black's central pawn with some bishops coming out. The bishops now unable to activate yet. But, okay, just to show what could have happened on that last move. If White's knight hadn't come out, stopping the black bishop from giving a check, if White had captured instead, there would have been a deadly game over already. Black could give a check, for example, first, forcing the white king onto a vulnerable diagonal. Queen and king now lined up. Instead, we go back to the position. This would have been deadly. The knight coming out stops that idea. Instead, there's been a trade in the center. Black's bishop still pinning the white knight to its queen, and White defends. Watch out, the black king now eye-lined. X-ray vision, there might be some tactics.
There's an X-ray vision, and right next to that is a line that's been blocked. So black can't even get to safety on that left flank. And good luck making the decision of getting your king to the right side of the board with the G line already open. That's going to be brave and gutsy. But is there another way to complete development for black?
Well, that might be the only way. But as you say, brave and gutsy, he needs to just kind of close his eyes here, hope for the best, cross his fingers and say, I'm going to castle. He does. Whoa. He finds the best move, Andrei Esipenko. The black king is open. But at least if it gets one more move, slides into the corner, a little bit safer.
But do you have that one move, David, that you so badly want to get your king into the safety? I'm also looking at the H-pawn moving ahead, hit that queen. G-pawn moving ahead, hit that bishop, open up the G-file, give some checks. Andrei Yasipenko looking too cool for this position.
Oh, too cool for school. This is so sharp. This is crazy. And this could still go in any direction, of course. The eval bar says roughly level, but bishops versus knights, that is controversial, often leads to some tactics later. The first move you mentioned, Tanya, on the board, Jan Nepomniachtchi is going to go for it. Long term, black is doing fine. So short term, that's where white's chances lie.
And now there's a check on the board. You wouldn't want to trade your queens off at this moment, looking at black king out in the open. But if not, Yasipenko is ready to trade off the rooks in the d-file. What are we expecting? Do you think he's going to offer a queen trade, or is he going to block the check or move the king sideways?
Yeah, normally you would want to move your king sideways, right? But somehow it's just a vulnerable diagonal. White's king would be lined up, stared at by black's bishop, so the block. It was either the queen block or the rook block, but here, keeping the queens on. I think that's just more his style, Nepomniachtchi. He's so good with queens on the board. Even Magnus has said he's one of the best players in the world in queen endings. Queen and rooks on here. Makes a lot of sense. The rook could slide later, maybe, if it's able to unpin itself. Maximum tension right now, and I agree. Black's king needs to get into the corner. Black needs to trade off some rooks. A lot on the agenda. Andrei Yasipenko needs to prioritize. Choose an order here.
What a position we've set ourselves up for in this game one already. There are so many dynamics and imbalances. The pawn formation, the bishop versus knight complex, the king's open, king safety in question for Andrei Yasipenko. Rook on that central line offering the trade feels like the most logical approach in this position right now for Jan Nepomniachtchi. You know, we already saw the triple table smash. What are the chances we get some more of that today?
Maybe a quadruple table smash, who knows? I mean, he's always been a fiery player, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's always been so passionate, so determined. He wants it, and that shows in his style. When he gets the flow, when that dynamism is there, he jumps on it, seizes it, and the opponents can never really rest. And Tanya, I've got to say, the clock situation is one thing, but the stakes feel higher here for Andrei Yasipenko. If black is careless, makes a wrong slip, he could get attacked, it could be game over. If white's careless, maybe it's just a slightly worse endgame, and things continue. So the next few moves, really crucial.
And it's exactly because of those attacking possibilities. If you're Yasipenko, you want to get pieces off the board. The fact that he's taken this pause before getting that rook to the center line, I'm trying to understand what else could be going on in his radar. What's on his radar for Yasipenko right now? Give Nepomniachtchi one more move, David. That G-pawn pushes the queen out. Then moves one step ahead, pushes the bishop out, opening up pathways to the black king.
Exactly. When the black queen is kicked away as well, there might be some knight checks. White's knight in the center might jump out the way, discovered attack against the bishop. There are tricks galore. And where do you even start calculating is the question. When in doubt, they say shuffle your king in the corner. That king might not be super safe either. And just to show that idea, Tanya, you mentioned bringing the rooks to the center, but that could come with a downside.
Let's take a look at that, because this feels like the most reasonable response if you're Yasipenko right now. And then you trade those two rooks, get that off the board, you push the queen out, and then your idea, David, of the knight checks is really something that needs to be investigated. And good luck to Yasipenko trying to work that out with 5 minutes on the clock.
Exactly, a double attack here. Black could try taking with the queen, doesn't really work here. Taking with the bishop instead would allow the white queen to swoop forward, and it looks like a fantastic position for white. Black's bishop will move somewhere. The game goes on, but white with a safer king. And that is why this variation, too scary. Andrei Yasipenko has shuffled his king into the corner, but the same thing happens. The black queen has now been kicked back, and the white knight now entering the middle, hitting a black bishop. Question mark given, a mistake. The black bishop can move. Maybe it can grab a pawn. Maybe the more natural, though, is to slide back and stay on the diagonal.
Again, the need of the hour, brave and gutsy for Andrei Yasipenko. Does he take the bait? He does. He challenges Jan on, and then Jan, after sacrificing, voluntarily giving it up, does a bit of an expression right there, and then leans in, trying to find a way ahead. He doesn't care about the pawn. He's pushing. He's coming for Yasipenko's king. The pawn goes ahead, but still compensation to be proved. Black has enough pieces close to the king for safety.
Exactly. It's kind of a paradox here, because the black queen is totally locked in. The black queen looks passive, a bit stuck, but she's a great defensive piece. She holds everything. Black's light squared bishop, it wasn't about getting greedy and grabbing a pawn. It was just the fact that it now has a nice outpost on the g4 square, protected, but also protecting its own pawns. And black's rook comes to the center now with gain of time. White's knights look nice. but one of them isn't so stable. And yeah, this could still go in any direction, of course. But for now, Andrei Esipenko maybe has dodged the worst.
I completely agree with you. For Jan Nepomniachtchi, he has to checkmate. He has to deliver that attack, a killer blow on the Black King. Pieces come off. The endgame is completely busted now for White. You know, you've got that extra pawn, you've got a bishop pair, you've potentially got a pass on the left flank as well, a direct path for your king to come into the game. That's going to be a very challenging endgame. So whatever needs to happen has to happen in the middle game.
Exactly. He needs the energy now. The next half dozen moves. Jan Nepomniachtchi needs to strike, create some threats. Not so easy. If he takes a timeout, just moves his knight out of the center, defends it, then Black's rooks might start getting more active. Maybe the Black queen slides across one square, and Black's position starts to improve. Black, of course, as we say, doing well long term. Pawn up now. So Jan needs something here. He's investing a bit more time. He had 2-3 extra minutes. That's dropping, but this is the critical moment. He sensed it. That's the experience paying off.
You know, that pawn sacrifice that we saw by Jan Nepomniachtchi, which he barely took any time to give up on, and Andrei Esipenko taking that pause and accepting that bait. It just speaks of their style, right? For Esipenko, calculation. For Jan, sacrifice is based on instinct. He just feels like the attack should flow. And now he's rerouting his knight to that g5 square, gets it back. Ignore the question mark. I think you need more human responses in this position. Still asking some questions. Knight g5, knight h4, a threat in the air. I like this move by Andrei Esipenko. And a queen trade offer down a pawn. That surprises me, David.
Wow, that is strange. And look at that. A frown from Andrei Esipenko. Slightly surprising is an understatement here. It's frankly a bit bizarre to trade off queens when you're a pawn down. No more attack either. That is a sign of panic. He might be holding a poker face, Jan Nepomniachtchi, but I think that he's not so happy about recent developments. Given the question mark, queen's off. It's going to be one-way traffic. The bishop's going to come to life.
He doesn't look so concerned at all, which makes it even more baffling to me right now. An immediate decision by Andrei Esipenko. Attacks the rook. You could shift it sideways, start targeting some pawns on the queen side. He does it. Hits the bishop first.
It's the bishop. The bishop can move. Another question mark there. The black rook can also set itself in the center, defending, getting ready to double up a bit later on. White's pawns are all on dark squares, so he goes pawn hunting right now. Makes a lot of sense. Andrei Esipenko smells blood.
He really does, or at least smells a few pawns on the right side of the board. You know, the H-pawn might not have given a passer to Esipenko, but if the G3 pawn, that's a clear path ahead. If that G3 pawn falls, the H-pawn is coming up the board, needs to be defended. He does that, falls back. And now for Esipenko, there are ideas of striking that pawn chain in the center with the F-pawn moving one step ahead.
Exactly. You can break forward at some point. Andrei Esipenko, a slight shake of the head, maybe frustrated that he's down at 3 minutes already, suddenly realizing the clock isn't his friend. But yeah, those white pawns, once they start collapsing, they'll be like dominoes, falling one by one. If he can get to them, it's game over. We see the game graph. It's been going in Black's direction the last few moves. That momentum is on his side. He wants to keep it that way, but he needs to move. He gives a check. He's down now under the 3 minute mark. It's suddenly a blitz game for Andrei Esipenko. Still, the end, far, far in the distance, though.
And that's because the evaluation rarely determines the result when it comes to these format. And look at that. He makes a very ordinary move, a normal looking move, and it turns out to be a big blunder on the board. Bishop falls back. And here, Jan Nepomniachtchi's opportunity lies.
He has a winning idea, Jan Nepomniachtchi. He doesn't find it. He brings his knight back on the last move. He actually had this idea of forking the two bishops. This bishop is trapped. Now, if it captures a pawn, the bishops get forked. Double attack against the two bishops. Jan Nepomniachtchi rushing past a critical moment. Still had 5 minutes on his clock. Could have gone from almost losing to almost winning in just one move. He's missed it. The game continues. Andrei Esipenko dodged a bullet.
Of when your biggest strength becomes the one that challenges you, becomes a weakness. Jan Nepomniachtchi plays on the clock, but this time rushes his decision. What a moment of miss, but an easy one when you're looking at speed, looking at the clock right there. Jan Nepomniachtchi, the good thing is I don't think he spotted that miss. So he's not playing games with his mind right now. He plants the knight to a really nice square on f6. It's game on. With that knight posted there, that has to be enough compensation.
Yeah, the last 3 or 4 moves, despite that big miss where he could have won a bishop, it does feel like it's been trending in White's favor. The white knight is now glorious. It was on a slightly more passive square. Now it looks fantastic, entrenched on f6, mating nets around. Andrei Esipenko visibly nervous. He's been shaking his head, shaking in his chair, burning a lot of time on the clock. Jan looks calm. And there we go, Andrei Esipenko. This is him making his move to try and end the game as quickly as possible. Down at 2 minutes, he needs to accelerate the play. If there's a trade of pawns, a line opens up the c-file against the white king, which isn't entirely safe yet.
It's really not. And let's just do a quick count. Yasipenko is still up a pawn in this position, has two beautiful bishops. And look at that. He is threatening to trap Black's bishop on g6. f5 is the big idea right now. That bishop cannot leave that square. h5 pawn is hanging. How are you taking care of this threat, Yasipenko?
Wow, this is so chaotic. White might win one of those bishops, but in the process, he might lose all of his pawns. And we there saw a temporary sacrifice of a bishop, getting the white knight. Pawns are dropping, but f5, that pawn push still in the air. Black's bishop might be doomed. Andrei Yasipenko leans back, exhales heavily there because it's still wild, this position, but he just has no time. 1.5 minutes and counting.
No increment in this format. The clock truly is the 17th piece for each of these players. 4 minutes to boot for Nepomniachtchi in this absolutely wild position. You take that pawn on the left flank, f5, you lose your bishop. Is that enough compensation? Is what Andre is asking himself. But there's no way to fight that threat. That bishop is going down on the next move.
Exactly. You can't allow White's pawn on b5 to continue to survive. He does. He panics. He tries to keep his bishop alive. Maybe some checks from the black rooks. But look how powerful White's passed pawn is now. The clock is playing a huge role. Andrei Yasipenko here. Yasipenko, I was about to call him, panicking completely, and it's spiraled out of control.
It really has. It's not only the pawn on c6, but the h-file opens up as well with checkmating ideas on that black king. And Nepomniachtchi knows that the job is almost done as he's about to put finishing touches. He could sever the connection between the bishop and the pawn. Push that pawn to f5. Rook takes pawn. Is this game over?
That's the Arabian checkmate incoming. Rook takes pawn in front of the black king. That would be the end. The black king can start to run, last a little longer, but it's not going to change the play here. White is now running forward with his king. Black's trying to check forever, but the king, hiding in plain sight, advancing forward, is marching towards a black rook, will hide around its own pawn. Andrei Yasipenko shaking his head. No time, no safety. Game over. Jan Nepomniachtchi about to deliver the knockout blow and resigns. Jan gets the first strike in.
It was the table smash yesterday. Today, he starts with a fist bump right there, getting the first win, which means for Andrei Yasipenko, he has to win the second game to force a tie-break. But I have to say that Jan Nepomniachtchi gave him very little chances in this one. That was a game played to perfection.
Exactly. There was maybe a 3 or 4 move window in the middle somewhere where Andrei Yasipenko had an advantage, but it was a difficult position to handle, really, really double-edged, and ultimately the clock making him panic, and the self-destruct there towards the end was very quick. It spiraled so quickly, and there we see him playing through the game. Where did he go wrong? Not easy to pinpoint. A few missed tactics here and there, but he needs to reset, refocus. He gets white in the next one. It's still far from over.
It really is, David. It is the final game, and as you say, the first part of the game, Andrei Yasipenko had a lot to be happy about. He did play dynamic chess. He got his kind of position, but once Jan Nepomniachtchi took control of the attack, he never let him back into the game. And this one, we go into Game 2. Andrei Yasipenko will start with the white pieces.
Okay, and not much of a break here. The players will kick off any second now, get straight back into it. The lessons for Andrei Yasipenko, he just has to play a bit quicker. His opening preparation kind of paid off in the last one. He got a double-edged game. He'll want something equally dynamic in a must-win situation now, and another English opening. And this time it will not be transposing immediately, not yet at least, to the Queen's Gambit declined, as we see Jan play his World Championship repertoire. 2-time World Championship finalist, of course. He knows this stuff inside out. Rock solid for Black.
Not something many chess players can boast of, winning 2 candidates back-to-back. Jan Nepomniachtchi there played his first match against Magnus Carlsen, his second match against Ding Liren. And here he is at the EWC stage, looking for a spot at the playoffs, the biggest stage right now in the esports world. Takes that pawn. The entire center is off the board. And I have to say, with the black pieces, when you're Jan, you're looking for a draw in this one. This is a dream outcome from the opening.
Exactly. Jan has pretty much put all of his eggs in one basket. He's saying, I've studied this, I know this, I've looked at this for a World Championship match. Black is slightly more passive, Black's light square, Bishop still stuck at home, but if you know everything here, it's just a draw. If you study this with computers, that's why Andrei Yasipenko already shaking his head. He's still living in the past. He's still remembering that first game, but he needs to just focus here and now. The opening, I think for White here, not keeping the tension, rushing into an endgame, that shows he's still stuck in that final few moments of the previous game.
And that is the hardest battle that a chess player fights. The battle not against the opponent, but against their own mind. And for Yasipenko, that seems like the bigger one right now. And the position that he has in a must-win game, The big question, how do you create your chances? The queens are off the board. 2 sets of minor pieces off the board. A set of rooks about to come off as well.
Yeah, and sometimes in must-win situations, you need to play a bit offbeat. You need to surprise your opponent. You don't always have to play the best moves. You just have to keep the tension, hope for the mind games, hope your opponent cracks later. But rushing into an endgame like this, he hasn't given Jan Nepomniachtchi much time to crack at all. He hasn't given him too many big decisions. I'm expecting the white knight now to leap forward into the position, but maybe black can even sacrifice a pawn. It's going to be opposite color bishops if that knight captures a bishop or a pawn next, and still very drawish in its tendencies, this type of scenario. Jan looking away, still clearly in his preparation.
He's barely taken any time, and it could be forced right now by Jan. He could hit that knight with his bishop, force Andre into an opposite color bishop endgame, where Jan's rook will be the first to the open file as well. And all those scenarios are an absolute nightmare for Yasipenko.
Yeah, he might win a pawn. He'll have to grind something down. He might have to squeeze water out of a stone. The hand is forced now, attacking the knight. That knight has to either capture a pawn or a bishop to try and maintain the winning chances. But yeah, Jan Nepomniachtchi, if he's able to defend correctly, we see the evaluation bar. A pawn isn't the most meaningful thing here, while the black rook might finally get active after the next couple of moves.
It instantly will. You take that pawn, there will be a couple of trades. Once the dust settles, we'll see the rook land on one of the central files for Jan Nepomniachtchi, looking at an infiltration on the second rank as well. He's forcing matters here in a territory he knows only too well.
And the body language from Yasipenko doesn't show too much hope right now. He needs to grab a pawn. At least you have something to cling on to. Yes, it might be objectively close to level, but you have something to maneuver with a bit later. You hope the clocks tick down. You hope to keep that pawn as long as possible, and still grinding potential. But yeah, you need to keep the speed here. And the fact that he's paused, shaking his head a little bit, shows he's not really full of belief right now.
And he does go for it in a surprising capture, because this not only goes into an activity for the black rook, but goes into an opposite color bishop. He could have taken that pawn with his own bishop, keeping an imbalance of a knight versus the dark squared bishop, but a completely different approach there. Attacks the rook. Jan surprised as well. I'm expecting him to place that rook on the open D line, now threatening a second rank infiltration.
He's coming in. Simple as that. Can't really be stopped now. And a rook trade, Tanya. That would just be a draw. Opposite color bishops, like ships in the night, they bypass each other. Full blockade on the dark squares for black. Even a pawn down, easy draw. So the rooks have to stay on the board for Andrei Yasipenko.
Instant handshake is what would happen if the rooks were to come off the board. But it looks like it is Jan's rook that's the more active one. So to keep those chances alive for Yasipenko, perhaps going to complete passivity for now, put his rook on the second rank, making sure there's no rook coming in for Jan just yet. But how are you making your chances? You need to start pushing those pawns. It's 2 versus 1 on the left flank, but not so easy.
Not so easy. You push your pawns on the light squares, they get blockaded on the dark squares. If you push the pawns forward on dark squares, they might just drop off the board. The bishop steps back. It's now threatening to come back and block the black rook from entering. So this might be the opportunity that Jan Nepomniachtchi wants to enter with his rook. Still a long way to go, I'm going to say, Tanya. Still Jan who needs to prove the draw, but he does have a lot of time on his clock. He's probably studied something similar to this before as well.
Maybe we're just underestimating Yasipenko's approach here, David, because the idea could be that this is the kind of position that you can play on for 1,000 moves. And with little time on the clock, you know, you can keep suggesting at improvements, your king coming forward if you're white, slowly threatening on the left flank with the pawns moving ahead. The bishops will always stay on the board. Well, I said pawns moving ahead. Instantly, Yasipenko blocks that.
Yeah, all been blocked now, and how to advance those white pawns, how to keep rooks on the board. If the white bishop is careless, moves to the wrong square, the black rook might enter the C file, drop down to the first rank, trap the white rook, trade off the white rook, and guarantee a draw. Very, very sneaky move there from Jan Nepomniachtchi. And, okay, Andrei Yasipenko. Yeah, the approach, it's, I'm going to say, high risk, some reward. It's a high risk of a draw. The reward is that you might get a longer game, flagging potential, but you're not going to flag your opponent if you're a minute down.
And especially if that opponent happened to be Jan Nepomniachtchi, who himself is such a speed specialist. Now, I have to say that this is such a tricky way for Jan to handle all his problems right now. Like you pointed out, either a potential trade of the rooks on the C1 square, or the rook coming onto the second rank anyway. And look at Jan Nepomniachtchi. You know, he breathes out. He knows that he's going to move forward. It is going to be extremely difficult for Yasipenko to even keep the rooks on the board over the next 5 moves.
Yeah, and Yesipenko might feel that confidence from his opponent. We saw a moment ago, Yesipenko's accuracy is up at 99%. I think Jan Nepomniachtchi's is also sky high right now, almost at the 100% mark, because this is opening theory at its finest. And there we see it, 99.4% from Jan Nepomniachtchi, 2 exclamation mark moves included. Despite being down a pawn, despite sacrificing it, these players, they know their endgame's inside out. And I think the match strategy, which could be proven genius from Yesipenko if he's able to grind this out. Right now, it's looking like it's not giving him any real chances, burning even more time. He spent nearly half of his start time, and we're only at move 22. And yeah, it doesn't look like he's come up with a plan yet. How to keep the white rooks on the board. The white rook just cannot get active anywhere.
You need it on the 7th rank, and it's not getting there anytime soon. Aurora Gaming brings in Jan Nepomniachtchi. He's the one who's got all the aura in this position. He stops the rook from coming in, Yesipenko, but Jan's got his idea. He attacks the f-pawn. Notice how the e-pawn can't move to its defense. The bishop is hanging there. Not easy to challenge that either. You push that pawn, that's more trade. That benefits Jan as well. Really nicely played there.
Beautiful multi-purpose move. The white pawn's now totally stuck. The 2 versus 1 advantage on that left flank cannot move simply. The white rook cannot get in the game. And as you say, Tanya, white's only way to preserve the material advantage is to step forward one of those doubled pawns, the f-pawn. It gets traded, the black rook comes in anyway. Back to level material now. Jan wasn't even suffering down a pawn for too long. The rook's still active. Not even a back rank checkmate threatened because the black bishop can drop back and defend, but more likely here Jan Nepomniachtchi gives his king some breathing space.
You really want to do that. You don't want to bring your bishop back into passivity right now, expecting one of the pawns to move ahead or the king to slide over towards the center of the board. We can expect the check and the rook to line up against some attacks of the black pawn, but notice how the bishop that Jan has can actually slide back to c5, defend the a7 pawn, and also have a target of its own.
Exactly, the black bishop will hold everything, kind of an active and passive piece at the same time. Black's rook, slightly clumsy, might get attacked by a pawn. We'll see that there we go, and has to choose how to recirculate and get back into the action. But he might just start giving him some checks. White's isolated h-pawn might as well be a target. This one, it's going to be so hard to win, Tanya. The opening choice, I think, just the fact that he wasn't able to reset in time and stop himself from going with the flow. Another shake of the head from Andrei Yesipenko.
It just felt like a play of what happened in the previous round rather than a standalone game itself for Andrei Yesipenko. If you think about the first 10 moves and how he landed himself into this endgame right now. For Jan, a clear path. You can check, dodge the white king, start putting pressure, but he first pushes his own pawn forward. I do understand there is a case to be made for Yesipenko sacrificing material for piece activity. It was really his only hope.
Yeah. He's tried to maximize everything, at least the white rook that we were moaning about, at least I was moaning about. It is in the action, but it doesn't have targets simply. Black's rook controls everything. Look how he's putting pawns, multiple pawns on the 5th rank, where they can be defended by the black rook. The black rook also holds the f7 square, the bishop as well, controlling some nice squares. White's bishop stuck temporarily, pawns can't advance. I don't see a winning plan, and I don't even see a plan to test black right now.
And it's almost double the amount of time for Jan Nepomniachtchi on the clock as well. So I think anyone getting tested, it has to be Andrei Yesipenko right now. He plays the move h3, trying to just create some squares. And look at that, Jan Nepomniachtchi barely pausing before going for the avalanche.
There we go, continuing to advance on the side where he is stronger. Makes a lot of sense. Andrei Yesipenko guards the light squares, hits a pawn, and he's trying to force black here to fix everything. And pawn advance is harder now to achieve. Okay, I like this last move from Andrei, but still, what next is the big question. I think he just has to start hustling here, just go into really cynical mode and start playing very quick moves with white and hoping he gets a miraculous chance later. Hard to fashion anything right now, at least.
He does put the bishop on the longest diagonal, but no targets to be found. The moment the white rook lands on b5 would have put pressure on that pawn, but now that opportunity also taken away. And Yesipenko probably thinking, why didn't I just do that on the previous move? He slides his bishop over, targeting f7, beautifully already defended by Jan's rook. This is going to be a game of shuffling. Black can just shuffle around with the king. King g7, king f8, king g7, king f8. Everything beautifully defended for black.
Yeah, we're seeing the reactions from Yesipenko as his pawn gets hit there. He's just annoyed that he didn't really give himself a chance in this game. That's the most frustrating thing. Must-win situation. You have the white pieces. You still have so many chances, but you head straight into this drawish endgame. Less energy. Doesn't really suit his style either, Andrei Yesipenko.
The one thing that has been set up, though, as you're mentioning chances here, is he creating something, David? The idea of the e-pawn pushing forward, destabilizing the black rook from the 5th rank, and then perhaps starting to target those kingside pawns with a move like rook to b5 eventually landing. Let me point out, once e4 happens, black's rook needs to stay connected to that f7 spot in front of the king, which means you leave the 5th rank for the white rook to step over.
Oh, very interesting, and he might have to go for that at some point. Maybe that chance has passed. Maybe he needed to do it there and then, while the 7th rank was still open for the white rook, staring at a pawn. Missed opportunity, at least, to test Jan Nepomniachtchi. Might not have changed the evaluation, but might have been slightly more unpleasant for his opponent. Now black's rook is back and alive and threatening a check, and chances are disappearing for Andre.
And the threats will continue. It's a check, and then the rook also ready to line up against some pawns on the right flank. While check stopped for now, gives it from d5. You come back to the same square. I mean, this is all Nepomniachtchi needs to do. All he needs is a draw.
All he needs is a draw, and any attempts here to win might even come with some risk for Andre. Position continues to repeat itself. The black rook still trying to get active, and black's bishop doing such a good job of totally blocking the plans of white's rook and bishop.
And if you stepped up far too up on the center of the board, you potentially could have been checkmated in one in that position. So again, forced to draw back with the king is Andrei Yasipenko, and potentially staring at that draw, which would mean the end of his road.
Under 2 minutes. How does he stop the black rook coming in without allowing that repetition, the perpetual check? It's just simply not possible. And white's bishop, it's up a one-way street, and there we go. It's a draw by repetition. 0 chances in the end for Andrei Yasipenko. So professional from Jan Nepomniachtchi, who moves on.
It's Jan Nepomniachtchi's Aurora Gaming continues its run in Paris here at the EWC. The end of the road for Yasipenko, and what a road it's been. An absolute fighter he was in the plains, finding himself in the group stages, but that is it. It will be goodbye for him. It will be key crushing time.
Wow, what a journey for Andrei Yasipenko. He's played more chess than most over the last few days. All of those key crushings that he was able to execute, now it is his own key that will be crushed. But Jan, yeah, he looked in control. Very impressive performance there in both of the games, it has to be said. And he, of course, will be in action again later today.
First game, a shaky up and down roller coaster battle, but the second one, an absolutely controlled performance there, getting the kind of opening you want, needing only a draw, just never giving his opponent an opportunity in the game. Jan Nepomniachtchi goes through.
And both players stay seated. They both continue to analyze to see whether white indeed did have any chances. The answer is no. Shake of the head, the door was shut on Andrei Yasipenko there. I think the opening choice may be something he'll regret, but ultimately Jan looking up, he remembered everything about that opening. He knew too much and was just too strong.
Just too strong today. That head shake almost feels like he could have done better, is what he's expecting from himself, just the high standards he sets for himself. But I think there's a lot to be pleased for in this match for Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Oh, maybe he could just hear us and was shaking his head, disapproving of some of our comments, who knows. But Jan, a job well done. And Andre just reluctant to leave that stage. This will be the last time we're seeing him, at least this year, at the EWC in Paris. But yeah, he'll be back. Still young, still plenty of peak years ahead.
And this will be the second time in a row that Jan Nepomniachtchi has knocked out Andrei Yasipenko at the EWC. For Yasipenko, again, a journey, one to remember in many ways until today, where he crushed 4 keys in the plains, came in, lost to Magnus Carlsen yesterday, dropped down to the lower bracket today, and then out on his way he will be after this loss against Jan Nepomniachtchi.
That tends to be the way in chess, in esports in general. You always have a kryptonite, right? You run into the same player a few times. 2 years in a row, he's run into Jan Nepomniachtchi. We'll see that final handshake, smile. These two know each other so well, a lot of mutual respect. But that's the end of the road for one, as we see the final moments of this game.
It is, and it were these checks that decided all of it for Jan Nepomniachtchi, taking that win in this match. A first round win, a second round a draw, did it all, and we go for the key crushing ceremony.
And another match, another key about to be crushed. As per Esports World Cup tradition, every player is given a key with his name, his hopes and dreams. And every player must give up his key to the winner. It is time now for Andrei Yasipenko to give up his key to the winner, Jan Nepomniachtchi. The key is being exchanged, and thus Andrei Yasipenko has to bow out of the stage. Please, can we have a round of applause for Andrei Yasipenko? as Ian Nepomniachtchi is joining us for the traditional key crusher moment. We've heard a few of them and we'll have a couple more. Ian, congratulations. He's got one more match, of course, to play for after. But before that, it is one of our favorite moments at Esports World Cup. The key is being set and we are getting ready to destroy yet another key. The end of the road for Yesipenko means the dream is still alive on Aurora Gaming side. We are primed, ready, locked and loaded. The key is about to pop. Let's hear it. Ooh! That might have been the loudest for a while, man. Listen, Ian Nepomniachtchi, congratulations again. He will be back a bit later today to play against Denis Lazavic for a place in playoff tomorrow. One more match to conquer for a place in playoff. See you after for more chess at EWC.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Jan Nepomniachtchi, what a battle it was. And you could tell by his face at the end, he gets the win, but he's not happy with it. Either way, he progresses forward. His next opponent is going to be Denis Lazavic. For Yesipenko, though, for Virtus Pro's chances of getting more club championship points comes to an end. And I got to say, seeing his face afterwards, the disappointment, the heartache, I didn't know if he was going to tear up. It really broke my heart, quite truthfully. And I gotta say, it's probably the loudest key crush I have heard yet across the 3 days. Yesipenko did not want to give up till the very end. My goodness, what a match it was. Mike Klein, Nemo, I don't know. Did it go the way you guys were expecting it?
I think that was certainly really tough for Yesipenko. I mean, we could see it on his face in the first game, the heartbreak after he had a better position coming out of the opening with the black pieces. Had these chances to put that rook on d5 and maybe get a little activity out of it, but unfortunately he missed it and slowly went into the end game where it didn't look great.
Yeah, eventually there's a breakthrough on the H file. I think we'll take a look at that in just a moment, but he lost to the same player 2 years in a row, and he actually put up a better fight last year, went all the way to Armageddon. They had this period of white winning every game. When he needed to win game 2 today to equalize, he got nothing from the white pieces, so maybe he should have gone back to that Naroditsky variation, but yeah, tough to lose to a player twice in a row and not put up as good of a fight as he did the previous year.
That's right, and let's give a visual to the viewers. You mentioned a moment, let's pull it up so you can start talking about it. A critical moment, obviously, that led to Nepomniachtchi ultimately getting his win.
Yeah, so kings were cast on opposite sides, and it actually looked like the white king had less protection. But we mentioned this yesterday, you can sometimes use the enemy pawn to protect, and it's actually white that broke through on the H-file. And then here, after the bishop move, white played this key move, pawn on F4 to F5, and that sealed black's fate, because now the bishop can't get back to defend. Now, white was already winning anyway after black's last move, but this absolutely sealed black's fate. We call that the Arabian mate, so-called, because the queen used to not be very powerful if we go back 1,000 years.
Just 1,000.
Just 1,000, yeah. Thank you, Queen Isabella of Spain, for making modern chess more exciting. A shout out to Queen Isabella, but yeah, the Arabian mate was played on the board there.
All right, well, fourth side of Yesipenko, though, again, this is a matchup they've been going through for 6 years across 3 different styles of chess, and it is Nepomniachtchi who usually gets the edge. Now, Yesipenko has, in fact, beaten Nepomniachtchi in the past, but it's got to hurt, right? You get to the EWC stage, you go against an opponent and a friend, clearly, right? Shaking hands towards the end, but really processing the emotions of it. I mean, 6 years of total matches. History goes back, what, 1,500 years? 6 years is just a tiny drop in the scheme of it all, but I mean, for Yesipenko, it's got to hurt to once again lose.
It hurts so much. He had such a battle to get here too. We all know he played in the LCQ. He played in DreamHack Atlanta, and then played in the play-ins here, where he unfortunately lost his first match and then had to basically win, what, 4 matches in a row in order to make it into the main stage. And losing here is tough.
He was the big star earlier in the week just to get to this phase. He played 2 Armageddons, and that represents our last player from the play-ins. They're now all gone. Wei Yi and Yesipenko both losing early on in the day, but his time will come. He does have the benefit of the youth over Nepomniachtchi, so
that's right.
You can't buy youth, can you, Taylor?
No, you can't. Sadly, I'm trying to. Only 34, but I'm getting older every day, and I don't know how it keeps happening. But I will say, though, for Jesper, a great competitor, for VP, a wonderful pickup. You've got to be proud of him representing your club as a whole, because in the club championship race, obviously, VP has been doing a phenomenal job. But for Aurora Gaming, man, they are very happy with it. Now, for Nepomniachtchi, though, not over with just yet, right? He's got another matchup in front of him before he qualifies into the playoffs. He'll go against Denis Lazovic. I want to know your opinions in just a second. But, of course, when it comes to Jesper, a tremendous performance. John Sargent caught up with them after his loss.
Andre, I'm very sorry to be talking to you under these circumstances. It looked like a difficult match. Talk us through the key moments.
Yeah, I think in the first game I had a huge advantage in the end game. I think it was actually just winning because I have two bishops, I have extra pawn. I don't know how I managed to, to lose it, but yeah, I don't know. It was already, I didn't have much time, so I couldn't understand which direction to play. And yeah, probably somehow I lost. And the second game, actually, I had a chance to go to this end game after bishop b7. I took knight b7. I don't know why. I just lost my mind. And yes, in this end game, I think it's a draw. What we got. But if I take with a bishop, we get like rook and knight against rook and bishop. I have rook and knight, which is very unpleasant, in my opinion, for him to play this position. And I just completely forgot about this, opportunity that I can take. And I think it would be difficult for him, at least in practical, to defend. But what I did is just a draw in general. And yeah, I don't know. I was a little bit off today, I think, yeah.
It's unfortunate. Keys obviously crushed here at the EWC, but your reflections on the tournament overall as a whole and your journey this year here in Paris?
I think in general it was a good tournament because, yeah, I managed to qualify to group stage, which was very difficult, and I didn't expect that I can manage it. And I won 4 matches in a row against very, very top players, which I'm proud of. But yeah, in the group stage, I think yesterday I had a good chance against Magnus to win the second game. And it was basically just winning position. And today, as actually last year we played with Jan, also in Armageddon, I had a winning position with him, completely winning. But I managed to mess it up somehow, yeah.
Well, we are looking forward to seeing you back here very soon, and thank you very much for the games and the fight that you've shown.
Thank you. Thank you.
Doom scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Thank you, John, as always, for that great interview. Nice to hear from Jesper. A bit disappointed with his loss. However, he's going to be coming back. I am sure of it. But at least his run for EWC 2026 has come to an end. We got 4 more matches, 4 more keys to crush. Let's take a look at Group B and how it's currently stacked up to be. Nepomniachtchi, I mentioned, he's going to have to go against Denis Lazovic next. Denis Lazovic, the sole representative of AGAL, who's currently in first place when it comes to the club championship points. As far as he can go is always better for AGAL. That matchup coming up in just a little bit. It won't be next, but what do we think about it?
After I saw Denis Lazovic in person this year defeat Hikaru Nakamura in a 26-game match in London, I'm not going to pick against the young man. I've got him in that match. Whoever is the GM of Team AGAL, that's the signing of the year.
Signing of the year, indeed. What a talented player. 26 games. Mike, what even is that? How do you even stay awake that long? Either way, let's take a look, Nemo, at Group A, because it's also shaping up quite nicely. And again, some decider matches for 4 in fact, are going to be just one more match away from advancing into the playoffs, but they're also potentially one match away from having their key crushed.
I mean, this has been an intense last 2 days. We are going to see young Krzysztof Duda face up against Nihal Sarin coming up very soon. And of course, we did see Pranesh beat out Benjamin Bach in what was a very, very tight match on Stream B that also did go to Armageddon. And he will be facing Arjun Erigaisi. So exciting matches. Exciting matches.
Exciting matches indeed. And now moving on to the next one that's about to be on stage. Jan Krzysztof Duda versus Nihal Sarin. Now, Nihal Sarin, we just watched him a little bit ago on Stream A. Heart rate never went above 80. Great composure, a wonderful competitor. But for Duda, though, he is a guy, a man on a mission, EWC experience, and he's looking to go all the way.
Yeah, speaking about Nihal Sarin first, he's the sole remaining Seoul representative. They started with 3, they're down to 1. He's actually trying to repeat exactly what he did in Riyadh, which is lose his opening match and win 2 matches in a row. And we got Duda on the screen. What do you have to say about Duda, Nima?
I mean, I think Duda has a lot of good chances here. He did play last year at EWC, much like Nihal, so, you know, they're both very experienced. But Duda has also famously won the 2021 World Cup, which following that actually had a little bit of a crisis in terms of his chess, where he was not too certain about if he wanted to keep playing, considering how much pressure there was on him. And you know, he did luckily bounce back for us to see him here now on this stage, because in 2024 he did come 3rd at the World Blitz Championship.
So he has a history of playing, clearly the case, Grandmaster for a reason. But on the opposite side, you kind of briefly touched on him. Let's go a bit deeper. Nihal Sarin, Weibo Gaming, he's been playing incredibly well. He just won on the stage behind us just a second ago. Now, I'll tell you what, as a competitor, it seems like his composure might be the best out of everyone we have at EWC when it comes to our chess tournaments. His heart rate always stays low. If he gets in difficult situations or in a time crunch, he holds his own.
He absolutely does. Think about last year. He beat on demand Anish Giri and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. That's not an easy thing to do. And the only reason that he left Riyadh is because he lost to a guy named Magnus Carlsen. So he's got the pedigree. He looks more nervous during interviews, actually, than we should heart rate him when we ask him the questions. And yeah, but actually on stage playing chess, you're right. Standing heart rate never gets above 75. He looks very comfortable up there.
Very comfortable indeed. And Nemo, this is in fact a qualification match. Whoever wins goes to the playoffs, get our 5th spots right. With the others, whoever loses, key is crushed.
It is going to be quite challenging for Nihal. He did play against Duda earlier this year, and unfortunately Duda beat him 3-0. So this is very much a revenge story here in the making.
That's right, revenge in the making. It seems like we have revenge written on every single matchup that we've had so far, but these two titans are ready to battle. They're ready to take the stage. One moves forward, the other has their key crush. It's going to be Jan Krzysztof Duda versus Nihal Sarin on the stage just behind us.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our first qualification match right now. Tournament life on the line, of course, and the winner of this match will be back tomorrow in the playoffs, in the top 8. On the right side of your screen, you can see Nihal Sarin. He beat Wei earlier. This format is his home. He's known for his speed, his accurate calculation, and his calm decision-making under pressure. He did it once today. Can he do it again?
And on the other side, we have Jan Krzysztof Duda, who has been one of Poland's leading chess players for more than a decade, becoming a grandmaster at only the age of 15. And right now, ladies and gentlemen, they're about to go to war, as only one will qualify for the playoffs. It's time. Jan Krzysztof Duda versus Nihal Sarin.
What an entrance. And we have our very first decider. I'm Yovi, and joining me here to call all the action, it is my good friend, Grandmaster Ben Feingold, and we are ready for the action that is gonna come.
Yeah, today's my favorite day of the competition because it's key crushing day, Yovi. Everybody gets their key crushed when they lose a match today, and this is one of the decider matches to see who plays tomorrow. We have one of my picks, Nihal Sarin versus Duda. This is one of the few matches where I don't think there's a big favorite. Their ratings are pretty similar. Their strengths are pretty similar. And I think probably Nihal is more known for his speed than Duda. Duda's also a fantastic blitz player, and it's going to be a great match. I can't wait to see whose key get crushed. Hopefully not my guy. I picked somebody yesterday. I can't have all my guys getting crushed. So I saw there was a poll of who do you think was going to win, and I was surprised. Nihal had 75% thinking he was going to win. I thought it would be closer than that, but Nihal probably has a lot of fans because he plays so much on the internet, has such a high internet rating. So they're playing on the internet now. They're about to get set up, got their heart rate monitors on. As was said earlier, Nihal's heart rate's always pretty low. It's a pretty cool customer. And I like what Mike Klein said, that his heart rate went up during the interviews more than during the game. So that's pretty funny. Anyways, having trouble adjusting his headset. Looks like they're about to get ready, Ovi. What do you think? What are your predictions for the match?
It's going to be a close one. It might even be decided by Armageddon. We have Jan Krzysztof Duda, his handle is Polish fighter, and that is his trademark brand of chess. It's aggressive, it's creative, and always he's down for that fight. And we have our move, Jan Krzysztof Duda playing with the white pieces. It is opening up with the queen pawn, and we're seeing Nihal opening up with the knight pawn. Pawn structure is pretty flexible for the time being as we find out what is going to be Nihal's response. He's not quite comfortable with his headphones. Put it on. You can't hear us, Nihal.
He took the headset off so he could hear us do commentary. You can't do that.
You can't do that. And indeed, look, we have a classical, very traditional approach. Black marks their claim in the center.
Yeah, we've seen this a lot this tournament. Black's been playing. Ooh, speaking of not seeing anything in the tournament, H6. Okay, that move I don't know, stopping bishop g5. A lot of times at this level, black plays bishop to b4. Black still hasn't decided where he's going to put the bishop. Nihal has 3 squares for the bishop. He just leaves it on f8. Will he go to d6, e7, or b4? They're all possible. h6, not a very common move, but Duda played very quickly. And Nihal's still having trouble with his headset. I guess he wants to know what we think's going to happen, but we'll have to be quiet while his headset's off so he can't hear us.
Exactly, and that's going to be very difficult for us to keep quiet because this position, well, is brewing up for something interesting. H6, not a very popular move, but it sure is a trendy one as the players, they look to those parts of the beaten track, and here we come. We're seeing Nihal offering up a trade of dark squared bishops. Usually white takes it. Is Jan Krzysztof going to go down that road? Is he going to keep that tension on the board, drop back with the bishop, or even throw in the knight into the center, block it up? Okay, we have a trade.
This is why I'm a commentator and not a player. I spent the whole time commentating about how Nihal was a cool customer, has a low heart rate, and then I check and Duda's heart rate is much lower. So I guess Duda's the cool customer. Nihal had a higher heart rate than usual because of his headset. So he's not really bothered by the chess. He's bothered by peripheral stuff like interviews, headsets. The position's about equal. White has a tiny advantage because I like that pawn structure better with white squared bishop not being blocked by the center pawns. But this will be a slow maneuvering game. Both players have to be happy with the result of the opening. They both have the same heart rate now. The times are exactly the same. It's about as even as you could get, Yovi.
It's as even as you can get. I tell you one thing, though. Look at where the pawns are pointing. For white, they are pointing to the left. So that is where the action is going to develop. For black, they are pointing to the right. And that's exactly what black wants to do. They want to eventually just jump in with a knight into the center. But for the time being, watch out. The queen is about. And the queen just sidestep over. And Nihal, really, I hope he's not hearing us. He's going for the king.
Duda's playing the Beyonce variation, to the left, to the left.
Exactly.
But nothing much happening right now. Just slow maneuvering. Nobody really has an advantage on time, heart rate, or clock. So I think neither one of us will be surprised, Yovi, if this match goes into Armageddon. He's trying to play on the left. Duda's playing queen a5, attacking the a7 pawn. Now black's pawn structure on the queen side is nice and solid. Everything's defended. And the question is, for me, is black going to maneuver the knights to different squares? If I was black, I'd try to get my knight to d6. I just don't know how to do it. A lot of times we play knight b6 to c8, but we can't do that here.
Well, there you're seeing it in action, Ben, as we see the knight quickly jump into the center, and Duda says, well, that knight was on my side of the board, get rid of it, and now the bishop is there, and Ben is advocating a very thematic maneuver.
I'm advocating black giving his knight away for nothing, because he played a6, he can't play knight b6 to c8. The knight really wants to go to d6, but it looks like it has to go to f6 to e4, which will proffer more trades. Queen c7, that's an interesting move. That's not what I would have expected. Looks like Duda's having fun with his queen this game.
Exactly. He loves the queen at the minute. She is the MVP. She is going all over the board. She probably wants to keep an eye on her king because the white king, is undefended as it stands.
Yeah, it's a pretty stable position. Lots of trades. Nobody's really threatening anything. The queen goes back to the right side of the board. There was nothing really to attack on the left side of the board. And the question is Nihal going to start to trade knights with knight f6 to e4, or is he going to try to get his knight around to d6, controlling all these key squares? Again, I don't know how to do it. It's going to take a long time. The engine says it's about equal. Both sides playing very solid this game. Nobody really has made a big threat. There's no pawn breakthroughs. It's not easy to decide what to do. Usually in positions like this, I take too long and I try to figure out where to put my pieces and I get in time trouble. Okay, I like what Nihal did, and maybe he will play my idea, knight e8 to d6. Although white's playing knight c5 first. So probably black has to play. Oh, wow. That wasn't on my analysis board. Wow, playing g5. Okay, but again, the queen's been moving a lot, Yovi, and Nihal wants it to move again.
Exactly. And look at that move, asking those questions to Jan Krzysztof. Jan Krzysztof says, hey, you know what? The queen was vulnerable. If it stepped back, let's go forward, offer up a trade. And I got to say, it's been a long maneuvering game. But that knight that white has on the left is primed and ready to jump in. So still really tense as the players try to find the right plans just to annoy their opponent as the queens come off the board. And the big question for white is, yeah, you jump in with the knight. Lovely knight right there, happy in the heart of black's position. But what next as Nihal just moves the king up the board? Because I'm expecting Nihal to eventually decide that that knight is no good and drop his own knight to challenge it.
That's right. And you can play knight d7 later, as you pointed out, to do that. White has two plans in this position. White can play either f3, e4 and advance to the center, or white can play on the left side of the board again and play b4, a4, b5, the so-called minority attack. But Nihal immediately played the idea you suggested, knight d7. Get rid of that knight on c5, it's too good. And the position looks pretty equal. White doesn't want to trade. White played knight b3. It's really hard for white to envision either plan working now with f3, e4, or b4, since the knight on b3 isn't really very well placed. I think the knight's going to go on the left side of the board again. It's going to play knight a5, keeping that rook on b8, defending the b7 pawn. Not much to do for either side, just slow maneuvering around. And both sides have a lot of time on their clock. We're still early in the game. Nobody's made a mistake. It's pretty equal. It's a maneuvering game, and it'll get exciting later as things heat up.
Yeah, I feel like this is a game of cat and mouse as we see Jan Krzysztof. He's moving his knight away. He's keeping Nihal guessing. He's like, as you indicated, well, maybe I'm going to go in the center. Maybe I'm going to go on the left with the pawns. But everyone, just watch where that white knight is headed and watch what the pawns are going to be doing. Nihal at the minute, all he can do is like slowly improve his position, try and move his rooks around, and just wait and see what Jan Krzysztof decides to do. And here it comes. The rook starts moving up. Maybe he wants to double, come in with the knight again. Maybe he wants to go for, you suggesting, taking control of the center. And now what next, asks Nihal.
Yeah, whenever I'm analyzing these games, I'm always looking for repetitions, because sometimes grandmasters will draw to play the next game. And I was thinking knight c5, knight d7, knight b3, knight f6. But instead, finally, maybe his headset's off again, Nihal's playing my plan. I can't believe it. After I said the plan like 5 times, and Nihal said, no. Ben Feingold likes that plan. That's not what I'm doing. He finally decides to put the knight on d6, where it controls a lot of the squares on both sides of the board. Duda played one of my plans, f3 to play e4. That's why he played rook c3 earlier, defending his knight on b3, because the black bishop on e6 could be hitting that at some point. And the question is, now that Duda has played f3, is he going to play e4 right away and try to bust open the center? Or is he going to play the knight back on c5 now that the knight can't get hit by the black knight? So very interesting choice for Duda. Knight c5 or e4, those are the two most likely moves. Although I'm saying that, so he'll probably play a third move.
We never know what's going to happen. He could even be super patient and just step up with a king and go, hey, you know what? I also have the right side of the board where I can start challenging And I got to say, for Nihal, he finally saw the light, Ben. He put his knight right where it should be going. It's a beautiful square for that knight. But like I say, Nihal very much playing the waiting game. He has to wait. Oh, look at that.
King F2, you were right.
Comes out, and now the knight goes on the edge of the board where we have the saying, and the question mark appears. Knights on the edge, fall off the hedge. Knight on the rim. Oh, damn, dim.
I've never heard falling off the hedge. That's a new one for me. I like to say knight on the rim, better for him, better for the opponent. I wonder if Nihal is going to play f7 to f5 at some point to prevent white from ever playing e4, or if he wants to keep the f5 square open for a bishop trade with something like bishop f5. So I'm not surprised by anybody's moves. Knight on a5 to keep the black rooks tied to b7. The king comes up. The rook on c7 defends the pawn on b7. So black puts the rook on the half-open file. Now white is playing the minority attack on the queen side, wants to try to play b4, b5 at some point. And very double-edged position with a lot of maneuvering going on. Both players still have a lot of time. Both players have a low heart rate compared to some matches we saw earlier today. I pay attention to the heart rate a lot because I don't see that very often. Bishop c8, pretty passive move, but now black can double rooks on the e file and put pressure on that e3 pawn that was weakened when white played f3. So Nihal has some initiative also. Basically, white's only plan on the queen side is to play b4, b5. Once black double, and he just played b4. Once black doubles rooks on the e file, I assume he'll play rook ce7 now, which he did. Now it's hard for white to play b5 because black has it protected so much. So both sides are doing what they want to do, and that's why the engine says it's about equal. The times are about equal. And this game is going to be decided when both players have about a minute left, and we'll start seeing some mistakes.
Yeah, I agree with you. It might be decided then, or if the players could decide to halve out and kind of find a way to repeat. Not that going to be that easy with so many minor pieces on the board. Remember, the players are not allowed to offer a draw until they've passed a lot of moves. We're already on move 34, by the way.
That's right, getting close.
We are getting close, and the clock is ticking down as we're seeing some decisions. Okay, maybe this is a draw offer saying, hey, let's repeat with the bishops. And Duda says, no, I have a handle to respect. Polish fighter, I'm going to keep on going.
Yeah, white has a idea to play knight c5 again, knight a5, knight c5. But again, only way for white to break through on the queen side is to play b5. But that's going to involve a pawn sacrifice. And usually, before we give a pawn away for nothing, we have to think a long time, which we don't have in this match. If white doesn't play b5, both sides can't do very much. And the only question is Nihal going to go for it and play f4 and try to get his own play with knight f5, putting pressure on the e3 pawn? Or is Nihal, does he think it's sufficient to just shuffle back and forth, keep the tension, and try to get him in the time trouble? Because that's where Nihal is his best when both sides have a minute left. Then Nihal is probably the favorite.
Yeah, Nihal is quick, as we saw. But I got to say one thing. In all my experience of playing chess and commentating, there's only so much that a player can be patient. At some point, they will crack. They will get fed up, and they will start to open up the position and initiate action.
This is a really good game for my students because I've been complaining the whole tournament. White plays h4, black plays a6, and I'm like, what is this? This is move one. What's going on?
Yeah.
And now both sides are playing the plans that I like. Black's playing knight d6, black plays f5 stopping e4, black doubles rooks on the e file, white plays a4, b4, knight c5 playing on the queen side. This is exactly what I suspect. And in some of the games, if my students are like, how come white played h4, a4, knight h3? And I'm like, I don't know. That's not the way I'm teaching you guys. But this game is a very teachable game. Both sides are playing the kind of moves you expect them to play. I expect black's going to play bishop c8 here, just stop the trade on d7, because then white could try to play b5 more easily. And white probably doesn't want his rook on e1 since it's pinned on the e file, so he might play rook b1 soon. Oh, he played knight d3, which also defends his rook. Maybe the knight's going to e5.
Exactly, and I think that knight is going to centralize itself, but definitely one thing is clear, the players are following the rule book. They're playing in very traditional style, they're finding those good squares for the pieces, and now here, see that knight, that white knight is a big thorn in black's side. I'm expecting Nihal to not waste too much time on the clock and just offer up a trade, retreat his own knight, move it back and say, I want that knight gone, and then Duda has to consider whether he wants to make that trade or whether he wants to reinforce that knight and concede his own squares. But no, actually, I'm seeing something completely different. The bishops now just appearing, but I'm guessing at some point Nihal will decide that that knight in the middle is bothersome. But Nihal keeping me guessing as he's moving the rook.
Rook A8, a very unusual move. He's preparing for B5. White plays B5. He wants to take with the A pawn, get the open file for his rook on A8. He figures if White doesn't play B5, White doesn't have very much. And eventually, Nihal did do what you suggested, knight F7, getting rid of the knight on E5. White played F4, a very double-edged decision. Now Nihal can go back to D6, which he did before I said it, but I was about to say it because he wants to go to the E4 square. The knights are having their say, E4, E5. Black is doing everything he can to stop White from playing B5. He played bishop D7, knight D6, A6. He put the rook on A8, so the A file will be open for Black if White ever plays B5, and White played B5. So Nihal did everything he could to stop B5, and Duda played B5 anyway, because it was the only way to break through in the center.
He lost patience. He was slowly grinding things away, and then he had enough. He was like, let me just open up the position. And as a result, we now have a trade of rooks, and now Nihal is up a pawn. It's not much of a pawn because it is doubled, and they are all isolated, but it's still nonetheless a pawn up for Nihal as the clocks tick down to around the 2-minute mark. And for Jan Krzysztof, it's not going to be easy to actually even win one of those pawns back.
That's right. Probably he's thinking about playing rook C5. Jan Krzysztof is shaking his head. So whatever he had intended after the trade on B5, he decided he didn't like it. Shaking his head again. Times are finally, Nihal's ahead on the clock. The engine says it's about equal. White's a pawn down. White has the magnificent knight on E5. Black has all these isolated weak pawns, but Black is a pawn ahead. Black has a knight going to C4. Black has a knight going to E4. And instead, he took the bishop on D7. He wants to win his pawn back right away. The B5 pawn isn't long for this world. But he couldn't take the pawn right away because of knight E4 check. That's why he played king F3.
But I gotta say, look at the way that Nihal is with the black pieces cementing the position together. He's like improved his king into the center. He can even boot away that rook from his beautiful square. And suddenly that extra pawn is gonna start to count. And the knight is such a wonderful piece. It can jump into all of those holes. Okay, bishop takes pawn. Excellent move from Duda as the clock ticks down to 1 minute 33 seconds. I'm expecting Nihal to activate the rook, get those good pieces moving.
Yeah, things have changed a lot since about a minute ago. Basically, White's knight on E5, which was magnificent, is now gone. Material is equal. Black has a passed pawn. It's difficult for White to do anything because White's bishop can't really ensconce itself anywhere in Black's position. Whereas later in the game, Black can play something like knight C4, knight E4, or advance that B pawn. Black has some ideas. Duda's shaking his head still. Duda has less time on the clock. Things are turning around a little bit. Things have been going in Black's favor the last few moves. And both sides have about a minute now. Now it's going to really start heating up soon.
And this is exactly why Nihal has made that offer of a trade of rooks. He's like, let me get into this position where there's no risk for me to lose. And I can use that knight to absolutely annoy White. That knight is going to jump all around the board. And Nihal is the one who's going to easily be able to improve his position.
Yeah, the engine says it's equal because it knows if White defends perfectly, that White should be okay. Duda eyeing the F5 pawn, trying to put his bishop on C8, keeping Black's king tied down. Nihal says, no, you can't do that, knight D6. No bishop C8 for you. And we could see repetition here, or we could see Nihal try to play for a win, but Nihal's taking a lot of time on his clock, trying to figure out a way forward. He plays H5.
He does. And one thing I got to say is that you do put a pawn on the light squared, and guess what weapon that White has is a light squared bishop. So that pawn could be a vulnerability as the knight does improve itself. And we're seeing Duda left to wait with the bishop. I'm expecting this one actually to fizzle out to a draw now.
Yeah, Nihal better watch out. He's got 25 seconds left.
Yeah.
So and Duda might try to win with the time time that Nihal has on his clock, just that white can't do anything. Okay, he's still trying to win because he sees the time situation.
Well, hang on a second here. Look at this bishop. It's suddenly got his eyes on the black pawns, and the B pawn is advancing. But is the white king going to step forward, or is
I
it
think
just...
if king b4, I can play knight takes g3.
Yes.
And then h4 and break through on the king side.
Oh, wow. Okay, so we're seeing Duda getting a little bit frustrated, but everyone watch the clocks. As we see the bishop being captured, is now trapped on the edge of the board, and the white king is coming in. Oh, this one is tricky. He's gotten sharp with no time left on the clock. Which one's stronger, the pawns or the knight?
The engine says equal, of course, because the engine always does that to us.
It is equal, as we're seeing the white king move up the board. And
5 seconds left for Nihal. Ooh, a blunder of the pawn. Now black is winning. Oh, now it's equal again.
It's, well, look, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. Nihal's going to get flagged.
Unless it's repetition.
No, it's repetition. He
had to not play king e6. He's pretty upset at himself. He had to play king d4, king d3, and win on time.
Wow.
Yeah, he didn't mean to repeat 3 times. That was an accident.
That was an accident. But there was a very real possibility that Nihal was going to get flagged.
Yes. Yeah, it looked like he was going to get flagged for sure. And he accidentally repeated for the 3rd time. Actually happened to me 2 weeks ago on my stream. I actually repeated for the 3rd time by accident when my opponent had 1 second left. So I know how Duda feels.
Yeah, and flagging is certainly an honorable part of the game. As we see our players getting ready for game 2. And this time it'll be Nihal with the white pieces. Jan Krzysztof Duda, he'll be feeling a little bit angry with himself.
Yeah, that was an up and down game. It was pretty equal. Both sides had their advantages. It seemed like at some point Nihal was actually winning, but he had less than 10 seconds left. So, okay, now Nihal has white in the second game. If it's a draw, we'll go to Armageddon. They'll get to bid on time. If either side wins, they get to crush their opponent's key. That's what I'm waiting for today, is some key crushing. Wait, we had a key crushing about 25 minutes ago that was really loud. It was a scary key crushing.
It made us all jump. We'll see whether this game makes us all jump. Will it make us all cheer as we see our players getting ready? A head shake. And we see we are off, and we see Nihal open up with the c-pawn. 6 is the response. Light square strategy from Jan Krzysztof Duda. And here we are seeing just development. Now, the big thing is, later on in the game, do you think white will play this super aggressively, you know, flicking some attacks on the right side, or will we see a different type of game?
Yeah, this is a pretty solid game. This is actually exactly how I play with black against c4. I play c6, d5, and fianchetto on my king bishop. And I've had these kinds of positions all the time. White played an early queen c2 to stop black from playing bishop f5. So black played g6. Black wants to play e6 and solidify the center, but doesn't want to block the bishop on c8. So a lot of times in these variations, black is super solid with that pawn structure in the center and trades off the 2 bishops, getting rid of his white squared bishop, which will be blocked by the pawns on white squares. White takes on d5. That's a little unusual after playing queen c2. And black takes back. White's going to get the 2 bishops now, unless Nihal changes his mind and retreats. No.
No, and the argument that Jan Krzysztof is making is that, well, the pawn structure is almost symmetrical, and in those kind of locked positions, knights are actually not that bad. And one thing that we see is that the knight's getting maneuvered, and look at this, he knows the
same maneuver as last. I was just going to say it too, but he played it first. Same maneuver as last game, knight e8 to d6. Sometimes in these positions, white tries to get the knight to d3 also, but that's hard to do in this position. And a big practitioner of black's play in this position is American Grandmaster Gadakomsky. He likes to play g6 and Slav variations, maneuver around, move those knights around, keep the position blocked, and slowly outplay his opponent. We're not going to see a super exciting sacrificial game here. It's going to be much like the first game where they're maneuvering around. White has the 2 bishops, but the bishops aren't very active. Black is super solid. Black got rid of his white squared bishop, which would have been blocked by all those pawns. Every black pawn is on a white square. That's what you do when you have a dark squared bishop.
That's what you do if your name is Jovanka Hauska as well. Put your pawns on the light squares as well.
A Carol.com practitioner, aren't we?
Yes, we are. And what's an interesting position here is that Black does have a few plans. And this one's the most natural, which is just pile up the rooks on the C line and then just wait and see for what White will do next. Because I've got to say, this queen out there, this White queen is out there on a limb, and it feels like she has to be a little bit careful.
Mm-hmm. You don't get your queen trapped. So yeah, the queen has to be careful. Sometimes Black can get B5 in, and queen takes A6 is too risky. Then the White queen can't really go back to D1, well, they must have heard us. They heard you, Yovi. They said queen C2, queen's going to go hide on B1. There's going to be some trades on the C file. If I was a betting man, I would say Armageddon is coming.
Yes, and indeed, I think you are giving good advice. As we're seeing, it's a very close position. Again, a very classical pawn structure. Everything is locked up, still a lot of maneuvering. And it marks a difference, actually, from games that we've seen in the past, as you kind of alluded to. Some of them have been wild from the get-go, and this one kind of feels like this could have come from the 19th century.
Mm-hmm. Hey, B5, something's happening. I thought the only thing that could happen is if one of the players decided to open up the center with E4 or E5, but that gives you an isolated pawn. So instead, Black decided to play B5, get some space on the queen side, make knight C4 more palatable, and gain some space for those knights to come in and the pawns to go forward. The problem with B5 is it weakens the C5 square. So if Black ever plays B4, White can play knight A4 to C5. So I don't think Black's going to make any more pawn moves on the queen side. Once again, Duda looks like he's unhappy. Played bishop d3, he shook his head, then played bishop f1, one of my favorite moves. White's playing chess 960, putting all of his pieces on the back rank in strange fashion, getting ready for anything Black can do. But those bishops, which don't look very good now, they can become strong later if the position opens up. That's what Duda's waiting for.
Exactly. Like, Nihal's playing so provocatively with all the pieces in the back row that you kind of be tempted to kind of go in the aggressive, start advancing pawns on the right side of the board, especially because the White queen is offside. But Jan Krzysztof Duda, very patient. He drops the knight back. What he wants to do is maneuver it around the board and find a good home. Knights love good homes. I'm expecting knight going to D7, maybe to B6. Maybe even a knight will jump into C4 and say, kick me out if you dare.
That's right. And I think White is going to play my knight C3 idea, or knight D3 idea, by playing knight F4, knight D3. And because Black played B5 so early, the C5 square can't be defended by a pawn anymore. And Nihal must have expected that and played bishop H6. He says, Duda, if you play knight F4, I'm going to capture that knight and ruin your pawn structure. And my knights have squares, but your bishops are pretty passive. So I'm hoping White plays knight F4 because I want to see two knights versus two bishops. That'll give us something to play for. But I don't think Duda's going to do that because... I'm sorry, Nihal's not going to do that. Nihal has White. Instead, they trade rooks on the C file. And, he played knight C1. That's why he traded rooks. He's going to get his knight to D3 by hook or by crook. And eventually, Black is going to be slightly worse if White can ensconce his knight on C5.
Yeah, and we're seeing Nihal. I'm going to say that in the battle of the maneuvering game, I'm going to say that Nihal has a teeny tiny advantage because at least he has a very clear plan. That bishop that wasn't doing anything, the dark square bishop, now it's kind of gonna come in and start eyeballing a knight and a queen. And also, as you indicated, that knight at the minute is almost stuck at home, but in two moves is gonna jump in onto a square on the fifth row.
Again, if you're just joining us, this is not chess 960. It looks like that's what White is doing, but Nihal just maneuvering his pieces, trying to get to good squares. Duda's trying to get good squares for his pieces also. C4 for the knight, E4 for the knight. But it looks like White has a little advantage because Black played B5 early, giving up the C5 square, and Black doesn't have total control of C4 because White can play B3 and kick the knight out.
Do you know what's funny, Ben, is that we are advocating that white has done everything well with all the pieces on the back row.
That's right.
Now, don't try this at home. This only works because the position is closed, and also there's no tension in the center between the pawns. So in that case, it's all about just maneuvering your pieces and giving them good squares. In comes the knight, give it one more move, and it's going to jump up. So this is why Jan Krzysztof said, nope, not happening. And the big question now for Jan Krzysztof and for Nihal is what next? How is Nihal going to open up the lines? Because bishops, they want open positions.
A friend of mine in Michigan used to jokingly say, don't put your pieces in the center. They might get hurt there. So white put all the pieces on the first rank, and eventually they'll come to the center. The bishop on a5, that's the most active that bishop has been the whole game. Bishop a5, bishop b4, much stronger than on e1. The black knight goes to c4. The engine doesn't like it because white just kicks the knight away. And white's going to have the c5 square, but black doesn't have the c4 square, advantage white.
Yeah, and this could be potentially last game of the match. Whoever wins this one goes into tomorrow's quarterfinals. You lose, that's it. Your key gets crushed in the most brutal fashion.
Yeah, it was really loud the last time. Maybe we can get an even louder one. You don't want your key to get crushed. And my opinion is that's why Magnus likes this tournament so much. I think not only does he like the prize money and he likes beating his opponents, I think he likes crushing keys. I know I would like that if I was playing. Of course, I wouldn't crush anybody's keys. I get my keys crushed. That's why I'm not a participant. But if I could crush somebody's keys, then I would join the tournament in a heartbeat.
Well, I'm not sure I would enjoy the key crushing, but I agree with you. It's certainly fun to watch. And as Jan Krzysztof Duda considers how to actually find any good squares for his knights. Look at them. They are working against each other. They're both fighting for the same square. So that's why the bishop drops back. And now, what even to suggest? Maybe the knight's actually attacking that pawn on the edge of the board. Watch out, Jan Krzysztof Duda. There is a knight in town.
Yeah, Duda's unhappy with his earlier b5, which weakened the dark squares, weakened his a pawn, and he didn't get control of the c4 square. But he keeps retreating. Bishop f8, knight b8. This is why these are super grandmasters. They're really good at using the back rank and defending and attacking by maneuvering their pieces that way. And now, I actually like white's bishops. The bishop on f1, bishop on a5, they're both doing something. The question is white ever going to get a chance to play a4 and attack the queen side? Or does black have that too well defended with the queen on e8 and the knight on b6? White can't open it up. Neither side's going to open the center. I think at some point, white just, white sacrificed a piece to win the piece back. Now he's a pawn up. I didn't see it. That was too simple a tactic. Both sides saw it, but I missed it.
It was there, and it was courtesy of that knight that was loose that white had, and that's why it's gone. But it has come with some consequences, because look at the black queen, look at the black rook. They are primed and ready to take control over that line. And the big question, as black, I think black, you have to play super actively here, and you have to make sure that the weakness, that is that pawn, that's all alone on the B line, that needs to be fixed, that needs to be gone. And restrain is two counterparts there on the left.
Yeah, white's a pawn ahead. Judah doesn't like it, but black has the C file. Black is trapping the bishop on A5. So Nihal has to do some serious thinking here, making sure his bishop on A5 doesn't get lost, making sure black doesn't infiltrate strongly with queen C2. It's funny. It's sort of in a flux situation. We can't really attack the bishop. There's no way to attack it. We can't play queen C2 because the knight on A6 is hanging. So it's not clear here what either side should do. Both sides are getting less than 5 minutes, but it's not clear what plans they should do. And Nihal plays queen D3, attacking the knight. The knight retreats back to B8, and that bishop on A5 is still trapped.
Yeah, and that's actually something that is going to worry Nihal with the white pieces, because the bishop completely trapped. So that's why he came in with the queen, giving us a smile there. Judah getting active, that queen attacking the rook, attacking the pawn. And what will happen next? Where is that rook going to move? Is it really going to go all the way into the corner to defend that small pawn? Maybe.
Yeah, and Black has an interesting idea here. Black can play knight c6, defending the pawn on b4. Then if we get to trade for that bishop, we'll have opposite colored bishops, where White's pawn majority isn't really very important because those pawns can't move. It looks like Duda's gone from a pawn down with a worse position to an equal kind of position, an equal game. And I think Duda's okay now. Duda's catching up on time. The last few moves have gone in Black's favor. Black sort of lost a pawn, but kept his equilibrium about him. And now it seems like he's doing reasonably well.
Well, look at this. I was talking about moving the rook. Hey, there is something in town called the counterattack. The queen comes up, attacks the rook. Nihal now says, okay, I'm going to move it. And again, the question for White. How are you going to move that rook? Where are you going to go? Going to go to the corner? Are you going to go to the middle of the board? You don't have too many squares. Or maybe you're just going to continue with the pattern. My queen and your queen are going to attack each other's rooks.
That's right. It looks like it's going to be repetition somehow. Both sides can do repetition.
Okay, who moves the rook?
Yeah, now we could play queen to d2, and we could keep attacking the rook. Repetition, Armageddon. It's all going to happen pretty soon.
Well, hang on a second here, because if you do capture that pawn, there's that knight that is on the edge of the board, and it doesn't have too many squares.
That's right. Also, if I play queen to d2, which I thought was repetition, White can play rook e2, and the rook is saved, and the a2 pawn is saved. Even though the engine says it's about equal, it's not clear what Black should do in this position. The b4 pawn is attacked, the knight's on the back row, White has the two bishops, White has the extra pawn. Still advantage to Nihal. Duda's trying to figure out the safest way to play. Very interesting. I think he's going to take on a2. I think you have to take that pawn.
Oh, but I think that Nihal is being sneaky here, because if you take on a2, then there might be problems with the black knight, and young Krzysztof Duda is just thinking, how is he going to ask the questions? And in fact, I'm telling you, there's only two ways to hold this one, Ben. You have to come out with your knight, attack the bishop, or you can step back with the queen and attack the rook and keep the momentum going that way.
Defending the pawn.
Yes, those are the only two ways.
Wow.
If you do anything else, then Nihal Sarin will be winning.
This is a very long think with both sides having 3 minutes. He's been thinking over a minute this move, Duda. He's not happy. He doesn't like his choices. He has a big time disadvantage now. Doesn't look very happy. Things are going in Nihal's favor because Duda doesn't like his position anymore. Oh, and he makes
not the way.
Quite a bad move. Rook c8. Engine hates it.
This is not the way. For starters, White can just simply grab that pawn. Bishop takes pawn, and you can just rest on your laurels, say, I am material up. And look who else is up. You see, Nihal's got more time on the clock. He's also got a higher heart rate as well, incidentally. But what is Jan Krzysztof's plan? Because you can just take that pawn.
Yeah, I don't see anything else he can do. I guess he was worried about bishop c7. That's why he played rook c8. But now he's just a pawn down for nothing. Black has very little counterplay, and Black can't play rook c2 and double on the 7th because the knight on b8 needs babysitting. This is a pretty easy plan for White. b4, b5, b6, advance that passed pawn. White can also play rook a1 to a7. This is a tough position now for Duda. It's looking good for Nihal.
Duda there on the brink, and I love your plan of activating your rook. Use all your pieces. That is one very nice way to go about this. You can also just advance your pawns. Past pawns are there to be pushed. And Nihal thinking, I think he's going to go for the rook. I think he's going to mobilize it. Such a natural move. He does it, Ben.
You're right, Yovi, again. Rook a1, the rook's going to a8 or a7, the passed b pawn. The extra time on the another passive move from
it's
Duda.
going from bad to worse.
Yeah, that's not good. Now White has everything. White can push the passed pawn. White can activate the rook. Black has no counterplay at all. There's nothing that Black can attack.
No, it's all gone wrong for Jan Krzysztof Duda with a series of bad moves. He's now just giving a winning position to Nihal. Nihal can just come in with the rook, and a win for Nihal would mean that he walks into tomorrow's quarterfinals. It's a repeat of last year. He advances the pawn. Okay, the engine's is telling us not the most precise way, but hey, the engine's being pedantic. As a knight comes forward, what next? The rook can still come up the board, and you see it in the face of Jan Krzysztof. he's not happy.
No. Some people have poker faces in this tournament and some don't. Duda has no poker face. He's been shaking his head probably more than any other competitor this game. And Nihal seems like he's pretty happy. Ooh, rook a6. Hard to find a good square for the knight. Knight has to go to a terrible d8 square where it's trapped.
Yeah. I mean, if it has to go backward, either to its starting square or over to the d8 square, that's simply going to just invite the white pieces to start improving. They're going to take full control. And remember, Nihal has a pass pawn. Okay, backward knight move the queen because she was attacked. This is beautiful. Complete control on the position. And the rook and the knight sleeping.
Now, this is resignable because b5 is coming and rook a8 and b6. Okay. So he played desperation e5, trying to get something going, but that doesn't really help. Wants to get the knight to e6. But even if black does that, he has nowhere to go. White can just start taking the center pawns now.
And you can see the frustration there from Jan Krzysztof Duda. He had to just go all in. He had to activate his pieces. He couldn't just live in that bind. Okay, the queen moving forward, keeping an eye on the b pawn. He is fighting hard, but it's too late, as the knight doesn't have any good squares to jump into the position to trouble white. The queen comes forward. Now you can just escort the b pawn, move it up the board, and sure, it comes. Thrown in checks. And watch the clock, everyone, because Jan Krzysztof down to 32 seconds, 50 seconds.
Oh, now white's threatening b7. Uh-oh.
Beautiful move.
That's annoying.
Yeah, that's a pin that's going to be almost impossible to get out of. Queen moves
But
out.
still play b7 and queen b8 check.
Beautiful,
Yeah,
and
he
it comes.
did. And the game's going to end now. He's going to resign. He did resign. Nihal wins. Yay, one of my picks did well. I can't believe it.
Nihal Sarin is the winner, and he finds himself a spot into tomorrow's quarterfinals. What a match it was. It was tense, it was close at times, but in the end, Nihal Sarin is the winner. And for Jan Krzysztof Duda, it is goodbye. Keys are getting crushed.
He will be crushed, yep. That's the tough part of today, but that's every match today, somebody's key is going to get crushed. It's key crushing day.
And the elation there and the relief is there for Nihal Sarin as he makes it in a repeat of last year's performance. He makes it to the quarterfinals. Oh, that was a very tense game. A lot of maneuvering, very cagey stuff. And in the end, due to the time pressure and the fact that both players had so much tension in finding the right plans, in the end, it was some blunders, and Nihal is the winner.
Yep, very nice game, very controlled game. Taking advantage of Duda weakening his queen side with b5. White eventually got pieces on the queen side, eventually got a pass pawn, and won the game. We're going to go now to the stage, and we'll see some more interesting parts of the EWC that aren't necessarily chess, but some key crushing, I hope.
Another match and another time for a key being given away, as Jan Krzysztof Duda must give his key away to the rightful winner. But of course, as Mr. Duda leaves the stage, can I please get a round of applause for Jan Krzysztof Duda? Nihal, I'm going to come next to you as well for a quick one. Congratulations, you're making it to tomorrow's top 8. Last year, you were there in that top 8, and that's where your path stops. So what are your objectives for tomorrow?
Firstly, I'm just extremely happy to make the top 8 again. I'm happy I managed to play some good chess, just very tough matches, and I'm just right now I'm just very happy and relieved to pull through, and I hope to do well from tomorrow, but let's see.
And making it through the lower bracket today, is it a way to boost your confidence tomorrow? You know, you've been put back to the corner, going to the lower, forced to win again. Is that helping your confidence for the rest of the events?
No, for sure. I think also the format is very short, and you need to be very sharp from the start, and also getting just one win can make a huge difference psychologically. So I hope it's definitely helpful.
All right, well, listen, it is time now for you to go and crush your opponent's key, as Rob TV is waiting for you in the crusher. Ladies and gentlemen, can you make some noise for Nihal Sarin?
And just like that, Nihal Sarin is in familiar territory, crushing his second key in a row. Congratulations. Once again, officially qualified for top 8, and now he knows how this process goes. It's tough to see Jan Krzysztof Duda being eliminated from the event, but in the end of the day, nothing is given, everything is earned here at the Esports World Cup. Cover the ears, Nihal. It is time for that pop. Yes, sir. Officially qualified for top 8, qualified for the finals as he fights and scratches and claws in order to hopefully lift up that EWC 26 trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, the highest level of play. Once again, congratulations. Let's keep things going with EWC.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
Another match down, another key has been crushed. Jan Krzysztof Duda, unfortunately, will have an earlier exit than he wanted after playing the gentleman's agreement in game number 1. But for Nihal Sarin, he started the day crushing one key, then crushed another. He now pushes forward into the top 8. A job well done indeed. Nihal Sarin has been absolutely on fire. Last year, 5th through 8th. This year, he's looking to do better, representing Seoul Esports. Incredibly proud, of course, of the organization. Club Championship race is well underway, and he continues to tear up the competition. Welcome back into the Allianz Vault. I'm Taylor Reflections Noble Nemo and Levy Rosman, also known as Gotham Chess, on the desk. A lot to break down here. And Nemo, no, you weren't happy with that game number 1, the way it ended in the time scramble.
I mean, I think when you're playing a 10-minute, no increment time control, you have no increment. So, at the end of the game, right, when you have 12 seconds to about 2.3, maybe you go for the flag.
Not maybe. It's a completely unbelievable decision. I mean, in some ways I understand. In chess, it's a royal game, and we don't like to win that way. But Hikaru won that way yesterday against Denis Lazarov. Right. There is no greater, disrespectful way to win than King and Rook versus King and Rook. If you do it in a regular pool game on chess.com, you are a terrible person. If you do it here, it's a completely different story. I cannot believe that happened. I don't know if that was on purpose or by accident, but either way, it's Nihal.
It felt like it was on purpose. I definitely think it was. I mean, going to the gentleman's agreement. I mean, at the end of the day, it's the Esports World Cup. I mean, we're talking quite literally life-changing money for some of these competitors. Why would you want to give up a game whenever you don't have to play your time? And he had plenty of time to play with.
Well, in my opinion, maybe there was a chance. He knows that Nihal Sarin is the 2026 Bullet Champion. And that is a title to behold. Nihal Sarin is notorious for being amazing at short time control. So maybe he was like, oh, he still has 2.3 seconds. That is 23 moves. Potentially he can still lose that game if he doesn't repeat the position.
There was a game last year at the Esports World Cup, which was Nihal versus, it was Anish Giri, and it was very similar. I think there was something like 2 seconds remaining, and Nihal managed to checkmate him because Anish blundered
2
his
seconds.
queen. No, he checkmated him with like 0.2 or 0.1. He had to pre-move literally every move until the end of the game, and Nihal managed to do it. But I don't think that's why Duda did it. I think you have half a second to make a decision, and something just went wrong, But Nihal is here for a reason, and we see another person from the old guard go down.
That's right, old guard going down, but hey, Nihal Sarin going up. He is now top 8, officially crushing keys all game long. Now, we harped in on game 1. Game 2, though, there was a moment you wanted to have some extra insight on.
Absolutely. I think game 2 is the pivotal moment because, that is the game that Nihal won. But coming out of the opening, it was a very solid position. However, in this position, Duda is threatening the knight on b4. So, of course, Nihal here has to play knight takes a6 with that double exclamation mark, earning himself that brilliancy. And the reason this works is because the bishop on a5 is actually hitting the knight on b6, so Nihal manages to win this pawn. And throughout the rest of the game, we kind of saw Nihal playing around this concept of having an extra pawn on the queen side, eventually making a pass pawn and going on to win the game. So, amazing play by Nihal.
With the white pieces, he is one of the best static players in the world. He really just gets a position that's very symmetrical, and then he just moves his pieces around. It's almost Magnesian, but like not there yet. And he's really tough to play when you have the black side. With the black pieces, Nihal is a completely different animal. Like it's like Jekyll and Hyde. He's like always doing ridiculous stuff with the black pieces, openings that you thought were never possible. But yeah, Duda got defeated by a vintage Nihal performance. And I mean, Nihal deserves to be with those final 8. But if you look at them, suddenly he goes from being the favorite in the matchup to an underdog. It's kind of mind-boggling.
That's just how stacked it is at the Esports World Cup, right? And we love every bit of it. For Jan Krzysztof Duda, though, a tremendous performance. He made it here, which we must celebrate, but he had an earlier exit than he wanted, and John Sargent caught up with him after his unfortunate loss.
Jan Krzysztof, sorry to be talking to you under these circumstances. Talk us through that match and what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play well overall. I don't think I deserve to win with such play. Okay, in the first game, I think I got slightly better position, but completely misplayed it. I mean, it was like just 2-result game with better time, and I managed actually to get a bit worse, I think, at some point. Yeah, in the end, maybe I could have tried to plug him, but I don't think I would have succeeded, to be honest, because like it was pretty simple for him to play, like just go after my e3 pawn, and I mean it was also like, you know, everything was dependent for him, and like I mean probably he wouldn't have won the game, but I don't think probably you'd have traded. And in the second game, I mean, okay, it was fine, but then I played b5, a bit of a weakening move, and then at some point I completely lost coordination because I played like knight c4, it was super stupid, I think. Because after b3, I wanted to take on e3, but I just missed. I mean, I wanted to give up the piece for 3 pawns, but I just forgot he could have played like knight f2 and defend d4. And after that, I mean, I just started playing randomly, to be honest. Like, I mean, I was worse and, slow and worse all the time, and it was a pretty bad game.
The end of game 1 was potentially contentious. You had, I think, 10 seconds to Nihal's 2, but of course he's known for being extremely fast and being able to pre-move in that kind of position. You don't think that was enough time?
No, I mean, I think it was enough time for him, because last time I played against him, I mean, it was some like queen end game, like I had 15 versus 5 and I almost lost that on time, so I mean, I'm pretty sure he would have succeeded. I mean, maybe I should have. I mean, I just wasn't happy with my play. Like, even if I had won this game, okay, I mean, understand, it's better to win than not, but like, I think I should have, like, I mean, maybe not won, because it's not like I was winning, but like, should have pressed, like, I mean, do it over the board, to be honest, yeah, because like, I mean, he's a bit slow at times, but like, I mean, because I guess he's relying on his speed, but it's like, probably doesn't make that much sense, like, from his viewpoint, but I mean, again, it was enough for me, so.
Look, it's a brutal format, but also a wonderful tournament here at the Esports World Cup. Maybe reflect on your time here overall and what the tournament has been like for you.
Yeah, I mean, the tournament is nicely organized, obviously. I don't think I played particularly well. I mean, the first match was quite good quality, I mean, in terms of my play, but I mean, the last 4 rounds, I mean, 2 matches against Nadirberg and today were pretty bad, I think, and like, I don't know what didn't work out, but I mean, it's, you know, sometimes you are just, I mean, for instance, when I played Chess.com Open, I mean, I didn't do like anything in like special in particular, and I got super high, and here, I mean, I just didn't succeed, so like it happens, I guess.
It does indeed. And look, a lot of us, myself included, we're looking forward to seeing you come back bigger and stronger, and we can't wait to see you in action again soon. So thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you, John, as ever, for the great interview. Getting a bit more insight as to what was in the mind of the competitor throughout that 2-match game.
For sure. I mean, I think we have our answer there. Duda did not think that he had enough time to drop to potentially flag Nihal, which, yeah, Nihal is very fast. He is the bullet champion for a reason.
He is, and there was a moment in the interview where he said, maybe I just lost composure a little bit and kind of just started moving randomly. I mean, the pressure on the stage is real.
That felt like a 3-minute therapy session. I really got a feel for Duda. I interviewed him in 2024 at the World Rapid and Blitz, and you could sort of tell he fell out of love with the game a little bit. And let me tell you, as a 30-year-old man, I can completely understand, who's been playing for 25 years. And I think he's a lot stronger than he maybe like shows us, right? But it just didn't work out in this matchup, and I almost feel like he kind of quit on himself. He totally could have won that first game, but even he said, even if I won that game, I wouldn't have been happy with the way I was playing. But you would have won!
Yeah,
like, you would have won the game!
We had chatted a little bit pre-match that Duda had a bit of a rough period after winning 2020 World Cup, and then was a little bit too, felt the pressure a lot. So.
Yeah, the pressure's real, it is. And like you said, when you start reaching a certain age, you've been playing the game for a long time, sometimes you can fall out of love. I'm in my 30s, by the way, right there with you, man. So there's a lot of things that I'm falling out of love with. But not the B-Stream. Hey, the B-Stream, I'm still in love with it. Unfortunately, it came to an end, but they had 2 great matches, and we need an update.
Hey folks, update from the B stream. We've had some incredible matches here while I'm busy keeping the seat warm for whoever decides to pop in next later today or tomorrow. We first had Pranesh up against Benjamin Buck, an incredible series. We had a very sharp scotch in game number 1. Pranesh was able to win, and that meant Buck had to strike back immediately. He chose the English as his weapon of choice, and he managed to win game number 2, taking us to Armageddon, where Pranesh bid 6 minutes and 58 seconds, a very low time in Armageddon. Lost a port on the opening and then sacrificed another for the initiative. That allowed him to put more pressure back onto Buck, and that secured the draw he needed to advance. It was a beautiful series to watch. Then we had Alexei Sarana, Sina Movahed. So much going on there as well. Again, we had 2 decisive results, including a wonderful Sicilian going into another Armageddon. That Armageddon was something like 7 minutes 38. And Alexei Sarana there was an easy draw kind of position. He was very, very comfortably controlling the game, but he needed to win on demand. A draw was not enough. He kept trying to push. Ultimately, he couldn't quite get there, and Movahed ended up moving forward in the bracket. Very exciting matches today on the Bree stream. Back to you.
Thank you, John, for the update. I actually saw that being filmed live while they were still live. I don't know how you were in 2 places at once, but you're doing a great job. Next matchup, another qualification match, another key, potentially going to be Crush. Arjun Erdegassi going against Pranesh. This is going to be a battle for sure. And honing in on Erdegassi, a great competitor throughout his routes. He did, in fact, beat Niall Soren, who actually just, in fact, qualified on the very stage behind us. But he did lose to Alireza Farouja, to be expected, a player for Gen G. 4th place last year. He's coming in as a Titan.
He is incredible. We saw him last year at EWC, where he did unfortunately also lose to Alireza, but that was in the semifinals. So there is no way he can go home now, because he has to make it as far as that spot.
Yeah, I mean, #1 ranked player from India for a reason, and must be heartbreaking for him, by the way. He's got to knock out Pranesh to qualify, and then he also knocked out Nihal, who made it ultimately, right? But yeah, difficult task here for Arjun Erdegassi, but he's a clear favorite in this matchup. I mean, we saw Pranesh put some pressure on Nodjabek. Erdegassi and Nodjabek are at the same level, and it's going to be quite tough for Pranesh to overcome that.
Well, Pranesh is a talented player in his own right. Seoul Esports representative, beat Benjamin Bach a little bit earlier. He did lose to Nodjabek in day #1, but he snapped right back, like I said, to beat Benjamin Bach. Now goes toe-to-toe with Erdegassi. This is going to be a great matchup. 2 great orgs represented. Only one can move forward. Who else is going to enter top 8? Who's going to have their key crush? An epic matchup going down on the stage just behind us right now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our next qualifying match. On one side, we have Pranesh, who is only 19 years of age and making his first appearance here at the Esports World Cup. With youth, talent, and fearlessness, he is looking to take it all the way.
And his opponent, he was 4th last year and he is looking to do even better this year. Has been knocked down yesterday that lower bracket, but now it's all in his hands as we are about to kick off the second decider match of the day. Let's get ready for Pranesh versus Arjun Erigaisi.
Wow, this is quite a face-off. We have Pranesh, just 19 years old, against Indian #1 Arjun Erigaisi. And on the line, it's a huge one. It's a place in the quarterfinals, a place in the top 8. And these two players are very capable, Ben, of bringing the fire to the board.
This is typical of the chess world. Arjun traveling all over the world to play chess at the highest level, and only gets paired with this countryman. But this happens to a lot of people, especially when you're from India, and a lot of the best players in the world are from India. We have several of them here. Pranesh, pretty big underdog against Arjun. Arjun been one of the top 2 or 3 players in India, right now #1 for many years. Pranesh just coming onto the scene, only 19 years old. It's going to be a Herculean task, if I can say that, for Pranesh to beat Arjun. And if Arjun wins, then both of our predictions were right from yesterday. We had Arjun and Nihal as our dark horses, but as our second choice. And it looks like they're both going to be trying to play tomorrow. We saw Nihal already come through, even though Arjun beat Nihal previously yesterday. Now Arjun has to try to do the same that Nihal did earlier. He's playing Pranesh. I think pretty good pairing for Arjun. Arjun has to be pretty confident. And Arjun has one of the best heart rates in the tournament. He's a cool customer.
He's winning that championship hands down. Like yesterday, he made it down to almost 50. And that was really impressive. But I'm going to say, it's going to be super impressive and quite the story if Pranesh is the one that wins it. For Arjun Erigaisi, he's certainly the favorite in this match. Pranesh, 19 years old, did lose yesterday to Nordibek Abdusattorov, and today he defeated Benjamin Bok, and now he has a huge test in front of him. It's his countrymate, Arjun Erigaisi.
Arjun has white in the first game, so he's the higher ranked player. He has the advantage of the white pieces. He's going to want to start off on the front foot, winning with the white pieces. Pranesh, as he's had trouble in previous times getting that headset on, getting that heart rate up right away. Got to get your headset on and make sure they can't hear us suggest all the brilliant moves, because then who knows would win the match. So, okay, it looks like the players are just about ready. Their technical difficulties are over. The players are about to start the game. Arjun has white. He's about to make the first move. Obviously, he's the favorite. Are we going to see a big upset this match with Pranesh, or is Arjun going to take it home? Let's find out right now as the game begins, knight f3.
And this is already... We're seeing Pranesh there with that pawn advance with the black pieces. He's saying, I want the game to be fire. Because we saw yesterday, Arjun Erigaisi was white. He was playing a slower game, maneuvering with full control. Now we have a battle on our hands. There's pressure on the left side of the board. And the question is, how is Black going to maximize the pressure? And Black has the center. And we're seeing that this has come at the cost of some time. Barely any pieces developed, whereas White, that is nearly all the pieces in action.
Yeah, Arjun sacrificed a pawn by playing a reverse Benko Gambit. It's a Benko Gambit with an extra tempo. That's got to help White. He's putting tremendous pressure on the d4 and e5 pawns. Black is getting the big center along with the extra pawn. The center's collapsing. Black's king is on e8. Arjun playing super aggressive from the get-go. Can Pranesh get his king to safety? And is he going to hold on to his extra pawn? Or is Arjun going to win it back right now with knight takes d4?
Yeah, taking the pawn is kind of standard, and it does happen. And for Pranesh, now he has to find a way to get his king to safety as soon as possible. So the bishop, I'm expecting to step in front of his king and skedaddle out of the dangerous e-line.
Yeah, Black had a nice center about 3 or 4 moves ago, completely obliterated. White won the pawn back. Now White's c-pawn is a little bit weak. Black is ready to complete development by castling, moving out the bishop from c8, and then hopefully Pranesh hopes to equalize the position and get a playable game with Black. If Pranesh can somehow draw the game with Black, then he'll have the advantage of the match, having White the next game. So Pranesh probably reasonably happy with the opening outcome. The engine says Black is okay. Arjun trying to find ways to mix it up and get an advantage, getting that past D pawn, which isn't very strong yet, up to D4 or D5 and build a big center, taking over from Pranesh's big center.
Exactly. Position is so unbalanced. It's going to be a question of whether White can actually start using the center. Also, the question for White is how to mobilize that knight there on the edge of the board. It's still at home. It needs to get moving so that the rook can enter the game. And so many diagonals available for the pieces. So that's the rook comes in, takes the open line, castles quickly. Pranesh playing very confidently. So yesterday, Pranesh was a little bit nervous against Nordibek Abdusattorov. You could tell in his play. And now we're seeing a different version. He's showing us that he means business. And I'm expecting the rook to come over and attack the bishop. And it's a game where every single move will matter.
That's right. And as we've seen with previous matches with Arjun, heart rate in the 50s. I don't know how he does it. I'd be a mess if I was playing. Black played very logical bishop e6, developing the bishop. Engine doesn't like it. I like your move, Yovi. Rook d8, putting pressure on the d line. White's pieces are all lined up there. I'm not sure why the Engine doesn't like bishop e6. Maybe the bishop has better squares on f5 or g4. But bishop e6 really solid. Black's ready to move the rooks into the center, put pressure on White's backward d pawn, and looks like Black is already at least okay. That's not the rook I thought he was going to move to d8. I thought he'd move the other rook to d8, but that shows you what I know. That's why I'm commentating and not playing. Bishop e5 attacking the queen. Queen goes to b6. Both players have a lot of time, and this is crazy. This is the first time I've seen it this whole tournament. The heart rate was under 50. It got back up to 50. I saw it say 49.
Wow.
So Arjun's pretty calm. Yeah, is Arjun asleep? Yeah, that's right.
Well, his posture and his thinking indicates no, because this position, you can't sleep on this one. You have to wake up. It's so sharp because first up, there is an attack against the pawn, and that's why he's advanced that pawn forward. I was a little bit nervous about doing this, primarily because I felt this bishop in the middle of the board could be vulnerable, and it is. Knight comes out, attacks that bishop, exclam. And I gotta say, in this type of position, bishops are going to be better than the knights.
That's right. Yeah, knight g4 is an excellent move. Looks like Arjun played d4 a bit too early. Now bishop has no retreat square, and you can't play bishop f4 because you're hanging your d4 pawn. So far, advantage Pranesh. He's really playing well. He's castled. He has all his pieces out. He's putting pressure on white center, and looks like d4 might have been a little too early. Arjun doesn't care. His heart rate is 48, 50. He's cool, calm, and collected. Although Pranesh looks like he's taking a nap. So he's also very cool, calm, and collected. Knight b3. White wants to have compensation for the two bishops by having those knight center pawns. Although that c pawn looks pretty weak on c4, Yovi.
Yeah, and I can tell you, it's already, you can take it, right? You can take it, but it wasn't chosen, and instead the bishop attacked the rook. Rook attacks in turn the queen. The queen has to step back, and there's like take happening. Queen drops back, and a rook is going to capture. So suddenly, I'm going to say Black still has the advantage because the bishop pair there are such a magnificent force, and the position is going to be open.
There's going to be a lot of trades now. The b pawn's weak. The other b pawn's weak. The c and d pawns are weak. There's going to be a lot of captures. And I think that's going to lead to equality once all the pawns are captured. So, very reasonable position for both. Lots of tactics now. Lots of captures are going to happen. Arjun's trying to find a way for an advantage instead of trading all the pawns off. Arjun really doesn't want to draw since he's playing a low-rated player and he has the white pieces.
Yes, he wants to put the pressure right on the get-go. Drawing with the white pieces against an opponent that he is the favorite against is not going to be a great result. So this is why he keeps that tension on the board. But there's some risk here, because if it all backfires, that rook out there in the wilderness has gone on a big walkabout, whereas the bishops, the black bishops, they're beautifully primed.
Yeah, the question is White going to play d5 soon? Is White going to capture that pawn on b4? Is the rook on b5 going to get trapped and White's going to be forced to sacrifice in exchange? Okay, so he did play d5. Seems like an obvious move. Of course, the Engine doesn't like it. Engine never likes our human moves. But I probably would have played d5 immediately if I was playing a blitz game. My d pawn's weak. d5 advances my pawn. It's very safe now. My knight has the d4 square. It's just too logical.
And you highlighted the storyline. Is my rook going to get trapped? And the answer for Pranesh is yes. Arjun's rook is going to get trapped because bishop back to d7, attacking the rook is incoming. There's also queen takes pawn in the air. Oh dear. Arjun took a risk and it might not pay off.
Bishop c3 was an excellent move, as Yovi pointed out. c4 pawn's now attacked. The rook is trapped on b5. The pawn on d5 is pinned to the queen. Black has the two bishops. This is looking ominous already for Arjun. Already has the worst position. I think he just overlooked bishop c3, and that's why the engine didn't like d5. Now Arjun goes all in, plays c5, making the game really murky, hoping his opponent can't figure out the complications. And in fact, the engine says Black only has one really strong move here, bishop to d7, attacking the rook. And we're going to see that pin take effect again. If he plays c6, we can just take it with the bishop. So is Black going to play bishop to d7 or make some other move like taking the pawn? He did play bishop d7, and the engine already likes Pranesh's position a lot more, and Pranesh has more time on the clock. Do we have an upset in the making, Yovi?
It looks that way. And I got to say, the Indian school of chess is all about calculation. They're not afraid of making those ugly moves because there is concrete reasoning behind it. The bishop goes back, attacks the rook, and it asks the question, what are you going to do? And here he would have worked out, and look at him. He is working it out right now. What is going to happen after pawn takes pawn? Where is the rook going to go to? And we're seeing Arjun attack the queen. I'm still going to say that this is you had to be precise there because you didn't want to allow this pawn to start advancing. And now here, Pranesh can relax. He can take. And here, this is the way you save the rook. But you saved the rook at the cost of a lot of material. Now the d pawn is falling for white.
Yeah, everything's pinned in this game. There's been a lot of pins for both sides. The bishop on c3 is pinned. Black is up a pawn. Black looks like he's threatening the rook, but the bishop is pinned to the queen. We could see an interesting trade, Yovi, if Black takes the two rooks for the queen, which in fact he could do now if he wants. He could take on b4 and then take on c6. Then White has the move queen e4, forking the two pieces. So maybe that doesn't work out for Black. That's what Pranesh is calculating. He advances his rook to e8, putting it on the open file, attacking the queen. Both queens are under pressure, but in the meantime, Pranesh has the extra pawn.
Yes, and I could tell you, I had a quick glance at the heart rate. Arjun is not 50 anymore.
Wow. That's the highest I've ever seen this
90, which for most of us is pretty calm. But for Arjun, he senses the pressure as the queen is driven backwards. And Ben, your idea is still there. You can take the rook. You can also say, hey, what is that queen doing next to its king? That maybe you have some other moves instead.
Yeah, I think Black could play queen f3 unless I'm blundering something, keep the pieces on the board.
Makes a lot of sense. Why go back when you can go forward? And there's also maybe some other possibilities with some tactics, because the rook maybe drop back with the queen, doubling on the D line and just getting ready to meet rook takes bishop with the rook coming down. That would be also really lovely. However, Pranesh, he's thinking many tempting options, and sometimes it goes for your choice. Very natural.
This has been a funny game because Black had the big center with e5 and d4. That got decimated. Then White had the big center with c4 and d5, and that got decimated. Now there's no center pawns, and Black is just a queenside pawn up with a technical endgame, which likely should be winning, but with so little time on the clock, it's not easy to have perfect technique. Arjun's going to defend, hope to get the draw, and go on to game two. But it's a two result game. Either Pranesh wins or it's a draw. Black has to save his queenside pawns. And number two, he has to get loof for his king with something like g6 or h6. Arjun's going to try double rooks on the 7th rank with rook on c1 to c7 and get counterplay against the f7 pawn. The question is, does Black have enough power to win? He stopped rook c7 by making his bishop pretty meek on d8. That's not really where you want your bishop. But he's defending against rook c7. I don't like that move so much. I don't think the bishop's very good there.
Yeah, I didn't feel like this was the right direction to put the bishop because, after all, the rook could go all the way to the edge. But there was an issue with the white knight. It didn't have any good squares. It was being dominated by the pawns. But you know what? Arjun, he's a great endgame player, and he might be saving this, especially if the knight can find a role. So Arjun asking Black, what are you going to do? Are you going to advance the pawn? Are you going to defend that pawn that's under attack? What is your next move?
Yeah, I was thinking Black could play bishop b6, which he did play. White's going to try to get the knight to g5, put pressure on f7 and h7. Of course, the engine doesn't like anything. It says all the moves are wrong. I'm the engine. I know best. Doesn't like f6 either. Now it says White's okay.
That one, I'm on board with the engine. Normally, I disagree vociferously. But here I'm thinking it weakens that seventh line. And White can suddenly dream about just posting up 2 rooks on that row, and it's going to be deadly. Also, this knight is coming into the golden square. It's f5. Every knight belongs on that square. And here, it's going to come with power. And I've got to tell you, that pawn is weak next to the king.
It's funny, 2 of my rules are coming into effect. Never play f6.
Yes.
One of my most famous rules. The other one is it's not knight f5, it's knife f5. So here comes the knight to f5. That's one of my emotes on my stream is knife f5. It's a picture of a knife going to f5 square. And I actually got that from Greek Grandmaster Vasilios Katronius before you were born. He said it's not knight f5, it's knife f5. So, but actually it wasn't around when you were born. It was 1984. So that was a long time ago. But Vasilios, I haven't seen him in a long time, but he's right. Knight f5 is almost always a good move. Arjun has really exciting rook on b7, putting pressure all over Black's position. White has enough compensation with the activity to compensate for the pawn minus, since the queenside pawns aren't dangerous now, and White's king is safer than Black's.
Wow.
And here comes knife f5.
Knife f5, and it will thrive. And we've seen attacking the pawn there. And the big question is, if Black boots that knight away, where is the white knight going to go? Is it going to go to the edge of the board? Is it going to go all the way close to the king? Well, we're going to have those questions answered as, did you see that? That was quick.
Yeah, those guys play fast. They're here for a reason. I thought he was going to play one of the rooks to e7, the rook on e6. But then you could take the bishop and take the pawn, and White would be just fine. Black is still trying to play for an advantage. We're going to get into a drawn ending here if Arjun takes on e2 and takes the queen side, because the rook and the a pawn don't win against White rook. So White can bail out to a draw here by playing rook takes e2, rook takes b6, rook takes b5, give away the a pawn, put the white rook behind. Okay, but instead plays a much more aggressive move, a move I would never think of, giving the f2 pawn away with check. This is too complicated. All the pieces are hanging now. f2's hanging, b6 is hanging, f6 is hanging, e8 is hanging. It's much too complicated. Arjun's in his element. Of course, the engine doesn't care. It says equal.
It is absolutely crazy position here as the bishop is hanging, the rook is hanging for Black, and Arjun has literally said, take my pawn. Not only take it, give it away with check.
Wow.
And wow, what is he?
All 3 results are possible now. White could get an attack against the Black king. It's amazing. But yeah, let me highlight all these pieces that are attacked right now. We got the rook on e8 attacked by the knight, the pawn on f2's attacked. Why, he must have expected rook e7 because he immediately played this. And now we have a drawn ending. And if anybody's better, it's Arjun. Arjun's going to attack the pawn. Black has to defend passively. White should play rook b4. The question is, now he has to lose the pawn. And now Arjun's going to play for the win. The ending is still a draw. But White has the better side of the draw.
I mean, it was complete turnaround, right? We had a little moment of chaos. We saw Arjun went into this endgame a pawn down. Now Arjun, in that all of that confusion, is now a pawn up. Now this is technically a drawn position, but only Arjun is the one who's going to win this.
That's right. And that's why I tell my students, don't pay too much attention to the engine evaluation in some endgames. It'll say 0-0-0. But every grandmaster in the world takes White here. White has an extra pawn. The engine knows it's a draw, but you know, if two club players are playing, then sometimes white's going to win.
Exactly. And what white is dreaming about is, first up, the rook is in front of his own pawn. If it can get released, it will be loved to be by the side. And some ideas that you can do is white can, at the right time, run with the king, try to do an assist. Now, that normally comes with great risk, because in the process of running with the king, you do abandon your own pawns, and black is ready with his own pawns as well. They are just waiting to be unleashed and advanced. But here comes the king.
Yeah, I didn't like Pranesh playing king f7. Now it says king g7 is a mistake, although king g7 seemed like the obvious move.
Yeah, maybe it was just to force the king. It's a complicated stuff. These positions, they're not too much material, so the engines are pretty good. They've got most things worked out. But this is apparently a misstep. One thing, though, you probably don't have time to take that pawn, because here comes the king. This is the plan in action, and it's all going to be about that A-pawn as it becomes a queen.
Now the engine says white's winning. Again, it's a draw with perfect play, but it's hard to play perfectly with a minute on your clock. White had that extra pawn. Now material is equal, but white obviously has the winning chances with that strong passed pawn. Pawn's on the 7th rank. Black has to try to get a passed pawn himself, which he does. Now the engine says black is drawing, because f5 gives him a passed pawn also.
Exactly, and Arjun allowed that pawn break, and suddenly the black pawns, they have been unleashed. They're able to create their own passed pawns, and it's going to be a race. You can even give up your... Oh, don't go backwards, go forward.
That's the wrong way.
You needed to go forwards.
Now we're threatening rook c6 check, rook a6.
Build
what a
bridge.
blunder.
Block the eye contact with the black rook with the a-pawn. Wow. Wow, this is over.
It's a good thing the engine's not doing the live comments here. I'd be really mad. Why are you playing so bad? Yeah, check, rook a4, and white wins.
Comes the block. And this
An amazing turnaround. Black was a pawn up in the ending and ended up losing. It was a 2-result game, except that it wasn't. It was a 3-result game.
Yeah, and this is going to be super painful for Pranesh. Their queen takes pawn, and now there's going to be checkmate.
Good
there.
technique by Arjun. Wow.
And Arjun, well, he might have used up one of his 9 lives there. What a game. What a turnaround. Clinching it in a rook and pawn endgame, going into that endgame originally a pawn down, and just creating chaos. Arjun, the master of chaos, as it appears.
Yeah, they got to some crazy position where Arjun played rook c6 with all the pieces hanging. I thought Arjun was going to bail out to a drawn ending where he was slightly worse. Instead, he got to a drawn ending where he was slightly better, and he ended up winning after mutual mistakes by both sides in time trouble. A really topsy-turvy game here, and it looks like one side is in a lot of trouble, particularly Pranesh, of getting his key crushed today.
Well, he's on the edge, because if he does not win with the white pieces, he is going home and his key will be crushed. For Arjun, he is just one draw away from the top 8 for the quarterfinals, and we're seeing from Pranesh, he's going for those tricky openings again. Up comes that little pawn on h3, not taking the center, not doing anything, and going for a very unusual way of developing the pieces. Usually, Ben, I don't know about you, but I tell my students, don't put your pieces in front of their pawns.
Yeah, my students aren't allowed to watch this game. h3, a3, bishop d3. Don't play like this at home. But this is the way the players are playing. We saw actually white play h3, this exact position yesterday, and get a good position. But yeah, h3, a3, b4. White typically likes to maneuver the knight around to g3 with knight e2 to g3. Sometimes white plays knight d5. And again, the engine says it's equal, but Pranesh wants to get a long maneuvering game, give chances for Arjun to go wrong at some point, get into time trouble, not have anything happen too quickly. There's 2 ways of playing in must-win situations. One is to play wild and crazy, which Pranesh is not doing, and one is to play calm, sophisticated maneuvering where the game never ends and give yourself a chance to win over a long period of time. That's what Pranesh has chosen to do.
Yes, and your opponent is Arjun Erigaisi. Is this the right way forward to go for that very sophisticated, long-winded game?
Yeah, well, based on last game, I wouldn't play a tactical melee. Wow. Speaking of tactical melees, h5.
Well, he's just saying, hey, I don't want you to grab any space on that side of the board. I'm going forward. By the way, this is English School of Chess approved. We all like the way that Arjun is handling the position. And now we're seeing Pranesh say, you know what, you work on the wings, I'm going to work on the center. As the rooks come, maybe got ideas of dropping that bishop back, and then at the right time, breaking with d2, d4, catching the opponent on the wrong foot. Oh, what's this? This is very provocative.
A5, H5. A FIDE master friend of mine in New York City told me when his opponent plays knight e2, he always plays h5. That way when the knight goes to g3, he can play h4 later. That's exactly what happened this game. Pranesh saw black playing h5 and a5 and decided to play in the center by moving the bishop away from d3 and playing d4. The engine likes it. White's actually breaking in the center. White's king is very safe. It's not clear if black has a safe place for the king. Hopefully, black's going to castle queenside, play g5, and it'll be super exciting.
And I was going to say, that's my favorite thing in chess, and it's happening right here on the board. Arjun Eric, guys, he just needs a draw, and he's like, you know what? I am not going to go to the king side. That's exactly where all the white pieces are pointing. It is the queen side to the left side of the board. That is where I'm headed, and this is gutsy chess. It actually was the best move, by the way. You needed to do that with the king, and now we are all systems go, complete chaos. All three results possible.
Yeah, Arjun doesn't play for the result of a draw when he needs a draw to win. He wants to win the match, choose 0, wants to play the best move. He wants to play the move that meets his style of chess. And castling queenside, that's just Arjun's style. Pranesh has to be happy with a double-edged position, which is most likely to be decisive, because a draw is no good. If Pranesh draws, he loses the match. He needs to win the game. He's got a complicated position. The engine says white is a little bit better. White has chances to get a knight to f5 or maneuver his knights around and get one to d5. Instead, he plays queen d2, a natural-looking move. Of course, the engine doesn't like it. Engine never likes our moves. And now it thinks that Arjun is doing quite reasonably well.
Yeah, the engine is a mystery because it said if you went a little bit to the left with the queen, you would have been slightly better. But because you've gone into the middle, that's it. You are worse because of this move. The knight jumps. And I did see Arjun's heart rate almost make it to 3 figures. Is now back to 83. And we're seeing Pranesh. He is in a spot of bother because that knight is nicely centralized. And the big thing is, because it's opposite side castling, the king's opposite side of the board, it's going to be all about cracking open a line for, I call them the big guys, the queen and the rooks, to start infiltrating.
Well, if I was white, I would have defended my c-pawn, but that's why I'm not white. I'm here doing commentary. Instead, the players play super aggressive, counter-attacking style, activating their pieces. White doesn't mind if black takes the c-pawn, because that opens lines to black's king. And white wants the game to be double-edged, doesn't want to play passively and defend, wants to play aggressively. And Arjun, maneuvering his knights around to the dark squares, wants to put the other knight on c5, maybe play pawn to f6, pawn to g5. Is white going to take one of those kingside pawns and open up his own king with queen g7 or queen h5?
Exactly. And, well, if you do that, then you're going to allow the black rooks to infiltrate. And Arjun's not afraid of the queens coming off, because one of the things about pushing pawns is they leave behind weak squares. You can also say, and I'm going to coin an expression by David Howe, with great space comes great responsibility. You have to protect those squares. Well, what do we think?
And now David says, with new children on the way comes great responsibility. So, okay, queen g3, the engine hates it, says, why are you retreating? It doesn't like retreating.
You go back, I go forward, and I would be pounding the table for moves such as g5. Get that g-pawn. Doesn't matter if it gives up a pawn. I want to just be opening up the lines and let the pieces do the business. So we'll see whether that happens. Maybe you can play a bit more cautiously, maybe go knight takes knight or something like that. But we'll see how Arjun, he is the master of chaos. He's going to be completely at home in a position like this.
Yeah, once again, I'm wondering if white is ever going to try to get the 2 bishops by playing knight f5 or knight takes e6. Knight on d4 is very strong. That's why he doesn't want to trade it off for one of Black's bishops. Black has the c5 square for his knight. The bishop on b6 is excellently placed. Very double-edged position. Even though the engine likes Arjun's position, I think Pranesh is doing a good job of making the game complicated in a must-win situation. The engine doesn't know that white is forced to win, so it wants to play different moves, which may lead to equality, and Pranesh doesn't want that. He wants a position maybe where he's slightly worse, where both sides have winning chances.
Exactly. And he wants a path to clarity, because as it stands, it's not that easy for white to continue. Ideally, you want that knight in the middle to be up one square, menacing the queen. Whereas, I asked, and the players delivered. Thank you, Arjun. You did what I wanted to do, given an X by the engine. Wow.
Don't try this at home when you're in a game where you need a draw to qualify. Play G5. Arjun doesn't care about whether he needs a draw or a win. He just wants to play the Arjun-like kind of move and push his opponent off the board.
I only just realized just now that I was advocating for a sacrifice. So I thank Arjun for not making me look stupid. But yes, I think you have to take that pawn with the queen and go into an endgame, because if you don't do that, then Black is simply going to get those two pawns on the edge on the right side and start advancing. Forward, forward, and it's very formulaic, right?
Yeah, it seems like if we don't try to trade queens with white, then white has no attack against Black's king, whereas the G file, H file are about to be open against white's king. Bishop on B6 is bearing down against the king on G1. The bishop on E6 is bearing down on H3. Black has the knight on E5. That's very strong. So it's looking very difficult. Black has all these pieces that are going towards the white king. White's pieces not really doing much against Black's king. Arjun doesn't want to trade queens and be down a pawn, but he wants to have that open G line. With the open G line, Arjun's going to have a ready-made attack. The engine, even though Black is down a pawn, prefers Black's position because in the long run, Black has an attack down the G line, white has no attack.
Yeah. And, well, we're going to see here how is Arjun going to recover the pawn, because after I excitedly gave up that pawn as a recommendation, I mean, it's every goal of the gambiteer to win back the sacrifice material. So maybe you can go queen takes queen. You can maybe get out of harm's way. You can actually go F6, block the trade, and then just start using the G line. Actually, that's more Arjun, right? Arjun is not going to be
Arjun's more like F6, rook G8 than trade queens and take on C4. So he's trying to figure out whether he should win his pawn back or they should just sacrifice the pawn, maybe even the H pawn.
Yeah.
Now that might be more suicidal, taking on H5. The queen might easily get trapped there with rook H8.
We'll see.
And he did play an Arjun style, as you suggested.
Exactly. I mean, he is all lion. I am part chicken. But we've seen the queen drop back. And now it's going to be Operation G-line. First up, you can just go immediately on the attack. You can just line up your rook against the white king. You can do something that you advocated for. You can grab that pawn, go on the steal. But here, rook comes in and, okay, come on. This is like the most natural move, and the engine is being ruthless.
As per usual. The engines are mean. Now, is white going to play one of my favorite knight F5s? Or are we going to keep that knight on D4? He took the bishop on E6. Engine doesn't say it's great, because that knight on D4 was really strong. And now king F1, avoiding the open G line and the diagonal, the bishop on B6, was attacking the white king on G1. White's trying to play safe, keep that extra pawn. Arjun wins the pawn back. Engine doesn't like it. The engine doesn't like, the position is too complicated. The engine says it can play better. The engine wants to tag in for the players. We don't know why these moves aren't good. They look very natural to us.
They do, and this is actually engine approved. Centralize the bishop, because they say when you are on the attack, you should be getting rid of the defenders. You should just make sure your opposing king is as vulnerable as possible, and this is a great step forward. And now the knight is going to be a little bit shaky out there, because the bishop that is hiding away almost in the corner can actually start to boot that knight away. And suddenly white has a potential. Oh, you going greedy, Arjun, but can you do that? Knight's on the edge.
Well, the engine doesn't like that move, putting the knight on the side of the board. Now the C file's open, and things have turned around completely. Bishop D3 traps the knight forever. the C file is open to Black's king. White's king is very safe on F1. Of course, Bishop D3, which I liked, which the player played, the engine doesn't like it, even though it traps the knight on A3. White must have had a stronger move.
Yeah.
Still, Arjun's position is very difficult.
So the engine was advocating for something super complicated. It's very unnatural. Drop the queen back and again, it just pile on the pressure against that bishop. But as it stands, that was a missed opportunity for Pranesh, and now we still have a very unbalanced position in front of us with, I'm not sure who's attacking who.
Yeah, it looks like White has more initiative on the queen side. A lot of the pieces for both sides have shifted over to the queen side. After Pranesh moved his queen over to the king side, he's now moved it back into the center, and White's pieces are dominating the center now. Knight on A3 isn't very good, and both sides have moved their king away from their opponent's rooks. The engine really hates the move King B8.
And this was a mistake, and there was only one move to punish that, and that was to lift up the rook 2 squares, attack the knight. This is not the correct way, because the black knight can block the attack. The queen at the minute, the white queen, is attacking the knight, and black can get away with it, but it's an only move. Maybe we can have analysis board, because this is it, and he finds it.
Black plays the brilliant move Knight B3. Both sides move their king out of the way. Let's go back and show. Instead, White should have played Rook C3, attacking the knight directly. Instead, he played Bishop E2, attacking the knight with the queen. Knight B3, defended by the queen. The knights are attacking everything. Bishop takes, pawn takes.
And everything is being handled beautifully by Arjun Erigaisi. And you can see he's in full defensive mode right here. And perfect defense there. But that was a golden opportunity for Pranesh. And now we're having, the rook coming to C8. Very natural move, challenging for control over the C line. But I guess the big issue is that this knight is trapped on the edge of the board.
Again, the engine doesn't like it. The position's too complicated for a blitz game. The knight's trapped on A3, and the engine says Black can just move that queen down there eventually and defend the knight. And if you never, and he played exactly correctly, trading on C1 and Queen A2. And now, if nothing happens the next 10 moves or so, Black has that passed A pawn. Black has a safe king on A7. Still very double-edged position. Big time advantage for Pranesh. Again, Arjun, with these super complications, which no human can fathom, somehow has a 67 heart rate. I don't know how he does that.
And it's a complicated position because this is a game that could go either way, as Ben is indicating. If Black doesn't do anything, Black will just simply be pushing the queenside pawns. But if White has to go on the offensive now, and the first thing is you can give a check. You can take a pawn, give a check, and you can also take other pawns as well. And it's going to be a big question. Whose king is safest? And I think the answer is White's. White is the one who has the easier path.
Yeah, White's king on F1 is pretty safe right now. Black's kingside pawns are all very weak. H5 is under pressure from the bishop. D6 is hanging with check. F6 is hanging. Once we take the D6 pawn, knight on A3 is trapped. Of course, the engine likes White. Okay, king G1, a move I never would have thought of. I would have thought the king was better on F1. But I think Pranesh wants to play bishop F1, so the queen on A2 isn't attacking the bishop anymore. Then the G2 pawn is protected. And queen B2 is played. And I guess in the long run, Pranesh just wants to win that knight on A3 and not worry about the pawns on D6 and F6. Arjun defends his F6 pawn. So after queen takes D6 check, F6 pawn is defended by the black queen and gets out of the way of the passed A pawn. So if that A pawn ever moves, it can go to A3, A2, and White has to worry about that. Over the last 3 minutes, Pranesh has had a big time advantage. Arjun's now catching up on the clock, and now Pranesh only has a slight time advantage. And while I'm saying all of this, Arjun's heart rate goes lower and lower, 57. Yeah. Amazing.
It is amazing. Well, now he's going to be forced to find the only move. and he takes the pawn, relying on some tactics. I was thinking the knight can come forward. I didn't spot this one. There's a nice find from Arjun. Whole idea is you can't take that knight because the rook will be loose. So instead, Pranesh has to find another move.
Are you saying white shouldn't sacrifice the rook?
No.
What would Levy say?
He would not approve on that particular case, and he goes back.
Oh boy, the engine doesn't like these moves.
No, he doesn't like it because I suspect that the queen can come and give a check.
Yeah, I was advocating for bishop f1, and he played king h2. Yeah, now queen d5 check defends everything. Black can play knight d4. Okay, he plays knight d4 right away. Now black is up a lot of pawns.
Exactly, and there goes the rook. But it was a trade. It wasn't entirely a sacrifice, and now the king, black king, safe.
Very safe on a7.
And it's a question of pawn racing, right? And white is going to have to generate a lot of time. It's going to take a lot of moves. So this is why Pranesh is hoping to go on the counter. He needs to win. He needs to win if he wants to survive in this competition. Check there from Arjun, block from Pranesh, and now the queen is threatening the pawn on f2, and you have to step back with the king. You have to do some defensive footwork there. And Arjun, look at him. Look how he's combining the bishop, the rook, sorry, not the rook, the queen and the knight, threatening checkmate. And there goes a pawn. There goes another one. And again, the black king, super safe. White's position completely collapsing.
It's pandemonium. He's losing all of his pawns. Black has so many extra pawns, I can't count that high. White's trying for tricks with bishop d5 and queen b7 mate. That's not going to happen. Black's king is too safe. Arjun can make his king safe forever by playing knight c5, and then he can just push his a pawn to victory.
And Arjun doesn't even
Uh-oh,
have problems.
That's also a good d5.
It is. That pawn was untouchable.
Checkmate.
And it's checkmate again. Arjun Erigaisi wins 2-0 and gets a place into the quarterfinals. Wow.
What a topsy-turvy game. That should have gone either way.
It could have gone either way. It was a game full of twists, turns, adventure. Very nervy. But Arjun Erigaisi manages to handle those complications and secure himself a spot in the top 8.
Hey, we're not as bad as we thought we were. Yesterday, they asked you who you thought. You said Arjun. They asked me yesterday. I said Nihal. And they're both on to tomorrow. We know what we're talking about.
Well, they live to yet another day as they go into the playoffs. For Arjun Erigaisi, I think he'll be breathing a huge sigh of relief because this was not an easy match despite the scoreline.
No, that was a very exciting match. Both games could have gone either way. We saw Pranesh lose an endgame where he had an extra pawn. That game, the engine liked his position quite a lot also. Too complicated. Both sides were getting attacked. Lots of pawns hanging, lots of weak pawns. And eventually, Arjun just overpowered Pranesh. And near the end of the game, really great match for the spectators. Yeah, really amazing.
We're going to go straight to the stage for an interview and a key crush.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please, as Pranesh hands over his key, round of applause one more time for Pranesh. And if I could please get a word, you're officially qualified for the playoffs. How do you feel about your play up to this point?
I think yesterday it was very good. Even though I lost one match, I was pretty happy with how I played. But today, even though I won, I wasn't so satisfied. I think I should have played better. But okay, I'm happy that I got the job done.
Last year, you finished in 4th place, an amazing finish. Of course, this year, you're looking to take it even further. How confident are you in your chances to beat your placement from last year and maybe lift this trophy?
Yeah, it's never going to be easy with such strong players like Alireza, Magnus, and everyone. But I'll just focus on giving my best, and that's all.
Okay, and last thing that I have to ask about, they show the heart rates up there. Your heart rate is only like 50-something while you're having these matches. How are you so calm in such a high-pressure match?
Yeah, this is something that comes to me pretty naturally since like 4 years ago was the first time when I played under heart rate, and yeah, it was like 80s or something, and recently I started exercising more, so it's understandable it got even lower.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Arjun. Arjun, you can go ahead and crush your opponent's key.
Another time to crush a key, crush some dreams as the ice-cold winner himself, Arjun Erigaisi, joins us next to the traditional key crusher. Key is being set, Arjun. Congratulations again. Looking forward to see you on the playoffs tomorrow. Remember, only 8 can remain to 1. He just punched his ticket. It is time to give him the quick briefing before we go and destroy that key. We've had pretty good pops. All you have to do is to go for this until you hear it explode. This is the end of the way for Pranesh, but Arjun validates his ticket. Let's hear it. Nice, clean and efficient. Congratulations once again to Arjun. You can just stand next to me, brother. Congratulations to Arjun. You will be back tomorrow, but once again, everyone can have a big round of applause for Arjun Erigaisi.
Scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
And one more spot in the playoffs has been earned. Arjun Erigaisi gets the win over Pranesh in a commanding fashion, 2-0, knocking him out of the tournament, crushing Pranesh's key. As it crushed and crumbled, so did the hearts of the competitor of Pranesh. But what a performance he had throughout our tournaments and getting some big wins, including Benjamin Buck just a little bit earlier. Seoul Esports should be incredibly proud of their competitor.
Pranesh has had a fantastic tournament. Of course, not playing Arjun Erigaisi, a very strong player. Arjun even looked very experienced with crushing the key, I felt like.
That's right.
He's crushed many keys throughout the last 2 years, coming here fourth last year. But Pranesh has had a fantastic tournament, beating, like you said, Benjamin Bach. And this is just the beginning for this 19-year-old.
Yeah, we can't forget, he was a substitute, right? So he's just breaking into, let's say, the world top 50 consistently. I think it's an amazing opportunity for him. Arjun Erigaisi has played guys like Magnus, Hikaru, Alireza, Nojibek, Sindarov, all of the other Indian players. At this point, probably past 100 times.
It's actually pretty incredible. 100 times is pretty insane. And when you look at his gameplay, he just had control of the entire game, like game 1, game 2. It's not that Pranesh really did anything bad. It's just Arjun was even better.
Exactly. Arjun just is always so precise. He always kind of knows what ideas to have. And also, as we can see, he stays calm. He was saying that he's exercised a lot this year. I don't know if that's the solution, but he just stays calm. He doesn't feel too much pressure. And I think he loves playing with a big audience like he's doing here, and he's used to it.
His heart rate was in the 50s. I mean, my resting heart rate is pretty healthy. It's like 48, and I could not believe it. I would not be 48 playing up there.
Yeah.
No, it's the experience showed, and I like when these guys like Arjun and Nojibek win these games, not just, straight from the beginning dominance. Like, it was a topsy-turvy game. There were chances Pranesh could have taken, but ultimately the experienced player took his chance at the right moment. It's really like exactly how sports go.
Yeah.
And Arjun should be very proud.
That's right. Some of the chat comments were popped up there for just a second. It was pretty funny. He found enlightenment. He studied at Buddhist temples. Whatever he's doing, meditating on stage, it's clearly working, because 50 is insane to be up there underneath the lights in front of the audience, and you have a 50 heart rate compared to 110, 120 plus from your competitor. It's pretty insane to say the least. Something the commentators, though, kept saying, Arjun, the master of chaos. What do they mean by that?
Oh, me? Oh. Well, master of chaos is basically, if you want a literal definition, what it means is in any position that is non-standard. So any position that has imbalance. What that means is material. Somebody's up a pawn, or it's maybe a rook for a knight or something like that. Or it's a change in the pawn structure, double pawns, pawn islands. Structures of the pawns from openings that you can't really pinpoint. Was it a Catalan? Was it a Spanish? You'd basically drop Arjun Erigaisi into any position. You sit him down at a board, randomly simulate a position on the 15th move, and he'll know what to do better than most people in the world. Yeah, that's what Master of Chaos is. He's just fantastic at imbalanced games.
I'm sorry, Levi, I put you a little bit there on the spot. I thought you've done many recaps with Arjun Erigaisian.
I have. That was one right there. Yeah, I'm going to do one later today. I mean, he beats Pranesh for a good reason. But like we said with Nihal, look at who else is in the top 4. There's no good opponent.
No, not at all. And in fact, let's take a look at the opponents because Group A is now concluded. It's completely done. And all we need to do is wrap up Group B. But as we take a look, you start to see the journey these competitors have had to advance to the playoffs. And with Group A completely done, you've got the heaviest of heavy hitters who have advanced over into the playoffs. Of course, Noterbeck there, Alireza Firouzja, Niall Sorin, and now Arjun Erigaisi moving forward. No big surprises, right, Levy? I mean, I think for the most part, this is pretty much how we would have expected it.
Right. For me, the only person that could have made it that didn't is Wei Yi. As I look at this field, I would have picked Firouzja. You don't get second place for no reason. I think he's actually the second best chess player in the world right now. No, Alireza.
Oh, gotcha.
I think it's Alireza. It's very close, and it's funny we're always talking about who's the second best player in the world. We've been talking about who's the second best player in the world for 15 years, which is kind of bananas. Maybe even 17 years. Magnus might have already been the best before he was ranked 1, but Wei could have made it through, and he is very, very good, but yeah, I'm pretty satisfied with that.
Yeah, no, we were kind of, or at least I was hoping personally that he would make it through. Not because I necessarily have skin in the game, but just Wei in his story, right? Coming from the playoffs and then moving forward. We've always, at least in the Allianz Vault for the past 2 weeks, we've had someone come in from the LCQ, come in from the playoffs and enter into the playoffs, into the finals, right? And even one of our LCQ winners last week, winning the entire event was just truly special. But for Wei Yi, gave it his absolute best. But yeah, for the 4 that did in fact make it, I mean, incredible competitors.
Nihal Sarin, I think, also should get so much credit. I mean, he's been playing so well. That first game against Duda was completely crazy. With the time scramble, it looked as if Duda maybe could get a flag over there and win that game. But then Sarin pulled through, and now Sarin is through to the next round. So many strong players, but this is just getting started. There's still keys to be crushed.
Still keys to be crushed, and I believe, 2 more, in fact, because we need to move 2 more players forward to the playoffs. Only 2 more spots remaining, and then we have our draw at the end of the day to figure out what playoffs is going to look like. Nobody wants to play number 2 of Firouzja. Nobody wants to play Magnus, but somebody's going to have to do it either which way, and they had to do it coming out of the LCQs, coming out of the play-ins as well, which we've lost all of them. Wei Yi was kind of the last hope, right? The last chance, the last dance didn't end up working out for him. It is what it is, though. But playoffs going to be incredibly exciting starting tomorrow. But for now, we still need to finish up Group B. And coming up next is going to be a great matchup. Hans Niemann going against Senna Move Ahead. But as far as the club championship update goes, we've got a lot of great organizations at least being represented. And we need an update via Trav. Here's our club championship update powered by Aramco.
We're over here in the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, and it's Rainbow Six Siege this week. I'm joined by Chris, and from what I'm hearing, there's some teams that should have some club championship implications in Siege this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, one of the big stories for us was teams who haven't managed to make it that we really did expect to. Team Falcons and G2 not making it through group stages was a big disappointment, especially for the side of Team Falcons. I mean, look, for them, a massive week. Big participation across all the stages, but Siege is not going to be one of those stages that they managed to pick up some points on. So that was a big disappointment. But we've got a huge game in the general terms for not just Siege, but for CC as well. FaZe against Liquid. They call it the E-Classico over here. So, I mean, look, it's going to be really interesting to see how that one goes. But right now, we got our defending champions on here of Team Secret. They're another squad who could go on and pick themselves up something in the top 24. That's what a lot of these teams will kind of be looking towards now as they're starting to whittle it down in the final 2 weeks. For some of them, it's not necessarily about winning that club championship trophy. It's about participating in that top 24 and getting some good prize money.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, a joint effort across chess and Rainbow Six Siege from Team Liquid this week. We'll see if they can get it across the line.
Thank you, Traventon, for the club championship update. Team Liquid looking good over there. Team Liquid looking great over here. Much needed points needed for the club championship race. Now, coming up in just a little bit, Mike is once again going to throw his hat in the ring to try and teach Hollywood Rob TV and Damascus some chess. It went okay the first time. Will it go well the second time? But before we get to that, you need to check out Level Up Season 2.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons! They have crushed the curse!
All right, we're back with my new favorite students, Rob TV and Damascus. We're going to double our ELOs again. Are you ready?
Oh,
Let's
yeah,
go.
it's about that time.
Last time we looked at a very practical end game. Now we're going to look at some tactics, okay? And this is the most common tactic in chess. If you take a look here, Magnus had the 2 rooks lined up in his first game against Esipenko. That means if this knight moves, the rook would be lost. We say that the knight is pinned. And it's kind of like when a wrestler is pinned to the mat. All the other wrestlers jump on top. We call that piling on the pinned piece, or in my world, PP on the PP.
Brother. PP. Okay, that's memorable.
That's an easy one to remember. You're not going to forget
PP
that.
or the PP. Okay.
All right, so, Rob, I've got a question for you.
Yeah.
How can Magnus aim at the pinned, helpless knight one more time?
He could move his e-pawn.
Yeah.
And attack with the bishop.
And if the pawn comes forward to e3, the bishop will line up with it. Damascus, do you see another way we could put PP on the PP? Maybe with the knight.
Probably with the knight to d2.
Right, and could the knight go somewhere else?
D4?
Yeah. Was it knight to d2?
Or even
or e5.
Yeah, e5. Very good.
Yeah.
Now, both of these moves, knight to d2, and also, if I go back, knight to e5, they both do the job, right? They both put PP on the PP, but do you think Magnus Carlsen flips a coin when he makes his moves?
Not a chance.
Not at all, because what you try to do in chess is when you're thinking about what move that you want to play, try to mentally see if your move is stoppable. And if you try your best for your opponent to stop your idea, but your opponent can't stop your idea, what have you actually found, Rob?
A great move.
You've actually found the great move, right? You're not trying to find moves that are good for you, you're trying to find the truth in the position. And here, if he had played the move knight to d2, he's got 2 attackers, but black has this brilliant defense, rook back to c6. Now the knight on c4 can actually move because the rook on c6 is defended by the bishop. That would get black out of the pin. So, of course, Magnus does not flip coins in chess. He believes in good moves. He plays knight to e5, which also attacks the knight, but it takes away the defense, rook to c6. That way his move is not stoppable. And black has a free move. Black can do nothing. Eventually, Magnus moved the pawn from e2 to e3 to attack the knight a third time. He won material, and he won the game. So, the first thing we learned, let's take it to you, Damascus, when you've got a pin, what do you want to do to the pinned piece?
you put pressure on the pin piece.
Very good.
PP on the PP, let's go.
On the PP.
I will never forget that.
Yes. Nobody at home's ever going to forget that either. Okay, that's my catchphrase, and I gave it to the world. Hopefully, you've got it memorized. We also learned, Rob, that when you are thinking about your move, what should you try to do?
I should think about ways my opponent can counter it.
Yep.
And if they can't, then it must be a good move.
There you go. That kind of thinking will get you very, very far in chess, okay? So we put some PP on the PP. Let's get back and do some more service to the English language later on, okay? Back to you guys.
Doom scrolling is cringe. Chess is fun. Get all the dopamine of looking at your screen and none of the guilt when you're improving your mind with chess. Want to improve at your own pace? Take a few seconds to complete a puzzle and learn something new. Don't be cringe. Play chess. There's something for everyone at chess.com. Learn, play, and have fun.
Thank you, Mike, for that lesson. Damascus, you're catching on pretty quick. I see you out there. Anna, I don't know. He is looking like the #1 teacher so far.
Listen, Taylor, I'm going to be up there. I'm going to be giving you a lesson as well very soon, and you can decide after that.
Okay, fair enough. I think I'm actually probably going to choose you, Mike. No hate, of course. Hey, we got a great schedule. 2 more matches to go, and they're both impactful. Why? Because it either moves you forward or gets your key crushed. It's going to be Hans Niemann, Senna Movahead going against each other, then Denis Lazovic and Jan Nepomniachtchi. 2 great matches for sure. And talking about the one that's about to be on the stage just behind us, it's Hans Niemann going against Senna Movahead. And let's go ahead and talk about Niemann and how good he is. One of the guys that I think in the chess world, there's a lot of eyes on him for various different reasons, right? But he wants to make it into the playoffs. Why? Because he's got some rivals he wants to take down.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Hans was a quarterfinalist in the World Blitz Championship. He was up a game against Magnus. So that's always a matchup that we look forward to. We got that matchup yesterday. Maybe we're going to get it again come the knockouts. Really, you look forward to Hans Niemann against anybody. He, in my opinion, is one of the most well-rounded players in the world in freestyle, also in classical, in rapid, which is what they're playing here, in blitz and in bullet. I would argue that Hans probably is like a top 10 player across all formats.
Wow.
He just has to prove it. And we're going to see that today against, Sina, who's a rising star from Iran. I mean, he is just completely unbelievable, burst onto the scene the past year.
Yeah,
so,
and he also wants to go against Hikaru as well, too, because I know it's quite personal between those two, and that's going to be fun for sure. But what I love about Hans is he's not scared to show emotions on stage. Like, he's a very emotional player, well, for better or worse, but for at least when I come from esports, I love that.
I agree. I mean, when we see Hans winning, we see a big smile. We could see it yesterday against Nepo. He was smiling. He was so happy. Of course, when he loses, he's also going to be upset. But I think the thing with Hans Niemann is that he's a fighter, and he will fight till the very, very, very end. He never stops fighting, and I think we're going to be seeing that now for sure.
For sure, but let's go to the opposite end of the spectrum, the opposite end of the stage. His opponent, only 16 years old, representing the Stallions, Senna Movahead, who 16 years old, Levy. For me, that's just absolutely insane. The fact that he's competing for a prize pool of $1.5 million at 16, come on.
Fun fact, Magnus Carlsen was already 2,800 rated internationally when this kid was born. Which says more about Magnus than it does about Sina.
Right.
All he had to do was be born. No, he's incredibly strong, and he has not hit his ceiling. A lot of the players that we've seen here have likely hit a ceiling, particularly when they're past 25. That's just the reality, right? They can adapt their playing style and change a couple of things and maybe get back into it. We see very few people playing past their 30s, right? Especially at a level like Hikaru.
Yeah.
And if you look at the last 8 and who we're about to crown here, it's just Nepo remaining, who's 30 plus. So, age is a huge thing. I do think Hans, though, is a favorite here.
Right.
But if there was ever a man to pull off the upset, it's Sina.
Sina Movahead. Let's see if he can do it. Only 16 years old. He hasn't even hit his prime yet he's competing for $1.5 million. He's competing for a chance to move forward into the playoffs. Or will he get his key crushed? That's what's up for grabs. Let's head to the stage to get another qualification match started.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our 3rd qualification match of the day. Only 2 spots remain in that top 8. And on the right side, Senna Movahead, 16 years of age. What were you doing when you were 16? Well, this guy is fighting for a spot in the playoffs of his very first Esports World Cup. He clutched the win against Sarana earlier. Can he do it again?
And on the other side, we have the American Grandmaster, Hans Niemann, who built his name through confidence, through strong performances against the elite of the elite. He gets people talking, but on the board, he always gets it done. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. Hans Niemann versus Senna Movahead.
Thank you, Rob TV. Thank you, Damascus. What a match we have in store. Hans Niemann, Senna Movahead, 2 really youthful, energetic players with the world at their feet. Who's going to continue? Who's going to stay home? Tanya, what are you predicting?
What a big one. Can't wait for this to start, David Howell. I'm going to say one thing, for Hans Niemann, he carries the rating. He carries the repetition. But it is the most talked about kid in town currently. Senna Movahead with his meteoric rise in the title Tuesday. He's the name on everyone's mind, already reaching the biggest stage of the Esports World Cup. A statement in its own self.
Exactly. He can go anywhere. He's already beaten some of the best players in the world. Seen a move ahead. He's beaten the likes of Magnus Carlsen in Title Tuesdays, in some of the qualification events for the EWC. Of course, Hans Niemann also has beaten a lot of the great players. They can beat anyone on their day. They also maybe have some weaknesses in their game that they'll be trying to exploit. We saw Hans Niemann there doing some last-minute preparation. The game's about to begin. It will be Hans, starting with white, aiming to strike the first blow.
I have to say, for me, this match is experience of Hans Niemann versus the youth of Sina Move Ahead. And I will point out that in my eyes, I see the pressure lie firmly on Hansen's this one. The expectations are on him. He is the rating favorite. For Sina, with the pressure off his back, with this already being such a big achievement, to be right here gives him freedom, and freedom is a dangerous weapon.
It really is. He's the player with the best name in chess, Sina Move Ahead, and he will be able to play with freedom as the game begins. Hans with white starts. It's a Sicilian, and okay, we're going towards the Alapin variation, a C3 Sicilian, trades in the center, a set of pawns leaving the board, and Sina Move Ahead getting ready to fianchetto. I love this opening. It's my personal favorite from the white side. White often gets good attacking chances due to the advanced pawns in the center. Sina Move Ahead will be trying to neutralize that by trading off the light squared bishops.
You want that bishop off the board as quickly as you can if you're black. Eye-lining that light squared pawn at the edge of the board on 8-7. With the pawn that's already pushed halfway across the mark, e5, Hans makes his intentions clear. For the rest of the game, his focus will be on the king side.
Exactly. He'll try to attack. That's the direction White's two central pawns are pointing. First, you need to get pieces into the action. Some of White's pieces still asleep. Black needs to get castled. Sina Move Ahead, starting with a very high heart rate. We must say that's the baseline. The game, of course, still in its infancy. He gets his bishop out, gets ready to castle. Can Hans strike? He trades off the knights, or at least he wants to remove Black's central knight. Maybe the best minor piece right now.
And you want to do that on your terms. If black was to take that knight, it just means that that double pawn chain becomes a triple right there, with the base moving to c3, which consolidates the center even more. First, it's the pair of bishop that comes off. Then the knight's taken off the board. Two tempting options. Will he capture towards the center, Hans Niemann?
Ooh, it's a matter of taste here, capturing towards the center. Very, very tempting. Taking with the queen maintains a slightly more symmetrical structure, but he does take with the pawn. Connect 3 for now with those white pawns. Black wants to castle, but the central pawns are going to start advancing for Hans Niemann. That's why Sina Move Ahead has paused. He might be trying to prevent White from advancing, but no, he decides first order of business, get the king to safety.
And I'm expecting Hans to continue with development, get the bishop out, get the rooks connected, and eventually look at the H-pawn ramming up the board. You still want to get that pressure going. I talk about going up the board. It's the D pawn he strikes with, and a big threat. If you don't do anything about that pawn, it was about to move forward and trap the bishop.
Yeah, that pawn had to get gone. It had to be removed from the board. The black rook in the corner was hit. Now it's defended by Black's queen. The knight jumping to the edge of the board. That is because it's going to jump towards the center next move. We might see that now. Slightly awkward square. There's a hit now on Black's isolated central pawn. White's queen and rook lined up. It does look like Hans is applying some pressure, but with accurate play, maybe Black can neutralize it. And actually, long-term, Tanya, Black's doing pretty well.
It looks like that, especially because you've got a target of your own if you're Sina right now. That pawn on c3 is tender on an open line, always looking at doubling up the queen and the rooks and having the pressure on that pawn as counterplay. Right now for Hans Niemann, how does he connect his two rooks? Will he bring out his bishop to line up against the queen, or potentially even offer a trade of the dark squared bishop?
Yeah, that would be a very logical idea right now, to try and play energetically with gain of tempo. Trading off the bishops might allow the white knight to jump forward as well. The one move I don't think Hans will play here is White's queen going up 2 squares, taking a pawn. The d7 pawn would drop, yes, but Black's rooks can slide across. There might be a skewer. White might be in a bit of trouble. I don't think White is quite ready to get greedy and grab pawns.
Ooh, that home rank looks incredibly terrifying. So he first does connect the rook, brings that out. And now remember, yes, c3 is a tender spot. But Hans Niemann eyeing that king side, a knight jump coming in, and either potentially threatening a checkmate, combining with the queen on 8-7, or landing back to the center of the board to keep everything defended after bishop takes bishop.
Big moment, the bishop tension now. Who is going to capture first? Who's going to blink first? As Tanya mentions, as Black here taking the bishops off, now pushing your pawn forward would actually be a huge mistake. This is one trap Sina Move Ahead needs to avoid. Knight takes pawn now. there's X-ray vision, and the rook getting deflected would drop the rook in the corner. That is why here, Sina move ahead has seen 2 moves ahead, and he's moved his rook across, making sure that the black rook does not get captured. It now defends its bishop. He wants the trade to happen on his own terms.
You know, you've got a name like Sina move ahead. You know, chess is in your DNA. That's where you belong. This is the stage that you belong in. He does bring the rook to that central line, David, making sure that things remain defended on that F7 spot right now. For Hans Niemann, how does he continue the pressure? Will he fall back with the bishop, or will he go into defense of the C3 pawn?
Yeah, big questions, and it's always so tempting to keep going forward. It feels like Black's last move was defensive, therefore Hans wants to play on the front foot, wants to keep the threats going, but hard to find exactly how to continue. It might be a timeout situation, just defend White's hanging pawns. They are isolated. That does, however, give Black's knight time to reach the center, or at least stand on a nice outpost on c5. Hans weighing up his options. Both players are playing very quickly at this early stage.
And big questions lie ahead, so it makes a lot of sense to keep time on the clock. I also want to point out that right now, Hans has the option to go for trades by capturing the central D pawn. But once the dust settles, the pawns come off, the queen comes off, the bishops come off. There is an e5 weakness that you need to take care of, and very nicely set up by c9 in that last move, with the rook coming to that central file. So tactics, really good awareness there. Hans, meanwhile, retreats with the bishop. He keeps maximum tension. He's saying, take my pawn, I'm coming for yours.
Exactly, a very good move there from Hans, and it had to take a bit of self-restraint, it feels like. His bishop only just came out last move to drop back with the bishop, essentially having gifted Black a free move there. He's showing zero pride there at all. He doesn't want to play defensively. This move is targeted and maybe capturing a Black knight that might have landed, where the bishop has instead come to Sina move ahead, insistent on a bishop trade.
And I think he will insist on declining that bishop trade. Hans Niemann will, wanting to keep more pressure, more attacking possibilities. I'm expecting him to just go one step ahead behind that pawn. Also eye-lining the black queen, but not just that. Give Hans a couple of moves. We're going to see h4, h5, h6 on the board.
Yeah, and that's because White's pieces, they're kind of located already near the Black King. Black's King has 0 defenders around it. You could argue maybe the Black Rooks, but they're pretty passive right now. Black's Knight is so far offside. That's the trigger, right? That's the signal that it should be the King that Hans Niemann is going for, and he definitely has it in its sights. First, he needs to defend his pawn, Sina move ahead. He needs to hold on to the D pawn, which is under fire.
For Sina, the problem child has to be that knight at the edge of the board, and it still requires some time to come to the center. He might very well be forced to retreat, to move forward towards that center, and he doesn't look happy with the placement of his pieces right now, struggling for a response to Hans's last move.
It definitely feels like the last few turns, they have gone in Hans's favor. It's definitely White with the threats, White who's making the running. It feels like the black piece is not quite coordinated. I really hate the position of that black knight. I know I've mentioned it before, but that's definitely the worst placed piece. Black's rook, the one next to the king on f8, that stuck as well. Black's bishop a bit in the way, and the knight has to go all the way home just to defend a mere pawn. A sad move, but maybe the best of the bunch. And Hans now will be hoping to initiate that play. Tanya, when in doubt, push the h-pawn.
Always a good plan these days. h4 in the air will put more pressure, but Hans first steps in with the knight. Again, looking at the direction of that black king. The white queen ready to step back, threatening some big checkmating ideas there as well. I have to say, Hans is doing a brilliant job of putting pressure on Sina.
Fantastic job. Pushing the h-pawn would have been good too, but this is even more scary for Sina move ahead to deal with. Hans played it instantly. It is scary. An attack was brewing, so the black queen steps forward, offering a trade. He's seeking safety in an endgame potentially, but Hans unlikely to want to exchange, especially not taking now on black's terms. If the queen trade's going to happen, he'll want some concessions along the way. I'm expecting Hans to continue trying to attack. But, okay, he says queens can come off, but only at the cost of allowing the rook up the board. The knight now perfectly positioned in the center.
Well, that's a beautiful way to get the trade in. You know, your rook steps up, getting ready to double up on the d file. You've made sure that the black knight doesn't come into the game, defending that d7 pawn. So not a happy choice for Sina to even trade off at this moment. If not, the knight's ready to jump further into black's camp on that d6 square.
Oh, this is such a dilemma. You want the queens off, but you don't really want them off right now. That only helps White gain a move. White's rook improving itself. But if you delay the queen exchange, Hans might at some point say, okay, I've offered it, but no longer, and retreat. And Black's just going to be super passive.
And I want to just tell everyone watching to pay attention to one idea that could be on Hans's radar. That A-pawn that's easy to forget about. You know, we've been talking about H4 going up the board. Hans could be looking at the other side of the board, trying to create some weaknesses with A4, A5 in the air.
Exactly, that would be a very logical minority attack. This one weak isolated pawn for white, trying to trade off and isolate one of black's 2 pawns. 1 versus 2, but ultimately black will be left with the weakness. Other modes of improvement. Maybe you could keep the queen on the board, this white rook in the corner. That's why you want to push the A pawn there, Tanya. You want to activate it, but you could slide that across. Start pushing pawns of your own. So many tempting moves for Hans Niemann. He's spending a bit of time now, but he has a fantastic position.
And both players around the 5-minute mark. I will tell you one option that you probably shouldn't go for is queen takes queen if you're Hans right now, allowing Sina to solve his problems, structural problems by recapturing with the pawn. And then suddenly we can imagine the pawn moving forward, the knight coming into the game, solving all problems.
Yeah, that's something you definitely don't want to do. It's a case of who blinks first. And Hans Niemann still pondering. He will not trade queens. He drops them back. Drops back that queen instead, lining up potential on the diagonal. But that shows his aggressive intentions a bit later.
I like it. Hans is wanting to have combative play in all phases of the game. A big opening. A stressful, tense-filled middle game right there. Doesn't want to go into the end game just yet. And very resourceful by Sina right there, making sure that the white knight doesn't jump in. The queens will get traded off.
Exactly. Not quite a pin, but maybe a pin. And white definitely doesn't want that queen exchange now. He drops back the bishop instead. Black's knight at some point wants to move, but tied down defensively right now. Or is it? Can the black knight enter the action? And it does. White's queen cannot move yet. It has to hold its own knight. And, okay, it's F for forward for Hans Niemann. The F pawn marching instead.
And that was such a good moment, David, to use that opportunity to get the knight out. If queen takes pawn, maybe we can just quickly back up one move and show why instead of grabbing the pawn, we saw this pawn move up the board. The knight on e4 would have fallen instantly. And obviously, Hans, too sharp for this. He instantly moves up. And it comes with huge threats. I want to show what happens if black gets just a little careless here. Let's make a move on the left side of the board. I don't think Hans Niemann stops with f4. He's going to get f5 in as well.
F5 as well, hits the black queen, and that pawn is very, very poisoned. If you take it, the white knight jumps out the way with a check. No matter what you do next move, you lose the black queen. Undefended, loose pieces drop off. F for forward, as we mentioned, and black blocks. Great move, great defensive move from Sina Movehead.
So important that he made sure that Hans's f-pawn stopped exactly where it is. f5 would have been absolute disaster for black. He kicks the knight, and now Hans could get in a streamer's favorite move with en passant, take that pawn, but that gives black just enough counterplay to get back into the game.
Exactly, that opens up the black rooks. For now, the black rooks look pretty stuck, blunted, blocked, but yeah, they would come to life if there was en passant. That's why he jumps in, beautiful outpost that knight. Too strong. That knight is a bit of a stallion right now. And for Team Stallions, Sina Movehead will not want to see that survive much longer. He's going to take that knight, surely.
Well, you could have called it a godlike knight right there, and it's not allowed to live on for too long. Bishop takes knight. It does get out of the board right there. I have to say that Sina has been handling the pressure of this position incredibly well.
Yeah, and look how he's put all of his pieces on light squares. That's because white has a dark square bishop, and he's essentially playing checkers. He's just trying to control one color complex, and look at this. Tanya, I was not expecting that. I thought maybe he'd try and challenge rook, stay passive, but he's happy to counterattack here. Temporary pawn sacrifice to try and destabilize the white center.
So many of those Title Tuesday wins for Sina relied on tactics exactly like this one. Finding them quickly, playing them fast, and being precise right there. You take that pawn, you lose a key central pawn. The F-pawn also finds a way to march ahead for Sina if Hans decides to take it. And there has been a shift on Hans Niemann. He was bobbing around. He was enjoying his position once when the queens were on the board. It's not the case as much anymore.
Definitely not. It's still a 3-result game. Although the queens are off, that does not mean it's going to be peaceful at all. Counterattack from Hans Niemann. He hits the black rook with his pawn. That rook has to decide where to go. It has to stay on the F-line defending its pawn. White saves his bishop, and Sina Movehead grabs in the center. White's pawns look very nice, at least that G6 pawn. It keeps the black king in a mating net, but it could also just drop off on the next few moves, and suddenly momentum might be turning.
Especially once Sina is able to lift his rook up to sever the connection between the white rook and that pawn. And that just takes one move to happen. So that's exactly why Hans wants to get rid of that attacker at the center of the board. Plants his bishop, getting ready to trade that knight off if we see rook f6.
Exactly. Very likely to happen. The white's rook on the 6th rank. Very strong, holds everything, attacks pawns itself. Maybe a rook trade. Or will Sina move ahead come up with more surprises after his last few moves? He looks like he's happier than he's ever been in this game. Sina move ahead. Clocks looking like they're under control as well, both around the same amount of time, just under 3 minutes. It's a blitz game. It's an end game. Tanya, who is going to come out on top?
It's a really tough one. I've been just so impressed with the way Sina's been handling all the threats that Hans has been piling on him. And look at it, it's him who decides not to go into a pure rook pawn endgame. He retreats with the knight, putting pressure on the bishop. And now he's going to trade and go for that stronghold pawn that white has on g6, bringing his rook up onto the 6th rank. There's no good way to defend it. And I think Sina maintains the balance. A draw with black is a fantastic start for the youngster.
Exactly. A draw is in sight, but temporarily at least, white is up a pawn. How long that lasts is a big question. Hans targets black's most far advanced pawn there. We could see white up a pawn, but ultimately should be a draw. But, Hans has a little bit more time now. Maybe he'll try and continue the game as long as possible, play for the flag.
And it's always such a good feeling when you're in an endgame where you're playing for 2 results. We see 1 pawn drop off. The f4 pawn is going to come off the board as well. For Sina, he's going to start targeting that weakness that Hans Niemann has on the left flank, lining up the rook against it. Hans will step back with his rook to defend it, potentially maybe even push the pawn. But then Sina just has to wait and keep everything under control, bring his king into the game.
Yeah, Hans Niemann would have serious winning chances if the white pawns were connected on that left flank. But the fact that they're isolated, the fact that they can't protect each other, the white rook has to maybe go passive, that should hinder his winning chances. But for now, while there's time on the clock, there's still life in the game. And Sina move ahead, debating now whether to trade, whether to push. He pushes. If it's just 2 versus 1 on one flank, Tanya, that should be an easy draw if he had a bit more time. But for now, those pawns remain.
But that is such an ugly rook that Hans has taken on the edge of the board. It could very well have been on the f-line, making sure that Sina's king did not advance towards the center. Slightly surprised. Now compare all of Sina's pieces. The king at the center, the rook beautifully placed. Hans, extremely passive.
Extremely passive, but they do say take the teenagers to endgames, especially rook endgames. We saw Pranesh make a mistake in a rook endgame earlier. Will we see Sina move ahead? Unable to hold this draw. It does feel like there might be one big twist still left in this game.
A certain Magnus Carlsen came up with a term for that, David Howell. He said it's anti-young player chess, this one. When you get the queens off the board, take them to the endgame. And right now, Hans is giving up a pawn. He wants to set up pressure against Sina's g-pawn by lining up his rook on the g-line.
Exactly. Now he's asking black to go passive. Black can defend that g-pawn, but only by putting his rook on a really ugly square. He's ticking down on time. Hans has done a really good job of keeping an extra 30 seconds in the bank over his opponent. That could be vital a bit later on. Sina move ahead, defending actively, trying to go behind with his rook. He spotted a target. White's a-pawn still on the agenda.
And that's what Sina has been doing brilliantly this whole game. Always going for a counter offense rather than a passive defense in this position, which is key in rook pawn endgame. Hans forced to take a pause before grabbing the pawn, getting his king closer to the defense of that a pawn at the other side. The b pawn moves forward. This is the moment Hans captures once again an extra pawn for white.
Exactly, an extra pawn. It should still be a draw because white's king is so passive, can never really move away from its own pawns lest they fall off the board. But he's got his eye on the clock, Hans Niemann. Sina move ahead needs to realize his biggest danger is not white's g-pawn, it's the clock.
And I'm going to say I've got my eye on Sina's heart rate right now, touching 160 it is for the 16-year-old trying to defend a pawn down endgame. He's pretty much in reaching distance of that, David. Predictions, does he hold this against Hans Niemann with 50 seconds on the clock?
It's 50-50 in my eyes. He does trade off a couple of pawns, Hans Niemann. I think he holds Sina move ahead, but it's 50% draw, 50% win for white. He's definitely not going to be winning this game, Sina. So we'll see how he can hold on. It's level material. I'm not sure about Hans's pawn sacrifice. Feels like it's made it slightly easier for the teenager.
That's the feeling. And if you push the g-pawn, Sina's ready to advance with the c-pawn of his own at some point. If you're able to trade these 2 pawns, that is an instant handshake right now. It's 2 versus 2. The c-pawn's coming up the board. Hans chasing it with his king. We're going to see more pawn trades.
Exactly. Black's pawn is not going to promote, but it might be able to give its life up for one of white's pawns. Nice move there from Hans Niemann. I think missed by Sina. So actually, it is a pawn advantage again for Hans. The white king is running. This is the best chance he's had all game. The white rook holds the second rank, holds the left side of the board, and the king is running. Only move now for black is to advance with his king to b4. He finds it, but this is going to be so difficult. Can white make progress? Can white's pawn continue running up the board?
And he needs to find the path to draw. He's found one right move, and again, check is the only way to stay in the game. He again finds the only move to hold the draw. And this is why he goes wrong. This is so incredibly hard. Hans Niemann is on the win. He needs to just keep pushing his pawn.
And now the white rook can slide across, defend itself with the white king. There we go. White's ahead in the race. Rook trade, white makes a new queen. Game over. And black's rook too slow now to get back, but the clock is compounding everything here. Sina move ahead. He's panicked. He's frozen. He can't find a move. White's pawn's about to land. 2 squares from touchdown. 1 square away. Queen coming. Resignation from Sina move ahead. Hans with the fist pump.
What a game by Hans Niemann, getting this win and kept piling on the pressure. And you could see it, how much this means to him at the end of it all. Gets the win. For Sina, he tried to keep it together, but being accurate with seconds on the clock, a task almost impossible.
Wow, so calm, so cool from Hans Niemann. Very professional as well. Never really in risk. It was a 2-result game. Did look like a draw for a long time, but he asked those questions right at the end, and Sina move ahead. No time on the clock, didn't have the answers. We said it, teenagers, rook end games, that tends to be where they get targeted, and Sina move ahead, unfortunately, couldn't hold on there.
I have to say, that was fantastic technique by Hans. Even if the endgame was technically a drawn one, he knew practically a difficult one for his opponent, kept putting the pressure. And now for Sina, he will take on the white pieces, and he will try to take down Hans Niemann to keep his dream alive at the EWC.
Yeah, fantastic game from Hans. He has the advantage. He's close now to making it to those playoffs, but Sina with white, especially dangerous, has really dynamic openings at his disposal. With white, he has taken down the likes of Magnus Carlsen in blitz games before. Can Sina now defeat Hans in a 10-minute game to stay alive?
He's gone on to win plenty of those title Tuesdays with little time on the clock. He needs to bring on that beast mode in this one. Hans Niemann looking extra chill today. I have to say, it starts with the king's pawn opening, and it is going to be the 4 knights defense.
Okay, this does have a drawish reputation. He's in a must-win situation. Sina move ahead. He looks up. This is black's most popular move in this 4-knight Spanish. So what does he have up his sleeve? Is he going to move his bishop back? Is he just going to castle his king? He takes a pawn in the center. This is very sharp stuff. This is old romantic chess. I remember games being played years and years ago in this. A mistake already from Hans Niemann, as maybe it was better to attack the knight in the center first. White's a pawn up temporarily. Black cannot regain it yet.
Ooh, that would mean the queen, the white queen coming into the game. There would be a lot of double attacks. The king, absolutely unsafe at the center. It will be white to the first party right there. Knight takes pawn. It is going to be a massive blunder at this point. You could step up with your queen all the way to h5. If you're feeling extra romantic, you could even sacrifice knight takes pawn immediately.
Wow, this would be the target, and as you say, Tanya, even better moves may be available, but after pawn stepping up to g6, white can go back. There's simply no way to control this line. You can defend your knight, the knight gets hit. If it ever moves, the white knight jumps out the way, discovered check, discovered attack on the queen as well, and this would be fatal. No way to escape this one. So if you can't take this pawn back in the center, something's gone wrong. Hans Niemann, a pawn down, caught by surprise, and a minute down too.
And he rushed with that decision just a move ago to trade that knight for the bishop. That was a critical moment where you take a pause and try to find your way when you've been surprised early. Sina knows it. He senses it. He's locked in right now, understanding that Hans has been thrown off. This is his chance to seize the initiative right out of the opening in a trailing game.
Huge opportunity. That's what you want in any of these games. The format here at the EWC, the first surprise is like gold dust. It's at a premium. If you can land a first surprise, it often gets you a couple of extra minutes on the clock. The fact that he's a pawn up as well is fantastic news in his comeback attempt. Hans now needs to maybe bank on the bishop pair. It's not over. Long-term compensation of the bishops. If he can get the black king to safety, get castled, avoid any immediate disaster, the game is still very much alive.
What Hans really wants to do to keep the game alive would be to try to push the knights back. They're far too advanced into Hans's camp. Push that c-pawn forward, push the d-pawn forward. But the problem is that he's down a pawn. And unless he plays with momentum, with tempo, finds his initiative with the bishop pair that he has soon enough, It's just going to be an extra pawn for Sina, and you can see him get excited about his chances.
Yeah, his heart rate was at 170 in the previous game. It's still around the 150 mark, Sina. He's still very excited about his chances. He knows he's going to be a pawn up now, guaranteed after Hans's last move. Black is ready to castle, but white can play very modestly here. Just defend the central pawn, keep things nice and steady. The hard work's been done with this opening surprise. Just 6 moves in, Hans in big trouble.
Hans has to be kicking himself right now. He just unnecessarily went into this line of just grabbing that bishop instead of lining up his queen against the knight, which would have kept everything under control. And you can see it on him that he knows that this is not how he should have gone. In a game, he needed only a draw.
Yeah, it feels like a brain fart. He knows this opening. Surely he studied it before, but he just got the order mixed up, Hans Niemann, and finds himself in a bit of trouble. Move ahead here, just needs to defend his central pawn. We've all been there. Opening move orders, they're so tricky. How much memorization is needed, as you need to play quickly as well. Hans just getting the balance slightly wrong, but game still on. He's going to get castled. Niemann here, and Sina move ahead. Slightly surprised he drops back his knight without it getting attacked, but that's the move he's chosen.
I'll tell you the one idea that Hans has to achieve counterplay as quickly as possible is to strike with d5, and he does it. He needs open diagonals for his bishop. He needs piece activity to compensate for that pawn deficit that he currently has. And Sina needs to make a decision. Does he trade? Does he push his pawn to consolidate the center?
Yeah, this is decision time for the teenager. This is actually quite a typical scenario, Tanya, where, especially in e4, e5 openings, Black ends up gambiting a pawn, here maybe by accident, but getting the bishop pair, opening the center. The light squared bishop for Black might be sleeping right now, but it becomes a very strong piece later in the game. So whether he does trade off, whether he does just defend his pawn, Sina move ahead. There we go. I think a good decision, maybe keeping things slightly more closed with this pawn push, opening up his own bishop in the meantime. He's making it less easy for Hans to get those open diagonals, those open lines.
And Hans has to be energetic about his play. Speaking of open lines, might be time to get the rook to that central file, just forcing Sina's hand for a trade at the center of the board, doubling down, tripling down on an attack on that e4 pawn right now, if you're Hans Niemann. But it has to be said that trailing the match, this is a dream outcome from an opening for Sina.
Exactly. He couldn't have hoped for more. 9 moves in, pawn up. He's up a minute and a half as well. In a comeback attempt, must-win situation, this is pretty much the maximum from any opening. Hans, meanwhile, yeah, he's going to be looking for counterplay. In a way, it's kind of the burden's off. He can't just play boringly for a draw here, so you don't have to worry about the mind games. You just have to look for good moves and counterplay. As I like your move, just shuffle the black rook into the center. Maybe some of the black bishops can come out. But yeah, Hans feeling the heat. I think still flustered by those kind of surprises he faced early on.
The candidate moves, the options going on in Hans's head as his eyes dart across the screen, looking for ways to create counterplay right now. Does he keep the tension on the board? Does he first trade before bringing the rook onto that central line? Is the rook move that he goes for a shake of his head that gives away exactly how uncomfortable he's feeling on the inside?
Exactly. It felt like he was chewing that gum slightly faster than before, Hans, but he does find a good move. White's knight in the center is undefended, so potentially some tactics, but Sina move ahead. What has he spotted? Is he just going to retreat his knight, defend his knight, trade off in the center? Still multiple options here. He definitely doesn't want to open things up too quickly, but yeah, he still has that extra pawn to cling on to.
And it's moments like these that experience really counts, David. You know, for Sina at 16, this is the biggest stage of his young career. He needs to keep control of his nerves. He has to make sure that he plays the position and not think about the outcome. And one can't understate how difficult that is at this point.
Exactly. Definitely the biggest game of his life, the biggest match of his career, as getting into the playoffs would be historic for him. Nobody would want to face him if he gets it to that next stage. Everyone fears the kids these days, but yeah, still, he needs to win this game to take it to Armageddon. That's going to be difficult too, as he does trade off in the center. Hans likely to take back. He could also move his dark squared bishop out the way to attack White's knight in the center, but it's going to be a pawn down. At least things have opened for Black's pieces.
You want to capture that pawn with your knight. Slightly surprising that Hans takes a pause here. I'm just wondering if he's looking at some bishop jumps with an X-ring vision on that E-file, hitting that white knight right now. Hans trying to complicate matters. Is it going to be knight takes pawn? Or maybe a bishop move?
Yeah, maybe he's double checking as well that he can get away by with taking that pawn in the center. Black does have some vulnerable pawns on f7. I'm not sure the tactics work, but he's definitely double checking things right now. Otherwise, he would have taken back this pawn instantly, as the knight could take. It does. I think he was just checking that knight takes pawn wouldn't work here. If Black's king were to take, this would be a deadly double attack. Black's king would be forced out into the center, where it might get mated, but Black would be able to flick in knight takes knight, hitting the white queen, and when the dust settles, Black has an extra piece. So that is impossible for White. Hans had to take some time calculating. He was correct, and now White can still try moves like bringing the queen out, but they aren't as powerful as before. Black's bishop is going to defend that weakness.
And the knight at the center of the board. That's a beautiful move you're highlighting right there. Once the bishop comes out, it just feels like Hans will finally finish development and start looking for that coordination. For now, it is Sina who gets the bishop out first. And we see bishop arriving at the center of the board. For Hans, rook coming on to that central line. For Sina, it's now key to try to get as many pieces off the board as quickly as possible. The problem is that light squared bishop that Hans has is going to remain unchallenged for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to trade it off. It's going to be hard to eliminate it. The one dream here for Sina move ahead would be to trade off one of the bishops for his own knight, or maybe his dark square bishop. A dark square bishop exchange would be fantastic, but the knight is jumping. No trades yet. It's hitting an undefended pawn, threatening a fork as well. The c2 pawn vulnerable, that has to be defended by a rook.
You just can't allow the knight to land there with a fork on that moment. And I believe once you defend that pawn, Hans Niemann will not stop. He will start kicking Sina's pieces backwards with the f-pawn moving ahead, targeting that central knight as well. You have to play with momentum again. For Hans, that will be key. We see the move on the board, and Hans does hit that knight. Only one good square.
Only one good square. It has to slide back to g4. It has to go to the right here, going another way. There might be tactics in the air. Maybe you can get away with it. But I think knight back to the g4 square would be safest. And Sina move ahead, burning a bit more time. Still looking good for him. He does play that move. The best, the most simple. But Hans, it does feel like the last couple of moves, creating some threats. He's trying to change the flow of the game.
And the rhythm of that knight. Now it's targeting another square at the center of the board. Also notice how it defended the b7 pawn from the eye line of that queen. Sina, huge tactics on the board. And maybe we call this out, David, because there's a big trick right now with Sina needs. He has set it up. Hans needs to be careful about a potential exchange sack if you take your eye off the ball.
Ooh, exchange sacrifice on the board. If Black makes a careless move, let's say Black makes a pawn push. Wow, Tanya, I hadn't spotted this at all, but Hans had, and that is important. Rook takes bishop was the threat. Rook takes rook, and now a knight check. This is a pin, the g-pawn pin. The king has to go into the corner, and there would have been a devastating fork. This x-ray vision on the g-file caused, therefore, Hans to find the best move, putting his king in the corner. But now, bishop lining up with the queen, an attack, and the game continues. But definitely Sina throwing in those tactics, showing off his sharp vision there.
Love that bit of show off, and he does defend that knight on g4 now, h3 on the board. Hans also jumps in with his knight, making sure that Sina's rook remains passive, defending the pawn. There is a lot of piece activity to counter that deficit, and I don't think it's so easy for Sina to go hunting for that second pawn. The white queen feels a bit miserable there.
Yeah, the white queen miserable, overworked. She'll be overloaded, defending too many pieces. She might get attacked. Black's knight might be coming over to f5 to hit that white queen. Yeah, you definitely don't want to be too flashy here, too ambitious. Just the hard work's been done. You're a pawn up. Keep things simple, keep things safe. As Sina move ahead here, needs to find the right way forward. But Hans, it definitely feels like this is the best position he's had since he blundered that pawn.
He's back in the game, David. It has to be said. He's setting up all these ideas of knight f5, chasing the queen to a really ugly square on h2. We might even see that being played out right now. The white queen will need to stay connected to the bishop on c7. Hans is 2 pawns down, but incredible piece activity right now. And he starts with hitting the knight on g4, which will be forced to retreat in front of the white rook.
Wow, he's so brave, Sina move ahead. To take a second pawn to kind of discoordinate his pieces like this. The black piece is so active, the white bishop stuck in no man's land. If he gets away with this, he's just winning 2 pawns up. But that white bishop trapped now. There are tactics, the white bishop gives itself up. Maybe there were better moves, but now he's going to get a bunch of pawns, maybe even 4 pawns for the piece he's just sacrificed.
This is absolutely wild. Sina is down a piece right now for 4 pawns. Mathematically, it works out. And there's another one under attack, H5. Watch out, that falls with a check as well. This isn't as easy as the bar indicates for Hans Niemann.
Wow, I'm surprised that the eval bar says black is so much better. It looks scary. The black king's so open, minimal shelter. But black's bishops, if they can cling on to that H-pawn, they might come to life later. Black still has so much activity. White's attacking with a mere queen alone. That's not enough. And long term, the computer's saying that the piece is better than the pawns. Will that pan out in this game?
It's 4 extra pawns for a piece, and that just feels like a pawn too many. And the next few moves extremely critical for Hans. Will he fall back with the bishop to defend that H5 pawn? Instead, he offers a queen trade, dropping a 5th pawn. Picked up with a check.
Wow, Hans really doesn't care about pawns. Doesn't value those pawns as highly as most people. The white knights now are coming. The queen trade, I think he was just gambling on Sina, maybe getting a bit careless there. Of course, the queen trade was never going to happen. White's playing for the attack, and the queen has to go home. That's to prevent any knight checks. There were knight forks in the air if the queen had gone to the wrong square. But everything's defended for White. 5 pawns. It's an army, a horde of pawns here.
I just don't understand how Hans is going to keep this under control right now. He's only got 1 apiece for those pawns. White's knight ready to jump on the board. But first, Hans Niemann, you must retreat with your own knight in this position. He trades, falls back. The white knight about to hit the black queen.
Oh.
Watch out, there are checks on the G line. Rook lifts for potential attacks.
Wow, it's White with the attack, White with the material advantage. Hans also down on time. The rooks are coming. The rooks are arriving now. All of White's pieces so actively placed.
David, it really looks like Sina's making a strong case for a comeback in this match right now. It's the extra pawns that we've got, but also the attack against the black lone king. No pawn wall in front of it, and one by one, we're going to see Sina's pawns march up the board. The queen falls back, keeping connected to the king. Beautiful knight on f5.
Beautiful knight on f5. That's the perfect square when attacking for any knight. And now the white rook rides up the board as well. I loved his h4 pawn push. Pushing the white pawn meant that the black knight could not leap forward, make any attacking movements there. And black is stuck. Black is pretty much boxed in. The king in the corner, the pieces around it, just lacking pawns here.
And you know what Sina has just hinted at? He wants to double up on the D line and then infiltrate with that rook to the 7th rank. Stopped for now by Hans Niemann. Sina just consolidates all his pawns. Hans can do nothing with his pieces. Look at the restrictions that are there on the squares. Every square, every jump controlled by Sina.
Exactly, and his last move so calm and collected. He gets his king off the diagonal. This is the ultimate definition of control in chess. Minimal counterplay allowed. There we go, Tanya, your idea. Lined up the rooks, the black knight jumps, still no threats. The white queen slides, threatening that black knight, threatening some checks on the diagonal. He's getting ready for that final assault. Sina move ahead. The black queen's coming in. Is that a bluff? Hans Niemann, this bar goes sky high. Totally winning position for white, but where is the knockout blow?
And can Sina find it wherever it does exist? One feels it has to be on the right side of the board. It looks like Sina spotted an idea that he really likes. He's got about 2.5 minutes on the clock. Can he deliver the knockout move right here, right now?
He finds it, the best move on the board. Sina move ahead. That's a family fork hitting the black queen, hitting the rooks. The bishop can take the knight, but the white queen will replace it. Black only has one real check here with the queen. The white king is very safe behind its wall of pawns, and this is winning. Black's knight is going to be hanging when the dust settles. If the black bishop ever moves away, he's winning material, even more material than before. Leans back, almost a celebration from Sina. He's going to give a check. He's got to be careful not to take the black knight yet. The rooks have to stay connected, but he's totally winning now.
Wow. But Sina still needs to put the finishing touches. Very nicely pointed out. With the D1 rook hanging, instead he defends it. He moves forward. Now the black knight under attack. Hans still hanging on in this game as he puts further pressure on that white centralized rook. Is Sina going to go for more? Will he try to checkmate Black's king? Tactics everywhere, David, in this one.
Oh, all you need is one check on the H file. That line in front of the black king, it's open. You can check with the queen, but the black rook blocks. You need to check with your rook somehow. You need to somehow topple those defenses. Not easy, though. His rook is attacked. The black queen is still quite nicely poised, defending and hinting at some checks. He's looking a bit nervous now, Sina. His heart rate up at 170 almost. This is the big moment. Will he be able to convert? If not, disaster.
And that disaster could mean going on the defense. If you move your rook, Hans is ready to line up the black rook against the white queen on the F line and threaten his own ideas. We might see a rook F8 hitting that white queen, dislodging it. And white's king isn't all that safe. Hans slowly getting back in the game.
Wow, this is the critical thing about playing these experienced grandmasters like Hans Niemann. You've got to beat them 100 times. You've got to knock them down so many times. They do not fall easy. The black queen is sneaking in now. Hans with some big threats of his own. Exclamation mark. The winning advantage is gone, Tanya. White's still better, but momentum on black side. And the clock advantage almost gone too. This is suddenly such a random position. Anything could happen.
It really could, but only one result is what Sina needs. A draw means Hans takes the match. He does put his king to the center of the board, struggling to find a better move, and Hans can simply check that king and ask for ideas. The king needs to stay connected to that F2. Hans giving a rook. Why did he do that?
What has Hans done? That was so unnecessary. He's miscalculated. The white king is running. There's no more checks. He gave up a rook for nothing.
There's a checkmate in one being threatened on the F2 square, but it's going to be Sina first to the black king. Right now, queen F2 is the only threat you need to take care of. The white king starts running away, and Sina is up in exchange.
Wow, and look at that celebration already before the game's even ended from Sina Move Ahead. King of the hill, king in the center, marching to victory. He's so much material ahead. As long as he doesn't allow a sudden perpetual or a sudden checkmate and doesn't get his king trapped, he's about to win this game. But the clocks will still play such a big role. That's almost guaranteed here. He gives a check. What is coming next?
It's the kind of position where every move is a high-cost, high-responsibility move. You could be walking into a checkmate. He gives a couple of checks. But for now, Hans's king is absolutely safe. And repeating, giving checks is not enough. Sina has to keep the game going. Hans is ready with his own ideas. Queen takes pawn coming in next.
Wow.
This is not over, David.
It's far from over. There might be one big final twist here. We've seen some shocks and a big mistake from Sina Move Ahead. Advantage gone again. He's walked into a double attack. His king has to step across, but now the black rook is coming. White is about to lose some material and a bang, a table smash from Sina Move Ahead. He's lost his queen. It's a flag fest now. Hans Niemann, queen and knight versus rooks, is winning.
And it's all about the clock now. What a turnaround. This has been 14 seconds for Sina, 17 for Hans. He continues to bring on the speed. Hans does as he's back right into the game.
And the draw is enough. Can he continue checking with the black queen? The king moves. Queen off the board now. It's knight versus pawns. Hans should have this in the bag, but time, the clock. We've got to watch that clock. 5 seconds for Sina Move Ahead.
Oh my god, there's no time. The pawns are racing up the board. Sina's trying, but he doesn't have enough time or enough pawns left anymore. Hans needs only a draw. The knight's coming towards it, and Hans is about to win.
And Hans cannot lose. There we go. It's a draw. Insufficient material. Look at that celebration. Hans Niemann moves on, gets to the playoffs. Sina Move Ahead, so close. But wow, what a chaotic finish we just saw.
What an absolute roller coaster. What a match this was, up and down. Absolute entertainment, just as Hans Niemann always does. Gives us the drama on the board for Sina, 16 years old. What a stage this has been for him. What a match, almost making that comeback. But today, right now, belongs to Hans, who makes it to the playoffs.
Yeah, incredible defense from Hans Niemann. That was fantastic to see. That's the resilience you need at this top level to make it to the likes of the playoffs here. Hans, that was, yeah, almost hopeless it looked like, but kept finding those resources. We saw a glimpse into the future with Sina Move Ahead there. Inspired play for most of that game from him, but finishing off these top elite grandmasters is so difficult. He'll be back stronger than ever before, but for now, the man of the moment, Hans Niemann.
You have to beat them again and again and again as Hans realizes perhaps what he missed there, how close he was, and then the big blunder where he sacrificed, allowing Sina right into the game, but still bouncing back. As resilient as he is, Hans Niemann, he will go on. For Sina, we have to talk about this. Just the experience is what came at play, and that is what he's going to take away from Paris, is the experience of playing against the elite. At 16, the whole world in front of him.
Exactly. He's already proven online so good over the board. He's leveling up day by day, Sina Move Ahead, but this is the biggest stage he's witnessed for sure, and he's got a taste of it. He'll be wanting more in future. He'll be back. For now, Hans getting ready as wow, what a finish, Tanya. Anything could have happened, that's for sure, but it was so fast and so furious.
Incredible mouse skills at the end of it all is what saw Hans Niemann claim that win to take it to the playoffs. We're going to be seeing more of Hans, and I have no doubt we will be seeing in the chess world much more of Sina Move Ahead as well. And we've got the man of the moment with us on the stage.
What a match, what an ending, and it is time, unfortunately, for Sina move ahead to give his key up to the winner. Sina, could you please proceed to the exchange of the keys as Hans Niemann can get that key in victory. And as Sina leaves the stage, can I please get a round of applause for Sina move ahead? Right, Hans, a couple quick words with you. That was kind of a crazy ending. We've seen it. Run us through the end of this match.
Yeah, in the opening, I actually thought that he might go for this, and I just mixed up the move order and I found myself down a pawn, but everything was going fine, and then he sacked the piece. I shouldn't have given up the h5 pawn, and at the end, I mean, rook takes f2 was so stupid. After that, I thought it was over, but I mean, when you have low time, anything can happen, and I was fortunate that he collapsed in the end, but he put up a great fight, and it was a great match.
Love to see it. Hans, it's on your first EWC. You made it to the playoffs. That's top 8. What's the objective for tomorrow?
To win.
Simply put, to win the awards of a champion, Hans Niemann. You can work towards the key crusher with Rob. Please give it up for Hans Niemann.
I love Hans' answer right there. He said, to win? Yeah, pretty much. Congrats, bro. Phenomenal performance. Stuff was looking a little hairy right there at the end, but as a true champion, he was able to clutch it out, and now he will be crushing Sina's key. You can go ahead right here, Hans, and press this lever. Go ahead, my guy. The key master letting him know exactly how it goes down, covering his ear a bit too. Sina move ahead. Phenomenal player, young beast, but here at the EWC, nothing is given, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. Jeez, that power was absolutely different. Ladies and gentlemen, officially, Hans Niemann has moved on in the bracket to the playoff stage. Congratulations once again, and we will see if he is able to move on to take it all.
And just like that, our youngest competitor of EWC chess has fallen, but what a career is ahead of him. Such a tremendous accomplishment from the young 16-year-old of Sina move ahead, going toe-to-toe with Hans Niemann, who ends up taking the win in the end in great fashion. No Armageddon here. Sina move ahead's key has officially been crushed.
Wow, that must be such a heartbreaking loss for Sina over here. I mean, the first game, that rook endgame, was indeed a draw, but it's tough. It's tough to hold, especially with so little time.
Yeah, it got very technical in the first game, nervy in the second game. I've never seen so many swings. We had 5 pawns for a knight. We had a rook sack that was completely errant, but then he got the job done. And I think, did I see Hans enjoy the key crushing a little more than most players there? Anybody pick up on that?
I mean, it makes sense. Hans is a very emotional guy, and both good and bad, but you know what, for Hans, just such a good accomplishment. That was a celebration, I do believe, after game 1. Game 2, because time left. Man, yo, that time scramble at the end, Nemo, talk to me about it, because it was absolutely intense.
It was super intense. I mean, Sina had the advantage basically the entire game. He had everything going for him. He sacrificed the minor piece in order to basically get 5 pawns, as well as the opportunity to just free attack Hans's king. But at the end there, in the time scramble, it got super chaotic, and unfortunately, Sina was not able to convert that into a win.
Anything can happen to EWC, and Sina is such a nice, respectful young man. He actually won a Chess Kid Youth Championship that I commentated on.
Nice.
And he's, at 16 years old, that's about as much emotion as you're going to see. We had a single table slam, but you got to do 2 more, Sina, if you're going to be like Nepo.
Well, he's still got time, though.
He does.
Like Nepo. And the Pomnishi will, in fact, be coming up very, very shortly. But seriously, what a great moment it was for Sina move ahead to even just get on that stage, 16 years old, representing Team Stat. Stallions, a great organization. Shout out to him. I know he gets out at least a lot earlier than he wanted. However, I mean, really, just shout out to him. Such a good career ahead of him. But for Hans Niemann, great job overall. Let's go back to game one, because there was a big moment that you wanted to break down.
Yeah, this is getting really in the weeds, so we won't start drawing too many arrows and then slashing around there. But basically, he had rook in 1 versus rook in 2. What he attempted to do after giving a check here with his rook on g1, he was worried that if he kept checking, the king might be able to walk down the board and avoid the check. So he moved his rook back to b1 here, but he should have given check on h1. And he was hoping that after his rook goes to b2, he'd be able to collect the pawn or trade rooks. But this is called a co-linear move. The rook does not take the black rook, but instead moves along the same line. Look at the white rook. It supports the pawn moving up the board, and that's where rooks like to be behind passed pawns. So there's a little more I'd love to explain, but that's enough for now. That was very hard to see with little time on your clock.
For sure. And I mean, it is not a good tournament to be a table at here. I would not want to be a table, you know, like.
I love that the table bang is just the most impactful thing here, quite literally it seems. But the emotions are there and they're real. Actually was watching, I don't think this was caught on camera, but just for your guys' information, like Hans Niemann, after getting that win, kind of reveling in the fact that he did in fact move forward to playoffs. I could see, like, he didn't just go straight over to the trophy. He didn't go straight for the interview, looking around and kind of taking it all in.
Yeah, he actually didn't get up. He was busy going through the analysis mode, and he was hitting keys really fast there. And he started actually smiling and laughing, realizing all the different swings that happen in the game. So when you play a game that's that intense with so much going on, he wanted to find the truth in the position. And I have a feeling he's going to be going back and looking at that game even more. But he had to get up. The producer's like, we got to do the key crush.
That's right. Yeah, key crush. And it was a loud one for sure. Man, Move Ahead was holding on tight even with his key. But what's at stake now? I mean, Hans Niemann, he moves forward into playoffs. He's got two rivals that he's looking to take down, Magnus Carlsen, Hikaru. That's what might await him, and especially when it comes to our full draw, who knows who he's going to get?
I mean, I don't know how much we can reveal about the draw, but on the off chance that perhaps the players are able to pick their players, I don't know if Hikaru or Magnus is going to pick Hans.
Who knows, right? They could, in fact, do so. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. We still have one more match to get through to figure out who our next entry into the playoffs is going to be. But for all of you at home, you might not be here, or maybe you are in the venue. You've got a chance to get involved in the Esports World Cup at a deeper level. Look at EWC Play.
He thinks he can come in here and play my game. He knows nothing. Let's go!
Tyler 1, you're done.
This is my ladder. You can't climb it.
It's better than being hard-suck at Masters.
You're going too far now. Your eyes buggy. Your elbows ashy.
That airline? That's an L airline.
Somebody better hold me.
Okay, yeah. Do something then.
Raw energy. Blow the house down. You look nervous.
You look short.
Everything's good?
Mm-hmm.
Fight.
Okay.
Do you really need the wraps? Yeah, that feels like overkill to me.
One more match to go, one more key to be crushed. Who's it going to be? Two great competitors go toe-to-toe to determine the last spot into the playoffs. Denis Lazovic from AGAL on the opposite side. Jan Nepomniachtchi about to go at it, and it's going to be a lot of fun for Denis Lazovic. We've been talking about him since day number one. Why? Because he is the sole representative of AGAL.
I mean, AGAL has a really good chance here to score some more points, but Denis, age only 19, literally born in the era of speed chess. He's currently rested. He's had time to observe Jan Nepomniachtchi. Oh, I'm not sure if I would rather have his rest or Jan's, entire day. He's coming in with experience now. He's played a couple of other matches. What are your thoughts, Mike?
Yeah, Dennis had to sit around and wait all day for this, but it's not just the fact that Nepomniachtchi played earlier today. He admitted earlier to John Sargent he's been up since 6 a.m. And I'm looking at my watch now.
That is true, actually.
That's 12 hours and 5 minutes ago. We've gone from AM to PM, so the sun's about to set. Actually, it's not. It's still summertime in Paris, but he has been up for quite a long time. I can't remember the last time I played a chess game after being awake for 12 hours. Now, he is Team Aurora, and I think that's a celestial term. We had an eclipse last night. I'm not sure if the stars are aligning.
Getting too deep for me. You get way too deep for me, Mike. Celestial, I don't know, man. I'm a Scorpio. That's all I know about stuff, and I couldn't tell you the difference between a rock and a ficus. Talking about the competitor, though, he's looking to throw down Nepomniachtchi. Now, we've been talking about him all day long because he's also been crushing keys. He's here for a reason, and coming into this one, I don't know if he's the favorite, but he's definitely been looking solid today.
I mean, Dennis definitely had a good run earlier this year, but Jan, for sure, survived, beat Esipenko earlier today, however you want to describe it. Unfortunately, yesterday he did have a slightly rough day with that desk slam, but...
Yeah, today he turned it around. He put that desk slam behind us. He's letting other people slam desks today. He's rubbed off a little bit there on the youngsters, but he won in game one as white and had a pretty uneventful draw as black against Esipenko, which is what you want. I've got some good news, though. If he is to advance, last year he also made the playoffs, but he lost to Arjun Erigaisi, who he cannot face as his first-round opponent since they've both been coming out of the losers bracket. We'll get more later on in the show about exactly how the players choose each other. So now he might get, Magnus or Hikaru, who may not be actually that much better from 2025.
It's true. Aurora Gaming, AGAL, both great organizations, especially when it comes to the club championship race. But if you look on the other side, man, again, for Denis Lazovic to be only 19 years old, but showing great maturity on the board.
He's also performed extremely well at the Speechless Championships earlier this year in London, which is how, now he is here in the Alliance Vault at EWC. He qualified in third, beating out Hikaru in a very, very tense 26-point total match, right?
Yeah, he went 13.5 to 12.5, and I can tell you that a lot of players a couple of years ago were like, who is this Dennis kid that's doing so well online? Then he started coming to in-person events and doing really well in the in-person events and really cemented his place. I can also say, I've seen him mature as a young man. His English has gotten better. He's become more open in interviews. So if he does win, we're going to see him, really give part of himself here during the interview phase.
Well, he's hoping at least it's going to be a winner's interview, not a loser exit interview, right? But either way, only one can move forward, and only one key can truly be protected at this stage in time. We need to know who our top 8 is going to be because so much is at stake. $1.5 million, $250,000 for first place. But after all, though, you also want to cement yourself into Esports World Cup history. To call yourself champion, this is only the second year of chess, maybe many more to come, but either way, you don't want to waste your opportunity by going home empty-handed. Our last match of the day, Denis Lazovic versus Jan Nepomniachtchi.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our final match of the day. Jan Nepomniachtchi is one of the most accomplished players of his generation, and this will be an ultimate test.
Ultimate test for his opener as well. Denis Lazovic, 19 years of age, lost to Hikaru yesterday and now has a chance to make top 8 of this competition for his first appearance at Esports World Cup. It is time for the final deciding match of the day. The final spot for tomorrow's playoffs is about to be decided. It is time for Jan Nepomniachtchi versus Denis Lazovic.
And it's a battle of generations between 19-year-old Denis Lazovic and Jan Nepomniachtchi. Both players experienced in the online world. Well, it comes down to this, a decider, the final decider of the day. And boy, Ben, are we ready for the action?
Boy, the match predictions are mean. It's at 87% Jan. Wow. Yeah, I think Jan's a slight favorite, but if this was a classical match, then okay, 87% I agree with. But the chess clock is the great equalizer. Lazovic, very famous online for his blitz skills. That'll get the match closer to equal. I think either side could win this match. I think slight preference to Jan, but Lazovic is a beast in blitz chess. So we'll just have to see what happens.
He is a beast in blitz chess. We will remember early on in the year in the online speed chess championship where Dennis he took down Hikaru Nakamura in that battle for third place. Can he do the same against Jan Nepomniachtchi when his club depends on it? So much at stake for our players. For Dennis, do you think he'll be feeling the pressure that little bit more? Because his club, AGAL, really need him to get to that next stage.
Yeah, his club's one of the best, if not the best, and Lazovic's going to have to see if he can outdo Nepo. If he loses the match, he can bang the table 4 times, so just to outdo him by 1. But yeah, it's going to be a tough match. It's going to be really exciting games, and this will be one of our closest matches today. And the players have started.
And Dennis playing with the white pieces, just opening up with the queen's pawn. And it's an opening called a Catalan, something that Jan Nepomniachtchi certainly knows very well. He faced it himself on the receiving end back in a World Championship match. And we have very classical chess where white temporarily gives up a pawn, but says, hey, you know that bishop next to my king? That is going to be a monster.
Yeah, rook d1 a little bit unusual. Now, Jan's thinking for the first time in the game. Normally, white just recaptures on c4. The point of bishop d7 is to play bishop c6, opposing the white bishops on the diagonal. That bishop on g2 is a monster. Both sides developing their pieces. Dennis decides he doesn't want to capture on c4 with the queen. He'd rather capture with the knight. So that's why he delayed play queen takes c4. And white has a little better center. White's down a pawn. He's going to win it back. Black's going to get the 2 bishops, but it's a fairly equal position, still in standard theory. Both sides are pretty happy. Both sides have a ton of time on the clock, and very solid position for Jan.
Yeah, he knows this position super well. I mean, at the minute, he's not 100% content because his bishop is in front of those pawns on the left. And there we're seeing a knight jumping into the center. Dennis has a very clean positional style. He just enjoys having that solid, secure base. And now it's going to be a question. Are those 2 knights in the middle? Are they going to be better than the bishop and the knight? The good thing about having 2 of a kind is that you can traverse both sides of the board. You can also work on both colors.
Yeah, and we've seen this earlier in the tournament today. Black putting pawns on white squares, but trading off the white squared bishop so that the bishop isn't behind on c and behind those pawns. It gives white the nice center. White has a slight advantage with the center control, but black is very solid, has no weaknesses, and it's very hard for white to move forward without creating weaknesses himself. So a very to and fro strategical game, and Jan seems to be happy with that. He has experience in these kinds of positions at the very top level.
Yeah, and some subtle maneuvering going on from Denis Lazovic. Looks like we're getting the maneuvering games, Ben. But I was actually thinking maybe white can get a little bit ambitious. You know, after all, without risk, there is no reward. And I'm thinking the English School of Chess is telling me, well, not exactly now, but in the future, I predict Harry, the H-pawn, is going to step up the board.
Yeah, white can advance his kingside pawns. Instead, since black wants to trade pieces to ease the attack, white retreats the knight so that pieces aren't traded and keeps the knight on f3. And it looks like he's solidifying his queenside. The a4 pawn was attacked. So Jan can trade pieces here. Then if white takes with the pawn, he has more pawns in the center. Or will he take with a piece? This is an interesting decision. I don't know which move is better. Taking with the pawn is more interesting, and that's what he did. Now he move his pawns up the board. Maybe he can move the f pawn to f4, and we'll have a really exciting position with white advancing pawns everywhere and black being very solid, if not passive.
Yeah, and I got to say that everything is looking really nice for Dennis. Ha, ha, ha.
There's your Harry.
There is my Harry. And indeed, I can now be super satisfied with his position. I got to say, I love the fact that white has so much space. And black does feel rather cramped and not easy to come up with anything active other than doubling on the D line. But that kind of feels a bit like,
Yeah, cramped and passive isn't really Jan's style. Likes to play active, calculating, complicated chess. Puts the bishop on b4. Nice square for the bishop. Doesn't really hit anything, but it can't be driven away. And black is just going to wait and hope that white overextends the position. So Dennis has to be cool, calm, and collected and not go too quickly. not play something crazy like G4, G5, or maybe he should play that.
You know, I love your idea. I just wanted to refine it for one move. I thought, just lift the queen up to the third line. If you get a queen to the third line, this is kind of like the Goldilocks point. And instead, you know, he is working that H-pawn, but he's got maybe ideas of stepping up with the queen. And then your idea, crack open a line against the black king. And these two rooks, they can work to the left, they can work in the center, they also can work to the right.
Yeah, white is the one controlling the action so far. White can push the pawns either now or prepare it a little bit, as you said, with queen e3, attacking the king side some more. And black basically just has to wait. Black's very solid, isn't really worried about much right now. The problem is if black attacks the center quickly with c5, that'll trap the bishop on b4 off sides. So that's why black is never playing c5 and giving white that passed pawn with d5. Instead, black is just waiting, knowing that it'll weaken white's position if white pushes one of the center pawns. And the question is white going to play for g4, g5? And can he do it now, or does he have to wait a few moves?
Exactly. And I love the way that Dennis is handling this. He's not rushing anything. He's just simply saying, I'm going to double up first. I'm going to make you wait. I'm going to keep you second guessing. Queen goes back, and we have Jan preparing perhaps a c5 push in order to start eyeballing the a pawn, that lonesome pawn there on the left. And look at this. Dennis is like, no. You're not going to get that. If you break out, I will counter that by locking in the center. So all Jan can do is wait, and that's why we see the bishop retreat.
That's right. Jan played queen e8, eyeballing the a4 pawn, trying to play c5. Dennis saw through that with queen c2, doubled the rooks on the d file. The question is white going to play on the king side with f4, g4? Is white going to play in the center with e5 or d5? Or is Dennis happy to just wait and try to slowly improve his position, which seems like that's what Jan's doing. Just chill, be solid, wait for Dennis to overextend, and then black's bishop will eventually be strong if the center opens up. So it's a cat and mouse game. The engine says white's slightly better, with white having the better center, more space, but it's very hard for white to proceed and do anything active.
Yeah, and white has to keep an eye on those far advanced pawns. You know, there's two potential liabilities in the position. There's the h-pawn all the way on the right. There's also that leftmost pawn as well. And so they've got to tread with some care, make sure that both points are connected. And there's no natural breakthrough. In comes the knight. This makes a lot of sense. Just, again, putting the question to black, what are you going to play?
Yeah, it's funny. Both sides just moving around slowly, going to and fro, not really clear what the breakthrough is. And typically in positions like this, people start doing things that are maybe too active once they get below 2 or 3 minutes on their clock. Both sides have a lot of time now, so they're just going slowly. Jan trying out different squares for size for his bishop, e7, d6, b4. They're all okay. And he's simply not worried about anything that white can do. Black's position is really solid with no weaknesses. White has more space. But again, if white overextends, then his position could open up, and it could be to black's advantage.
Exactly. White has more space, but no breakthrough. You can't touch any of those beautiful pawns in the center, and there's no clear path forward. So I suspect the maneuvering game is going to continue for some more. And it's not really clear whether it would be the knight, whether it be the queen or the rooks that's going to be moving. Because if white gets really active and start pushing the pawns, well, there's going to leave behind a lot of weak squares. Queen tucks itself back, and now the question goes over to Jan. What are you going to move?
Yeah, basically Dennis has to babysit his a4 pawn with the white queen on b3 or c2. Otherwise, black's going to play c5 with a discovered attack on the a4 pawn with the queen on e8. And now it looks like Jan is preparing to double rooks on the d file and try to put more pressure on the d4 pawn, which is really well defended. And again, you know, the main idea for white to just push those kingside pawns looks a little too risky. players are repeating right now. Is either one satisfied with a draw? Oh, we might see a draw here, Yogi.
Yeah, as the players are repeating, and well, we're going to be seeing what is Jan going to do. Is he going to go for that repetition, put that bishop where it came from? Are we going to be seeing that? It was a very refined game. It was like the players had a cup of tea in their hand and they were casually just maneuvering their pieces. It's a very fair result. But what is going to be the response from Jan?
Yeah, Jan can play bishop b4 now, and the game's and instead,
he said,
Jan
no, thank you.
Does the opposite and plays the most aggressive move in the position. The queen on e8 is now attacking the pawn on h5. Black weakens his king, and the game is very double-edged now. Maybe the decision was made because not only is Jan super confident at all times, but Jan has a nice time advantage on the clock, and he didn't want to waste it on drawing the game. So very interesting choice from Jan. Good for the spectators. Will it work out in the end?
Well, it's certainly a choice because, yes, you have advanced the pawn. But the thing is, though, it's actually Dennis who's going to be sacrificing the pawn because once that pawn recaptures, that knight is going to be driven backwards. And there is a pawn that we mentioned earlier on, that pawn on the right. It's going to fall off. And then white has to be the one finding that compensation.
Yeah, and he plays an interesting rook e3 attacking the queen. The knight goes to e5, attacking the black c6 pawn. Black is a pawn ahead, but black has weakened his king somewhat, and he's weakened his f5 pawn. So now white has some targets. Black has an extra pawn. And I truly think Jan decided to play on instead of repeat because of the clock situation where he has a decided time advantage.
Yeah, I think he felt like his opponent was drifting, didn't quite know exactly what to do. And watch out, everyone, because you know that extra pawn, it's going to start advancing up the board. But Dennis is saying, hey, I might be a pawn down, but it doesn't matter because I'm the one getting active. And now this is a fantastic move from Jan because now the f-pawn is going to be used as a wrecking ball.
Yeah, he unpins his f-pawn. He couldn't play f4 previous position because the f-pawn was pinned. So he moves the queen to g4. Ready to play f4. White plays f3, a move I usually recommend against, but he's trying to stop black from moving his f-pawn. White has a passed d-pawn. Black's a pawn ahead, but extra pawn isn't worth very much. White's very active. Engine thinks white has excellent compensation for a pawn. Both kings can now get exposed. The game totally changed when Jan played f5, really disturbing the balance of the game and making the game more interesting. Good for Jan.
Yeah, and definitely good for us as well as we get to navigate this complicated position. Pawns have been traded off. White is going to step up with the rook. The B pawn is a target. You can also just simply argue, as you said earlier, Ben, that black's extra pawn doesn't really mean much. And hey, it's going to be all about the E line.
It's funny, black has an extra pawn, but white is the one with the passed pawn. Black is still defending, playing solid, trying to stop that D pawn from moving. Black's king is pretty safe with extra pawn in front of it. White's king is relatively safe now too. So position is still about equal, but it's a more dynamic equal than we had before. Okay, now that move is pretty risky, opening up the white king on the diagonal, but he's solidifying the rook on e5. Engine says it's okay. I would be worried to play f4 because my king is going to get exposed later. But that's going to be later when both sides have 1 or 2 minutes on the clock. The game is going to really heat up.
Totally right. Like if for some reason white loses control of this position, that with that open king, white is going to have serious issues. But for the time being, everything under control. White's rook's extremely active. The queen moves over, blockades its own pawns. And Dennis is just arguing, hey, I'm so active with my pieces, you cannot make progress.
Yeah, white defends the D pawn, putting pressure on the F5 pawn. Now they're repeating again. Rook E1, Queen G6, Queen D6, going to and fro. I assume Jan still wants to play for a win with his extra pawn and time advantage. So he's going to try to find a way to not repeat. And I think since white's a pawn down with a minute less on the clock, Dennis won't be upset about drawing the game. And here we go again. Jan playing for the win. A little risky, h5, wants to play the move h4. Black has more pawns on the king's side, so he's trying to use that to his advantage and attack the white king. Very interesting play by Jan. Again, no matter how complicated or interesting it is, the engine always says it's about level because both players are playing at a really high level, not making any mistakes, and the material is very close to balanced.
Yeah, but I gotta say, Black is really piling on the pressure, but then Dennis has also found a counter strike of his own, like coming in. Big threat of rook taking the pawn, so you got to do something about that. You don't really want to be stepping up with your own pawn to defend it. Neither do you want to go completely on the passive, even though it might be okay. It's certainly ugly.
Hey, do we get paid more if we do Counter-Strike instead of just chess? We can do chess and Counter-Strike, get 2 paychecks.
That is true. That is
Counter-Strike.
true. The thing is, I don't know anything about Counter-Strike.
Oh, okay.
So
we'll have to watch Dennis do a Counter-Strike and see what happens.
Well, we'll have to see. Because as we're seeing that Nepomniachtchi has gone, yes, okay, fine, ugly chess is necessary. I need to hold on to that all-important F-pawn. And Dennis starts improving the queen. Also ideas of advancing with the D-pawn, whereas Black's extra pawn is still yet to count.
It's funny, Black has an extra pawn on the king's side, which doesn't do much, an extra pawn on the queen's side, which doesn't do much, but White's extra pawn can go d6, d7, and that's pretty dangerous. So Jan decides to use his extra pawn on the king's side. Since he played h5, he's going to play h4. Open up that white king. White gets counterplay with d6. Both sides have their advantages now. Black's a pawn up, Black's threatening d6. Black wants to take on g3 and open up White's king. The f5 pawn is weak. And again, the engine doesn't care. The engine just says it's equal because both sides are playing so well.
Interesting decision there from Dennis. Doesn't give a check to the king. Instead goes for this, just arguing that the black rook is completely passive. And Black is now going to have to use his king to make an assist. The king is going to have to come in and march its way towards that very dangerous d-pawn. So Nepomniachtchi just thinking as to what to do. But this is really, you don't need to think about it too much. Instead, he decides he's got the time. He can defend that F-pawn. And now
this is going to be 2 versus 2. It's going to be pretty equal position. Like, that's funny. You can't play king g5 and hang mate in 1.
You couldn't go up the board with a king because that would have been checkmate with a side check from the black rook. So another check and the black rook is going to get forced. And the first game finishes in a draw.
Well played game. About equal the whole way.
It was. Yeah. Very well played. With Dennis, going for a very classical position, getting that nice central advantage. And you see Jan Nepomniachtchi being incredibly patient there, just waiting until the time is right. They could have agreed to draw early on. Jan said, no, let's play.
Yeah, Jan really played for the win there with Black. Never really got a winning position, but he was the one pressing for some of the game.
Well, now it all turns on this game. Jan Nepomniachtchi will have the white pieces. We'll see what he makes of it. Will he open up with the e-pawn, king's pawn? Will he do something different?
Yeah, Jan was able to play anything: e4, d4, c4, knight f3. It's funny, when I was a kid up and coming in chess, people just played one opening. And nowadays, when you play grandmaster, super grandmaster, they can play any opening with white or black, and they just know it perfectly. So Jan can play anything on move 1. Depends what kind of game he's looking for. I keep looking every game this tournament for a Sicilian. I haven't seen one yet because I want to see some exciting Sicilians. But it seems like the players aren't playing the Sicilian as much as they used to. They're playing more double king pawn, and Black is pretty good at equalizing with those. So I think a lot of players are playing knight f3 or c4 on move 1 to avoid double king pawn. We'll see if Jan is of the same mindset when they start game 2. And no, they play double king pawn as I alluded to. And we have an Italian game.
We do. An Italian game is really popular now. It's a very complex opening and it's based on a whole lot of maneuvers. Ben, I tell you, the players are like, Ben and Jovi are in charge. Let's give them a classical game. So that little H-pawn moves forward just to prevent a bishop coming out. So no complications whatsoever from Dennis. He does not want to get into that. And now the knight is going to maneuver. And this position is so flexible because so many plans here for White. You could have expanded on the left side of the board, but instead White is going for maneuvering the knight and just saying, I do not want to be trading off the light squared bishops. And everything will hinge on White preparing for that central break and doing it at the time when Black is not ready.
Yeah, this is an interesting position because Sometimes white plays for d4, sometimes black plays for d5, and sometimes both sides just maneuver their knights around and try to improve position of their knights. Black played d5 first, which weakens the e-pawn. That's why black played rook e8. Now black takes with the bishop, so the rook on e8 is defending the e5 pawn. So black has a lot of space, but black's e-pawn is constantly under attack. And sometimes white tries to play knight f5, which was stopped by queen d7. White has two knights, so the knight went to h4. White's going to play knight f5. White's going to sacrifice everything on g7 and h6, and the crowd's going to go crazy. Yay, go white.
Well, we'll see whether that happens. Will a knight appear on f5, or will Dennis just say, no, I want none of that, and drop back with the bishop? Now, generally, if black advances, breaks out in the center and gets away with it, then they stand perfectly well. But it says no knight. He allows it.
Yeah,
he's not listening to us.
He's remaneuvering his bishop to f8, it looks like, to defend the king side, stopping all my crazy sacrifices.
Yeah, that's a bit of a dampener, isn't it, when they stop those sacrifices and stop the fun appearing. But now we have a new set of ideas on the board as we see the left side of the board start to open up.
Yeah, a4 giving black something to think about. Black leaves the a file, doubles the queen and rook on the d file, trying to put pressure on the half-open d file. But typically when you're white in these positions, you'd like to try to play queen f3, but the bishop on d5, which is unusually placed, is stopping white from aggressively placing the queen. White can't sacrifice on the king side, so that's why white played a4, and now Jan's having a think. Do I play on the king side? If I do, how do I do it? Or do I keep playing on the queen side with something like b4, a5, or take on b5, open up the a file? And it's not easy to put more pressure on black's e-pawn on e5. That's white's half-open file. So it's not easy to figure out what to do. Typically, when you're watching a classical game, the players think 5-10 minutes a move. We don't have time for that. You got to play by the seat of your pants, figure out something quick, and hopefully it works.
But they whiz through these moves as I speak, and look, we've got plenty of time on the clock. Looking at the heart rates, Dennis relatively calm at 119, now up to 120, 131 for Jan. And well, there is no opening of the A line, and instead the bishop finally develops. Us conservatives would not have approved, right?
Not very aggressive bishop to d2.
Exactly. Well, maybe got ideas of expanding even more on the left side of the board, picking up the B pawn, moving it 2 squares one fine day. We'll see whether that is chosen. But something that black could do is something that you mentioned earlier. You know, just go, hey, you want to work your magic on the left side. I'm going to get there first and start advancing.
It'll be interesting if black plays b4. That would change the character of the game quite a bit. And then the a4 pawn wouldn't be doing as much. Then white would try to probably play a5, bishop a4, and improve. And b4 did happen. And Jan gives that a funny look. Like, that's interesting. I don't know if that's good, though.
Well, it's interesting, exactly, because it's kind of asking white to change the nature of the game. You don't really want to be picking up your c-pawn and moving it 1 square forward, because that concedes a huge hole in the middle. So you need to keep that tension there. But once you add that tension to the position, it makes calculation that extra bit complicated, as we see Jan make a very quick decision. Just advance the a-pawn, and I was advocating for keeping the tension between the pawns, but Dennis said, no, let me grab the space. Let's force that bishop back. But in fact, I say force that bishop back. You can take the pawn. And yes, the d-pawn is falling. But I got to say, I don't approve of the structure that black has on the left.
Yeah, I was just going to say black has 2 isolated pawns on c7 and a6. Black got rid of white's d pawn. Black has the open b file with rook b8, but those 2 isolated pawns might give white the advantage later. But trading pieces isn't bad, especially trading off the white squared bishops. This sort of gets rid of white's attack with the knife on f5. And so that engine still says it's about equal. Those trades were fair. Looks like Jan gave the seal of approval. He went, that's okay. And now black wants to trade queens because the knight on f5 is so strong. White doesn't want to trade queens. And eventually, over the next 10, 15 moves, Jan is hoping he can put pressure on the isolated a6 and c7 pawns.
Yeah, that's an in-game approach, right? But we're in the middle game now, and so white needs to start just positioning the pieces. That's why the rook comes and takes the open line. Rooks belong on open lines. And again, decision time for Dennis. What is he going to do? Is he going to accept the trade? Is he going to plant a rook on the other half open line? Well, those are the questions that need to be answered as his clock starts to trickle down.
Rook d5, that's an unusual move. Attacking the pawn on a5, I didn't see that coming. And if white defends with something like b4, then black can double rooks on the d file. So Jan just took the knight, or took the rook, I'm sorry, getting rid of the pressure on the a5 pawn. Now the knight is very well placed on d5. Doesn't want to give his bishop away. Plays bishop c1, which unblocks his rook on e1, putting pressure on the black queen on the open e file. And again, Engine says white is a little bit better because of black's broken queenside pawns, but black is still pretty solid and the pieces are pretty well positioned.
Yeah, I got to say, you know, a lot of people will be like, well, hang on a second. What is that bishop doing back on its starting square? Well, it kind of works because there's no tension in the position. It's a very gentle one. And here it's all about that in-game that Ben has been referring to. White wants to just trade off the right set of pieces and then focus on targeting those two isolated pawns on the left. And in the meantime, Dennis wants to improve his pieces. But one thing I see is that grandmasters don't like to be pinned. And it is possible for the white rook to slide over one square and set up a pin.
Yeah, the rook on e1 is pinning everything on d1, e1. The bishop on c1, which you were alluding to earlier, is not only putting pressure on h6, so black can't play g6, kicking the knight out. It's also defending the backward b2 pawn on the half-open file. And I like when bishops are on f1 and c1. It seems counterintuitive, but they don't block the other pieces. The bishop on c1 isn't blocking the white rook, which can go to d1 or e1 and put pressure on those half-open files. So again, these are the kinds of positions in a classical game which are very slow maneuvering. It's not clear what to do. Players take a lot of time. You can't really do that in a 10-minute game. You got to just play quickly, and that can lead to some mistakes. Both players are playing really well right now. They're playing so well that they're playing the move you suggested, rook to d1. So you know they're playing well.
It was a really subtle move, and you know, Jan did play it. I was also tempted to kind of flick the queen the other direction, just because I'm a hack at heart. But this move also super nice as well. And I'm actually struggling to come up with a constructive plan for black. You can't boot that knight away from the beautiful f5 square. And now the rook coming to the d7. Well, hang on a second. I would be tempted again to flick the queen all over to the other side.
Yeah, a couple of good squares. We got e4, g4, h4. The queen on a4 is actually well placed also, because it's putting pressure on the diagonal with the knight and rook on that diagonal. Instead, he plays knight e3, trying to get rid of black's most aggressively placed piece, the knight on d5. The other knight can go to f5 later or e4. And the knight on c6, it doesn't really have a good home. It's just defending the pawn on e5. It can't go to d4 or b4. Can't really move anywhere because it's pinned. And instead, Dennis plays knight f4, improving the position of his own knight. The knight can't really go forward anywhere, but it's well placed on f4.
It is extremely well placed on f4, but it is just one horse, and one horse does not fell a kingdom. So we're seeing queens, rooks traded, the queen comes there, and I think it's going to be your plan all the way. It's going to be reinforce the left side of the board with the pawns, you know, and then just solidify the king, make sure the king has a hiding place, and then white is going to be targeting, especially that pawn on the A line, the A6 pawn.
The position's about equal, the heart rate's about equal, the time on the clock is about equal. And for some reason, the voters said Jan was 87% to win the match. Pretty close match so far. So I don't see either side as a big favorite. Obviously, Jan in classical chess is higher rated, but this isn't classical chess. This is chess with a clock, and the clock equalizes the game. Now here, Jan is threatening knight takes e5, and the knight on f4 would be attacked by the queen and bishop. Also, white's threatening bishop takes f4 and queen takes f4. So white has a few threats against black's looseness on e5 and f4. Does Dennis have a good defense? Does he have to retreat his knight, or can he play something more aggressive?
Well, this is the issue, actually. Like, how are you going to defend that pawn? How are you going to actually keep that knight there, right in his golden square? Because if you have to sound the retreat, then white is able to position everything perfectly for that plan that we were talking about. Also, I got to say, there could be a trick in town, because there are some tactical ideas if that knight drops back. And I don't know whether it works. I think it does.
Oh, you want to play bishop takes?
I do. You kind of gave it the idea to me, Ben. And hey, we got to put it up, because there is an idea that if you just play defensively with the knight, just drop it back, then there might be some attacks. The knight comes forward, and this is
And he did play bishop h6.
We don't need to show it anymore.
Double exclam. The engine loves it.
But we can show why that bishop is poisoned. Do not capture that piece.
Don't capture, because no, the queen.
The queen is going to fall off, and a bishop is worth 3 points. A queen is worth at least 9 points.
Not only do you lose your queen, you get your key crushed. Oh, it's a double whammy.
Exactly. The math ain't mathing if you take that bishop. So, wow, what a blow. Bishop takes h6. Stunning move, and now the ball is in black's court. And we're seeing that, of course, no one took that bishop, and instead black said, hey, there's a pawn on b2 that needs to go. It wasn't the best move, apparently, but as the players start to get short on time, well, it becomes harder and harder to play 100% accurately.
That's right. Now we got a position that was pretty solid for both sides. Both sides took a pawn, one on b2, one on h6, and the engine still says it's around equal. Now, the a5 pawn is weak because white can never play b4. So it looks like Jan missed an opportunity when he played queen e4. Got the knight back on f5. He's still playing for the attack, but now he's down a pawn.
He's down a pawn, and who would have thought that, Ben? Because we were saying that black's pawns on the left are so bad, and it turns out that after everything, it's white's pawns that had to be careful. And now you can feel that because the structure has changed, and also black is up material, that black is now taking over. Dennis is the one who is looking in good shape.
Yeah, black is a pawn up, black's trading pieces. White doesn't really have a big attack, and black has that past a pawn, which is really strong. Black is really solid. The white bishop, which Jan is using to stop the a pawn, is very poorly placed behind the c pawn. The tactics didn't work out for Jan, and now Dennis is winning. Boy, that bishop's in a lot of trouble. Can I play something like queen a2 or queen b3? I don't like that bishop on b2.
You most certainly can put the queen. The best square is to plonk it on b3. You put that queen there, and that bishop is going to find itself in hot water. I don't think there's a good square for it to go. So therefore, Jan is actually banking on complications, and he wants to go for, okay, we're going to see it. We're going to see it here. His big idea is that if you take the bishop, there's going to be a check, and the king is going to be forced to abandon its own bishop. This was not the most precise move. It was more precise to actually drop the knight back to defend the bishop. A knight is a king's best friend. But this one is also still enough to give Dennis an advantage.
Never play f6, but h5 is also a mistake. Yeah, Jan, double question mark. The engine's really mean. Well, I could check and take that h pawn if I wanted to.
You can. You can also take the bishop. The bishop is worth 3 points.
Bishop is good. I'd probably take the bishop. Yeah.
I don't know about you. Okay,
he
takes the pawn. He goes for your approach. Why not just get rid of that pesky pawn? And he comes back. Look at this. This is just so sadistic. He's like, first I'm going to pick up your h pawn. Now I'm going to go for your bishop.
Yeah, the endings are all pretty winning. Sometimes black can even play something like queen b7, try to force a trade of material. Wow, Jan keeps wanting to sacrifice his bishop. Eventually, black's going to take that.
Well, I think black is going to take it right now. And Jan, he is now on his last legs. If he wants to survive this, he has to generate some miracle. And he's getting tilted. He's so angry. It's like the position just turned so quickly, and Dennis took over.
If he plays queen e8, then just queen b7 defends everything. Yeah, now he's just playing for tricks. This should just be technique. Now, one thing in Jan's favor with this piece down position that's losing is Dennis has a lot less time on his clock. His heart rate's a lot higher. So sometimes people make mistakes in this position, like Queen B6 would be a blunder because Queen B7 would be a blunder because of Knight D8 check. But yeah, this seems like White just doesn't have enough checks.
It's a check, and the king can just step up the board. It will be absolutely safe. It can also go back here. There's going to be just a few spite checks, but in the end, a piece is a piece as Jan moves his queen, attacks that bishop, and how are you going to help that bishop get to escape? Or maybe you're just going to say, no, I don't need to because I'm up enough material.
Yeah, Black is up so much material, he can easily give up the bishop and still win the game with his 3 or 4 extra pawns. And Black can start attacking also. Dennis decides the e-pawn is very strong. Let's promote the e-pawn.
Yes, but everyone watch the clock because Dennis now is down to 50 seconds. And with the queen and knight hovering around the black king, it's still pretty shaky. There's still some danger to watch out for. And what is queen to e8? You need to keep an eye on that pawn. The king comes forward, checks. And for Dennis, it's just about holding his nerve and doing it within 47 seconds.
That's a good move, queen e5. That stops queen h5 check, prepares e2, e1, tries to trade queens. White doesn't have any pawns left. White has no attack. Jan knows that it's almost over.
It is over. It is over. And the grimace on Jan's face tells us everything. He has no choice. He has to trade off queens. And there is not only a runner of an e-pawn and a whole horde of pawns on the right side and the center and the left side. And they are all going to be marching forward. 42 seconds. Down goes the e-pawn. But it's the a-pawn that is the killer. As look at that. It's all cornered and a table slam. And that's it. It's over.
Wow, Dennis wins. Amazing. What a comeback.
What a game.
Especially after Jan played bishop takes h6. Everything went downhill after that.
Exactly. After that brilliant move. It wasn't so brilliant after all. You had to play precisely. And Dennis, well, to the relief of his team, AGAL, he makes it through to the quarterfinals.
Wow.
Just 19 years old and already so calm, so collected. He's so good at chess.
Obviously, in classical chess, that's a big upset. The clock is the great equalizer. Lazovic, a brilliant blitz player, as he's shown the last few years. He's the younger player. And a lot of times in quick chess, the younger player does well. As we saw here, he was able to stave off after bishop takes h6, White's attack. Jan still can't believe it. He just won't get up. He can't believe what's happening. And soon he's going to get his key crushed.
Yeah, it's so sad. The heartbreak is real because there's so much on the line. You know, you really want to be doing well, but in the end, it just all turned for him. And this gentleman, Dennis, is the one who makes it through to the top 8.
That was an amazing final match. And I thought Jan had it. When he took on h6, I thought the attack was going to crush through, but Dennis defended brilliantly. Now he's going to get to crush Jan's key. And let's go to the stage and see that key crush in just right now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, and as the key is exchanged, please put your hands together one more time for Jan Nepomniachtchi. Okay, and Dennis, if I could get a word with you, brother. Officially, congratulations, you've qualified for the playoffs. How you feel about your level of play up to this point?
I think today I played quite well. In general, better than yesterday, but first game wasn't great. I played quite passively and spent lots of time. And the second game, you know, I think, yeah, in general, I played better than yesterday. And that's what that's why I won.
Okay, and speaking of why you're winning, you are the youngest player that we have left here at only 19 years old. Do you think that your youth is an advantage?
Well, I think, you know, other players, they're not so old, so experience also very important. I think I'm still not confident enough, but hard to say, you know, other players are now like 50 years old, so everyone more or less quite young.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Denis Lazovic, please go ahead and crush your opponent's key. Oh, no, Denis. No, not yet, not quite yet. Hold on, my brother, 1 second. Okay, yeah, I think it might actually be stuck in there. We're actually sending them down to the key crusher. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it's not quite that time yet. For now, you're gonna go ahead and walk down to the key crusher to crush your opponent's key.
One last key to crush for today, as Denis Lazovic has to validate his ticket to tomorrow's playoffs. He's eager to put his key within the final trophy, but only the champion can do so, and he has a couple matches to win still to get to that level. But right now, an incredible show leads Denis Lazovic right here to the key crusher. It is time to crush more hopes, crush more dreams, and validate your ticket to that top 8. Ooh, another loud one that validates your ticket to top 8. Denis, once again, congratulations. You guys will see Denis tomorrow for playoffs, but there is one thing left to do for today. We are about to go for the play of the knockout reveal. It's a draw to know which player will play who, so you will know Denis Lazovic's opponent in just a few minutes, sending it to the desk, and then we'll be back on stage with today's draw.
Human body was built to move. Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Well, the young gun of Denis Lazovic gets the job done, only 19 years old, but moving on to the playoffs. He is now officially top 8. How far can he continue to go? Well, it's up for him to decide. Jan Nepomniachtchi, however, put up a tremendous fight, but just could not recover, and he goes down. He stayed on the stage. He couldn't believe it, but his key has officially been crushed. He is now out of the competition.
Team AGAL must be salivating. #1 in the club standings, and now they're guaranteed more points. I think Denis was a great pick by them. They're guaranteed at least 200 more points, maybe as much as 1,000. He really played well in that second game. Nima, what were your thoughts on that match?
I mean, I think game one in the match was not exactly fireworks, not exactly, you know, what we had seen previously in the day, but game 2 was crazy. I mean, we saw a double exclamation mark coming through by Nepo with that bishop takes h6, which we'll cover in a little bit, but unfortunately, it just wasn't enough.
It wasn't, and I think that the pre-match selections by the fans at home were a little more based on Nepo's, you know, veteran nature and world championship status. Lazovic in this format should not have been that big of an underdog.
Yeah, you know, Nepomniachtchi writes, has EWC experience. He's done incredibly well. On the other side, though, Denis Lazovic has a great history when it comes to chess, but not necessarily on the EWC stage, which makes him a bit unpredictable, right? So coming in, we didn't know how his performance was going to be outside of AGAL. They knew he was making top 8, and that's why they decided to back him up. But going to that move that you just mentioned, right, let's actually break that down a little bit further. It's game 2. You noticed a moment and you said, I got to talk about it.
For sure. I mean, if you're Nepo playing the white pieces, as you usually do with the white pieces, you are going for the win because you have more initiative, just naturally. Here, he finds a really beautiful move with bishop takes h6, double exclamation mark. This is the Cypress gift. And in this spot, if bishop takes h6, g takes h6, it does leave that square on f6 weak, which means Jan would have won Denis's queen. Now, of course, Denis didn't take it, and instead he played knight takes b2 here, which eventually led to Dennis actually getting a better position.
Yeah, we call that pawn on G7 an overworked piece. It was trying to guard H6 and F6, but actually it was Nepomniachtchi was overworked because he was getting worked on the board and worked on the clock. I wouldn't want to face Dennis, so world-class player, and Nepomniachtchi's going to have to go home due to the youngest kid remaining, a teenager.
Yeah, Nepomniachtchi, by the way, 5th through 8th last year. This time around, he doesn't even get out of his own group. Just comes to show you the scale of competition that's here on the EWC stage. It is year 2 after all, and the competition only gets better.
Yeah, it absolutely does. In fact, the creme de la creme are still sitting around. In fact, most of the top players that our fans are familiar with, they didn't even have to play today, although they do have some work left. We'll get to that in a minute. They get to make some fun selections. So all of those big names are going to come back and play a few more games of chess, but no more double elimination. Everything you see on the next 2 days is going to be win or go home.
Yeah, that's right, single elimination. But the benefit is, and we'll talk more about it tomorrow, you do get more matches, or at least more games, in your match.
Which is very nice because, as we have talked about multiple times, this 10+0 format is crazy because why are we even throwing the +0 there if all it means is that there is no increment?
That might open up the board to more openings being played because if you're white in game 1 of a 2-game match, you don't want to play anything too exotic or too risky since you don't have any more whites in case, you have to make a comeback. So this is actually why the World Championship of Classical Chess was extended, because they want the players to feel like they can take risks in the opening games and have time to recover.
Sure. Now, Denis Lazovic, to go back to him, now going into tomorrow's competition for playoffs, we don't know who he's playing just yet. We still have our knockout reveal in just a little bit where the opponents are in fact going to choose who they want to play in the opening matches tomorrow. But Denis Lazovic, where does he rank now in the 8 competitors that have made it through? What do you think?
I think Dennis ranks pretty high. We talked a little bit about his Speed Chess Championships experience where he did knock out Hikaru Nakamura to earn himself a spot here at EWC earlier this year. And I think that was a really crazy match because once again, it was so long. It was 26 games. Oh my gosh, that sounds crazy. But the fact that he was able to have nerves of steel the whole way through, come out with just 1 point ahead, 13.5, 12.5, and in Armageddon, I mean, he was completely lost against Bovehead. He was being checkmated at 3.
Yeah, checkmated in 3. That actually, if that would have went down, by the way, I would have read out. You wouldn't have had a host anymore. Chat might have actually loved that. I don't know. Either way, let's take a look at our groups. Group A and B was highly competitive over the past 2 days. They are now officially done, however, and we now officially know who at least have advanced to playoffs and the keys that were crushed. It's crazy. Today we crushed 8 total keys. We started with 16 competitors. We now have our top 8. Looking at Group B, what do you see?
Yeah, over there in Group B, we saw Magnus and Hikaru. They got to sit today, and down there at the bottom, we just saw Lazovic advance and Hans. Now, I think what the crowd would really like to see is the Magnus-Hans rematch. We've got some rules that are actually going to preclude that, but we're starting to get to the phase where we're going to prognosticate in a few minutes about who's going to pick who. I actually don't think that Dennis is the player people want to face. I think Hans is going to get picked over Dennis there. But a lot of youth at the bottom, a lot of veterans on top. That's what I see. The veterans got through, and they need that day off to rest themselves.
Maybe so. Group A, though, was equally as competitive, and it went through the gauntlet. At least the competitors did. It was not easy to make it through into playoffs. We just witnessed the last remaining games coming out from there. But as we take a look at Group A, the big talking point here was Wei Yi coming in, right, from the LCQ. How far would he be able to go? Well, Alireza Firouzja ended up shutting him down, and ultimately Nihal Sarin took him out, but also took down his next opponent to secure a spot in the playoffs. He's looking pretty good, but so are the 3 others.
I mean, everybody here is just so strong. We haven't seen much of Nordebek actually here on Stream A because he's been so busy crushing it on Stream B. He went 4-0?
Yeah, he's played the fewest games because he won them all and he sat at home today. So that's a good way to go under the radar is when you just win everything. But he should not be trifled with. World number 7, by the way. And it's great to see him advance to the playoffs.
Keys were crushed today all day long. Pranesh ended up getting his own key-crushing moment in the venue. He felt good about it. Double thumbs up. How could you not be happy, right? Crushing your opponent's keys. But some of them are loud, as you can see.
Nihal looks absolutely terrified in that shot, but I'm sure he is very glad to have crushed his opponent's key and be moving on into the main stage.
Yeah, you can't really see it on camera, but the players actually wear double headphones, and maybe we need to allow them to keep those headphones on during the key crush there. So, Nihal, I'm sorry if we hurt you a little bit, but that's really fun to watch. And what happens to all the extra scraps? Do they get all polished off by our guy in white gloves?
No, that's it. He takes them, and you can use those keys that are crushed if you become a champion, right? You get to pick from 3 of them, and some of these keys that were crushed might, in fact, be used for their own trophy moving forward at the end of day number 5, Saturday.
What I personally really liked about this ending match was that Dennis did not immediately take Jan's key over to the Crusher, but instead placed it into the championship trophy.
Never seen that before. We've been here 6 weeks.
I know you get to pick 3 keys if you're the eventual champion to make into your trophy. I'd like to see a gold chain, though, because then you could wear it next year. I mean, imagine that. The ultimate, I don't know if that disrespect, but to bring a gold chain of your fallen foes from the previous year, that's pretty cool.
It's actually next level disrespect, but you know what? We might have to check that out. Maybe somebody else is going to come up with it. Who knows? All I know is behind me, the competitors are in fact getting set up, and our knockout reveal is about to go down, and it's going to be a lot of fun. They get to pick who they would like to play, and I say they, well, really, it's only 2 of them. But either way, before we get to that, did you guys know Level Up Season 2 is now out? If you didn't, check it out.
A lot of people are haunted by their past. I'm inspired by it.
They're not just playing for themselves, they're really playing for their entire family.
They have defeated their demons. They have crushed the curse.
Well, the playoffs are set, but the matches are not. It's time for the knockout reveal. Bear with me as I read the rules to you because there's a lot of them. Number 1, upper bracket players are ranked and seeded 1st to 4th based on FIDE rating, plus match game and round win-loss differences, with the coin toss breaking any remaining ties. Number 2, the highest seeded players from each Phase 2 group earns the right to select their quarterfinal opponent. Number 3, opponent selections cannot be made from the player's own Phase 2 group, aka Group A. If you're in Group A, you cannot choose from Group A. You got to choose from Group B and vice versa. And number 4, the remaining upper bracket players are automatically assigned to the last unselected opponent from the opposite Phase 2 group. Like I said, Group A choosing from Group B. Now, with all the rules out of the way, let's theory craft a little bit, okay? Now, Magnus is the 1st seed. Now, even though Hikaru does have the 2nd highest FIDE score, because he's in the same group as Magnus, Magnus gets the selection over him, and Hikaru is going to have to just basically be happy with whoever Magnus didn't pick. And Magnus has got 2 opponents he can choose from, Nihal Sarin or Arjun Edagasi. Who do you think he's going with?
That's right. He can't pick Hans. They're from the same group. There is a negative 5% chance he's going to pick Arjun. He's going to pick Nihal. And he actually played Nihal last year in the opening round of the playoffs, which was the round of 8. He won, I think, 2.5 to 0.5. And there's just no way he's going to pick somebody with the strength of Arjun. Not that Nihal's not very strong, but I think Magnus lines up well with Nihal. He's not going to let his clock get down to the 10-second time scramble that Nihal could potentially beat him in. In Hyper Bullet, he would not pick Nihal. But in 10-minute chess, he's going to pick Nihal. Sorry to ruin the surprise. That's what's going to happen.
We don't know for sure, but you said negative 5%, so I've got to go with the big brain for you. But on the other side, you got Noterbek, who gets the 1st seeded pick, at least for his respective group. And Alireza Farouja is going to have to just, again, settle for whoever Noterbek does not pick. Now, for Noterbek, he's got Hans Niemann or he's got Lazovic on the opposite side.
I think both are going to be quite tough. You know, this is it's the 4 youngest possibly in like terms of ranking. That's kind of interesting. In terms of, you know, skill level, they're all really close, right? Obviously nowadays Noterbek is ranked number 7, Alireza is ranked 10. Not that Noterbek can pick Alireza anyways, but probably seeing the performance from here in the Alliance Vault, I would go for Hans, perhaps. Yeah, I think Noterbek might view this as an opportunity to really, really prove that he is world number 7. He's incredibly strong. So.
Okay. Well, and by the way, whoever they pick might be picking their opponent that might take them down and crush their key. That's what's at risk. But either way, we theory crafted enough. I read out the rules, and now it's time to head to the stage for the knockout reveal.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, it is officially time for the EWC knockout reveal. We have our finals, but it is time to see how that bracket is going to play out.
Absolutely, we've got players with the luxury to pick their opponents, and all we have to know is who would you pick to make sure you win the first round tomorrow.
Okay, well, ladies and gentlemen, you guys already know the rules. They explained it over there on the desk. Let's get to the action. Please come to the stage, the man himself, Magnus Carlsen.
He gets the luxury of a choice. He can pick his first opponent for tomorrow, as he's got 2 keys to choose from. No hesitation. Key shown immediately to the camera, which means you and I, Rob, are not sure yet which key it is, but you know that the players must be worried about this one. Can we get the results and the players to face off, Rob?
Okay, so was that Nihal? Let me make sure. Yes, indeed it was. So Nihal, please meet me right here in front of Magnus for our face-off. Magnus, first question, well actually only question, why pick Nihal?
I mean, I think they're both very, very good players, but stylistically, I think Arjun is very difficult for anybody, and yeah, I thought out of 2 very, very good players, this was the more sensible choice.
Okay, Nihal, how do you feel about going up against Magnus here and being picked?
Not very happy, but yeah, I'll just try to play my best and give as good a fight as I can, and yeah, just see what happens.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first matchup officially set. It will be Nihal going head-to-head with Magnus. Much luck to both of you guys, and we'll see how everything plays out tomorrow. You guys can actually go ahead and exit the stage as we find out our next matchups. And we do now know officially we're going to have Arjun versus Hikaru as well.
Ooh, banger match is only Rob, but now it is time to figure out the other side of these brackets. Of course, I'll see these 2 gentlemen there waiting to see who will pick them as an opponent. It is time to welcome onto the stage Norebek Abdusarov. Ooh, Rob, same thing. That's the question. Is there hesitation? Have you planned something? We're still taking a moment, and there is no moment to be waiting for. I do believe that is Dennis being picked there by Norebek. Can I please have the 2 players? Yep. Can I have Dennis? Can you also go right there for the face-off, of course? And I've got a quick question for both of you, of course. Norebek, why pick Dennis over Hans?
I think they are both same strengths, very close. I played many games against Hans, so I thought that this time would be interesting to play against Dennis, because I mostly played against him online, so would be interesting.
All right, from online to in-person, Dennis, how do you feel coming up on this matchup?
I think it's nice because I didn't want to play against Alireza, so I'm like, it's okay.
All right, you know what? Both players happy for their choice. This is the match you will see tomorrow. Abdusarov versus Lazavic. Guys, you guys can exit the stage now that we have our matches. And Hans Niemann, of course, will be facing Alireza Firouzja. Rob, nothing but bangers tomorrow.
Nothing but bangers, top to bottom, and you can expect nothing less here at the Esports World Cup. Our finals bracket, our playoffs bracket is officially set, and the action is going to be absolutely insane. Let's send things over to the studio to break everything down.
Hollywood Rob TV in Damascus, thank you so much. The knockout reveal is done with. They picked their opponents, and we now officially know what our playoff bracket is going to look like.
Yeah, it was interesting there when Magnus picked Nihal. He was trying to be as politically correct as possible and make sure that he gave both players their credit. But when Nihal was asked how he felt, he admitted to something that Magnus has said for many years, which is players, I have a psychological advantage when I sit down on the board because players are afraid of me. And Nihal admitted to it, being basically afraid of Magnus.
Well, it does happen. He's got a lot of aura, and he is, in fact, a returning champion. But for Dennis, hey, he's got to go against Norebek. But he said, I'm actually okay with that.
I mean, your options were to go against Norebek or Alireza. You know, neither of them are particularly great. Norebek obviously coming off of a 4-game straight win streak, which is crazy. And Alireza is obviously Alireza. So all things considered, you know, I was wrong in my prediction. I did think Norebek might pick Hans. They do have that past history together. So he's right. Maybe he's tired of playing against Hans and maybe he wants somebody new.
Well, maybe so, but that is going to be a fun matchup. Hans versus Alireza.
Yeah, maybe Dennis kind of nudged his key forward a little bit there to encourage him a little bit, but it's like, the little kid on the basketball court, like, pick me, but he, it sounded like, if we believe them at their word, Noterbreck wanted to just play somebody creatively that he hadn't played a lot before. He just wants to enjoy himself up there on the stage, but it was a much tougher call for Noterbreck. Magnus, I think we knew he was going to pick Nihal.
But what about EWC going against Hikaru? That's the final and last matchup. Never easy to go against Hikaru.
Never easy to go against Hikaru, but if we have found anything out from this EWC, Argent is also extremely, extremely difficult to play against. I do think that their playstyles are going to match up really well together for the viewers. It might be fun for them too, but especially for us, we're going to see some excitement. Both players really do like that kind of initiative, aggressive, attacking position. Argent doesn't like to defend too much, but
And Hikaru better get off on a faster start than he did in his opening match, because he really struggled in that first game. I believe he just barely held the draw as white. Of course, he's got 4 games against Argent, but you're just going to be punished against a world-class player. He's got to get off to a better start.
But this could be crazy. Magnus Carlsen at the top, but Alireza Firouzja as well could face off in semifinals, right? That was grand finals from last year. Meanwhile, on the bottom, Denis Lazovec, the 19-year-old prodigy now from AGAL, going against Noterbreck. If he pushes forward, he either gets Hikaru or Edegaisi. Both incredibly difficult matches. Do we want to make a prediction for grand finals now?
I don't know if we want to make a prediction for the grand finals, but I do think a lot of people are going to be rooting for El Clasico. In case you haven't heard of it before, it is Magnus Carlsen against Hikaru Nakamura.
Oh yeah, that's why, honestly, last year that's what I was thinking we would get, but we didn't.
Yeah, Noterbreck was my dark horse. However, it's hard to root against the Hikaru versus Magnus, matchup that seems to happen on the reg, as they say, because we just don't know who's going to win that one. And, Magnus may have to take down 2 Falcons like he did last year. I think he broke out his archery bow after he won those matches, and he's on a collision course for a couple of Falcons. But Noterbreck was my dark horse, and, he played the cleanest chess yesterday, so it's not a foregone conclusion.
All right, he's looking to clip those wings of the Falcons. Team Liquid, they need the points, and they've got the right guy to do it, Magnus Carlsen. Either way, though, the playoffs bracket is set. The opponents have chosen who they want to play. Let us know, what do you think about the bracket? Who do you think is going to be in grand finals? All I know is I'm ready for playoffs, but we're going to have to wait until tomorrow, because tomorrow the playoffs start. The journey for $1.5 million, $250,000 goes down. It'll be day 1 of playoffs starting tomorrow.
Beep, 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 beep.